Blood splatters upwards, crimson droplets mixing with falling leaves, a testament to a sudden, brutal impact. As a gleaming blade, already stained, reflects the chaotic scene. A wolf-like creature cries out, its body recoiling from the unseen force, its tongue lolling in agony. Before the first foe can even fall, a massive bird-like monster with glowing yellow eyes descends, its wings spread wide, ready to strike. Yet, the dark-clad figure moves with impossible speed, his cloak a blur as he draws his sword, meeting the new threat head-on. His amber eyes fixed on the target, the blade finds its mark, piercing the bird monster's neck in a swift, decisive strike. The hilt of the sword is barely visible as blood gushes from the wound, sealing the creature's fate. Moments later, the warrior stands alone in a forest clearing, surrounded by the still forms of multiple defeated demons, a testament to his overwhelming power. From a hidden vantage point, an unseen observer marvels at the scene, wondering how anyone could defeat so many demons by himself. Among the fallen lies a green-skinned, horned monster, its body bruised and broken, its red eyes staring blankly. The warrior, known as the immortal crow, Raven Vault, looks on, his expression grim but resolute. He stood over the fallen form of what was once a fearsome demon protector warrior, his blade still gleaming from the recent confrontation. Though his face bore the marks of a brutal fight, a quiet intensity burned in his amber eyes. His sword, a conduit of his will, still pulsed with a faint, ethereal glow. The monster's head, still twitching, registered a final, shocked realization. Then, with a swift, brutal motion, the fight concluded in a spray of dark blood. Under the serene glow of the full moon, he allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection, acknowledging how far he had come. Turning his back on the battlefield, he began to walk away, leaving the darkness behind. Only 15 days remained until his ordeal would end, and if he could just survive that long, he would finally regain his freedom. His gaze lifted to the sky, his face still streaked with grime and blood, but his expression was one of unwavering resolve. He vowed to himself that he would definitely escape this place. His journey had been long and arduous, each step a testament to his unwavering resolve. Now, he stood overlooking the desolate expanse of the Demon Core camp, a place that had once been his infernal reality. Within its makeshift tents, men sought solace in drink, their laughter echoing hollowly against the harsh environment. He remembered a time when he too was trapped there, a younger version of himself, shackled and broken. Indeed, looking back over those 10 years, those days were truly infernal. This was the Demon Core, a place of endless struggle. He had stood among its ranks, facing down formidable foes, his back to the other hardened warriors. Those who were sent here were fated to fight the demons in an endless power struggle, receiving the worst treatment one could endure in the Empire. The personnel almost entirely consisted of criminals and slaves, a desperate and forgotten lot. They were the worst of the worst, those who didn't even care about their lives nor if they would live to see another day. As he walked past, two men noticed his return, one remarking, "Hey look, it seems like that Raven bastard killed all of his subordinates and came back alone again." He glances back at a small, chained figure, the harsh reality of their existence a constant, heavy burden. As he continues, a bald man steps into his path, sneering, "Look at what we've got here." The man's voice drips with menace, demanding, "Are you ignoring me again? Don't you have something to tell me, perhaps?" Raven turns fully to face the bald man, who is now flanked by two others, including a hulking, bare-chested figure. A soft TSK escapes his lips, a subtle sign of his irritation. His gaze hardens as he retorts, "It seems like you want to die." A faint, dangerous smirk plays on his lips, a silent promise of the violence to come. The large man, taken aback by the unexpected defiance, can only manage a choked wah dash. Before he can finish, Raven unleashes a devastating strike, a blur of motion and force that sends the hulking figure reeling. In a flash, a gleaming blade appears in his hand, its tip pressed firmly against the throat of the bald man who had first confronted him. The cold steel glints menacingly, a stark reminder of the immediate danger. The bald man lets out a pained ugh as Raven holds him captive, his companions frozen in shock and fear. A chilling sound escapes the man as Raven Balt's gloved hand clamps down on his head, a surge of dark energy radiating from him as he delivers a devastating, unseen blow. The force sends the aggressor's head slamming into the ground, a bright impact flash marking his defeat. Standing over the two fallen figures, one prone and the other kneeling, Raven holds his sword to the latter's throat, the defeated man gasping out a single, defiant word, "Bastard." His grip firm on the man's neck, Raven's amber eyes pierce through him, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "If you want to die before being eaten by the demons," he warns, "you can always count on me." His expression remains cold and unyielding, the glint of his blade reflecting the harsh reality of their situation. The defeated man, now released, coughs and struggles to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment as he vows, "Shit, I will remember this." He is the former royal who fell from grace, a monster forged by 10 years in this core, defying all predictions of his demise. As Raven walks away from the camp, leaving the defeated behind, he acknowledges the whispers of his colleagues, the lies about him. Yet, in his mind, he knows those lies are absolutely correct. He recalls a time when his family, though not renowned or prestigious, still held a place within the empire. A memory of a grand hall, perhaps his former home, flashes through his mind before the scene shifts to a more somber past. In that past, everything was lost, as a younger version of him sits amidst what appears to be a refugee camp, his face already marked by hardship. This devastating turn of events occurred approximately 10 years ago, when he was just a boy, chained and helpless, forced to witness the destruction of his world. The flames of destruction roar, consuming everything in their path. A grand building, once a symbol of stability, now succumbs to the inferno, its windows glowing with the destructive power of the fire. Amidst the chaos, a voice booms, condemning the Vault household as idiots who plotted a rebellion against the empire, and questioning if death isn't the rightful consequence for such a foolish act, as the young man stands defiantly before the burning ruins. But the young man, still chained, screams back in defiance, his mouth open in a raw, guttural cry, asserting that the accusations are false. Surrounded by guards, the young man, on his knees, vehemently denies the charges, insisting that his household didn't do such a thing. He remains on his knees, head bowed, as another voice dismisses him as a fool. It is a younger Baltai, looking down with a sneer, who delivers the cutting remark, who fails to recognize his own mistakes. The young man, eyes wide with desperation and anger, screams back, his voice cracking with the plea that it's a misunderstanding. Chained and desperate, the young Raven Balt screams his innocence, protesting that his family was merely dragged into a conspiracy plotted by other houses. But his pleas are met with a harsh grip on his hair, as Baltai looms over him amidst the burning ruins of his home, coldly stating that both his parents have already been purged, and questioning why he shouldn't be turned to ashes along with the rest of his family's estate. However, a chilling alternative is then offered, a different option to his immediate demise, eliciting a pained gasp from the young man, his face contorted in anguish. Baltai leans in, his voice a sinister whisper, proposing that Raven serve 10 years in the Demon Corps, a fate that sounds like a living hell. His hand still gripping Raven's hair as he clarifies that this grim service is the only way he will be allowed to keep his life. The young man lets out another choked sound of distress, the mention of the Demon Corps causing him to gulp in fear, its notorious reputation instantly coming to mind. Baltai holds him captive before a silent, watching crowd, forcing him to confront the impossible choice, fight or die. Internally, Raven grapples with the horrifying prospect, questioning if the Demon Corps isn't the Empire's most wretched division, a place filled with barbarians and criminals, and the indignity of a royal being dragged into such a fate. He acknowledges the grim reality of his situation, realizing that this might truly be the end of the Vault household. With a desperate calculation, he wonders if fighting against demons for 10 long years is a price he can pay to simply stay alive. His throat, chafed by the heavy chain, bears the weight of an impossible choice. Baltai's voice cuts through the air, offering a chilling ultimatum. If you're able to survive, after that, you are free to do whatever you want. A single, resolute word escapes him. Got it. His lips curl into a grimace, a silent vow forming behind clenched teeth. He stares ahead, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. I will definitely survive. After that, I will rebuild the Vault household. The cold metal of the chain around his neck serves as a constant, heavy reminder of his new path. Above the burning ruins of his home, a single thought echoes with unwavering conviction, definitely. With the inferno raging behind him, he walks away from the destruction, his chained form casting a long shadow. Each step he takes is imbued with a new, fiery resolve, leaving glowing imprints on the scorched earth. His gloved hand clenches, a silent promise to himself. As he approaches a waiting tent, a new resolve settles over him. The days filled with disgrace will soon be over. His amber eyes, sharp and unyielding, reflect the dawn of a brutal new beginning. Ever since he was forcibly brought to this place, he had fought against demons without any formal training or prior experience. Yet, despite the odds, he somehow managed to survive, enduring until this very moment. His face, scarred and bruised from countless battles, bore the grim testament to his struggle. The boy he once was, a mere child, had been forced to grow up far too quickly. Over the course of 10 grueling years, he had become a member of the Demon Hunting Corps. Now, under a vast, star-dusted sky, he knew his time was drawing to a close. He resolved that the upcoming large-scale demon extermination would be his final battle. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of the resolve within him. Only one step remained, one final hurdle before he could truly be free and begin the arduous task of rebuilding his household. Turning his back on the past, he stepped forward into the blinding light of his uncertain future. Meanwhile, far from his current path, the tranquil mountains and forests lay under a starlit sky. This was the Pendragon household's territory, the Ancona Forest, where a young, frightened face looked on with wide, terrified eyes. Under a vast, star-dusted night sky, a brilliant full moon cast its gentle glow over silhouetted trees, as shooting stars streaked across the dark expanse. Suddenly, the serene landscape dissolved into a shimmering, ethereal realm, where a colossal white dragon, its scales faintly glowing, hovered majestically over a young man, who stood gazing up at the magnificent beast. The dragon's crimson eyes fixed upon him, a deep, resonant voice echoing through the mystical space, declaring, "Oh, my knight, the time to fulfill our oath is drawing near." The young lord shielded his eyes, a look of profound shock and dawning realization spreading across his face, as if waking from a vivid dream, the dragon's words lingering in his mind. Dragons, ancient and formidable, are beings of immense power. Their fiery breath capable of incinerating all in its path, a testament to their raw, untamed strength. They are existences stronger than any demon, perhaps even the strongest life form to ever set foot on this earth. Yet, only one household possesses the unique ability to use such a magnificent beast as their familiar. That household is none other than the Pendragon Dukehold. With golden horns and scales shimmering, the white dragon stands majestically, a young child gazing up at its powerful form. The child, dressed in light robes, stands beside the colossal leg of the beast, a symbol of the bond between them. Due to their unparalleled ability to tame dragons, the Pendragon family wields enormous influence within the empire, recognized as one of its most prominent households. However, time is pressing, with only 13 days remaining until Raven Vault is granted amnesty. Under the cloak of night, a lone figure approaches the illuminated entrance of the Demon Corp camp commander's tent, his arrival shrouded in mystery. Stepping through the entrance of a military tent, the figure of Raven Vault casts a long shadow, his arrival marked by a subtle rustle of fabric. With a calm demeanor, he announces, "I'm back." A voice from within the tent responds, noting his solitary return. "It seems like you've come back alone yet again, God of Death, Raven Vault." The bald, bearded commander, seated casually with two women beside him, then shifts the conversation, inquiring about the scouting mission report. Raven Vault's expression turns serious as he delivers the grim news. "There are a large number of demons on the front lines. If they have an encounter with the main troops, our chances of winning." He looks away, the weight of his report evident in his posture, the implications of such overwhelming odds clear. The commander listens, his expression grim, processing the dire assessment. He sighs, acknowledging the harsh reality. "We would lose if it was just us." However, a glimmer of hope appears as the commander reveals, "Tomorrow." He continues, a hint of relief in his voice. "It seems like the Pendragon household will be helping us." Raven Vault's eyes widen slightly in surprise as the commander adds, "Moreover, they seem to be bringing along the strongest being." The revelation is underscored by the image of a banner bearing a dragon emblem, confirming the incredible news. They are bringing a dragon. A look of disbelief crosses his face, the news of a dragon fighting alongside them almost too fantastical to comprehend, as he questions the very idea of such a mysterious creature joining their ranks. Baltai, however, insists that while it sounds hard to believe, the Pendragons have tamed dragons for generations, and this white dragon will handle the demons for them. The name Pendragon Duke household echoes in his mind, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. They are indeed the most influential family in the empire, carrying the very blood of the emperor in their veins, their crest a symbol of immense power. Still, the idea of a dragon as a familiar seems like a legend, something he thought impossible, wondering who could truly wield such an existence. He has spent a decade of his life fighting demons, yet not once has he ever encountered a dragon. He finds it hard to believe Baltai would fall for such fairy tales, questioning if the commander has finally lost his mind. Moreover, he recalls hearing that the Pendragon household's predecessor had died, and their influence had significantly waned over the past years. A thoughtful expression settles on his face, his fingers idly tracing his jawline as he processes the conflicting information. He stands firm in his skepticism, declaring that he cannot trust this information. Baltai, however, cuts him off, reminding him that he has no right to refuse, as this is an order, though he adds that Raven doesn't have to go to the battlefield tomorrow. This unexpected concession leaves him utterly bewildered, wondering what the commander's words could possibly mean. Baltai's finger presses firmly into Raven's back, a silent command to listen, as he continues to lay out his plans. With a confident gesture, Baltai declares that with the dragon on their side, the demons will be easily handled, but Raven will be responsible for the Pendragon brat. Raven, his expression unreadable, simply acknowledges that much is acceptable. Baltai, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face, emphasizes that Raven must never leave the child's side. His gaze still lowered, Raven offers a quiet, "Understood." His lips barely moving, he confirms his compliance, stating he will do as commanded. Finally, Raven lifts his head, his amber eyes reflecting a steely resolve, the scars on his face stark against the fading light. A booming voice echoes, proclaiming, "Good, good. Now go introduce yourself to the future Duke." Baltai laughs heartily, his hand raised in a dismissive gesture, assuring Raven he will be counting on him tomorrow. The festive atmosphere resumes, with a call to continue the banquet and bring more alcohol. Under the night sky, Raven walks away from a large tent adorned with the Pendragon dragon emblem, his cloak billowing behind him as he processes the new directives. He muses internally, wondering why royalty would bother coming to such a trashy place to offer assistance. Baltai had called him a brat, and now he was tasked with taking care of a spoiled kid. Regardless of tomorrow's outcome, He knew that as long as he managed to survive, he would finally be free. With that thought firm in his mind, he approached the grand tent, its entrance glowing softly. His gloved hand reached out, parting the heavy fabric to reveal the interior. Stepping inside, he offered a polite apology for his intrusion. From within the tent's depths, a small voice demanded, "Who are you?" The unexpected question startled him, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. He then saw the source, a young child, whose gaze held an unexpected sternness. Kneeling respectfully, Raven apologized again for the disturbance, then inquired if he was indeed addressing the young lord of the Pendragon household. His posture remained deferential, hands resting on his knees as he awaited a response. The child's voice, firm and clear, confirmed, "Indeed, I am a Pendragon. Now, state your name and affairs." Looking up at the young lord, Raven introduced himself, explaining that he was ordered to protect the young lord in tomorrow's battle and had come to report. The young lord's voice, surprisingly firm for a child, dismissed him, stating that his presence was no longer needed for the moment, and that he should simply rest and prepare for the battle ahead. Raven listened, his expression unreadable. Then, the child's voice cut through the silence once more, asking if he had anything further to say. Raven, turning his head slightly, inquired if the young lord had not brought the dragon. He knew the dragon's immense firepower would be crucial for the coming conflict. The young lord calmly reassured him that the dragon would indeed be there to help tomorrow, before curtly dismissing him once more. With a simple "understood," Raven accepted the command. His footsteps echoed softly as he turned and began to walk away from the tent's glowing entrance, leaving the young lord behind. As he walked, a thought lingered in his mind. Could that truly be a mere child? The unnatural calmness the child displayed was unsettling. He had never heard of a member of a dukedom, especially one so young, coming to such a place alone. Still, he mused, it didn't truly matter, as he likely wouldn't see the young lord again after tomorrow's battle. With a final rustle of the tent's fabric, he stepped out into the night. A grand assembly gathers before a ceremonial stage, adorned with the proud banners of the Pendragon household, as anticipation builds for a significant appearance. Suddenly, a herald in ornate armor steps forward, his voice booming across the plaza, declaring, "The Pendragon young lord will be making his appearance." As the herald stands proudly on the elevated platform, Raven watches from the periphery, his gaze fixed on the stage, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic young lord. A moment passes, and the herald lets out a frustrated click of his tongue, implying a delay or perhaps a growing impatience. Raven, too, begins to question the prolonged silence, a look of confusion crossing his features before his expression tightens into a grimace. The herald attempts to speak again, his voice beginning to utter the name, Pendra, but he is abruptly cut off. A sudden, violent force erupts from the stage, shattering the air with an explosive impact and sending debris flying. From the chaos, a colossal, dark figure emerges, its horned silhouette towering over the entire assembly, casting a long shadow. Raven recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a stunned, "What the hell?" The sheer scale of the creature is overwhelming, its presence dominating the entire landscape. A piercing blue reptilian eye, framed by golden scales, opens, staring out with an ancient, powerful gaze. The realization dawns on everyone present, as a collective gasp echoes. That is, the sheer force of the dragon's manifestation sends a shockwave through the air, causing Raven to recoil, his expression a mix of disbelief and intense focus. Above, the colossal white dragon continues its descent, its massive head and gleaming golden horns cutting through the pristine blue sky. Its vast, elegant wings unfurl, each beat stirring the clouds and sending shimmering particles cascading downwards. The magnificent creature fully reveals itself, its powerful form adorned with intricate golden patterns, a true spectacle against the azure backdrop. Below, Raven stands his ground, his cloak billowing around him as he gazes up at the impossible sight, a silent witness to the unfolding majesty. The dragon's presence radiates immense power, a golden aura shimmering around its head and neck, hinting at its divine or magical nature. Its gaze, piercing and intelligent, falls upon the scene below, its blue eyes holding an ancient wisdom. Ravenbolt's face reflects the overwhelming reality, his amber eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension as he processes the sheer scale of the being before him. The thought echoes in his mind, a white dragon. As the dragon settles, its immense wing casts a shadow over the ground, momentarily obscuring a flash of red fabric. Then, a young figure emerges into view, standing regally before the colossal creature, clad in ornate white and gold armor with a flowing red cloak, a crown upon their head. Ravenbolt watches, his mind racing, as the true nature of the Pendragon young lord's arrival becomes clear, a powerful dragon acting as their majestic escort. The young lord, now revealed in gleaming silver and gold armor, gazes with a serene yet determined expression, while Ravenbolt looks on, his face etched with a mix of awe and apprehension. With a slight adjustment of her helmet, she declares, "I am called Ellen Pendragon." Her voice rings with authority as she continues, her eyes shining with resolve. "Then, without further ado, let us start the demon subjugation." A young knight, Her blonde hair flowing from beneath her helmet, gazes upward with a look of slight apprehension. Introducing herself as Ellen Pendragon, she declares the demon's subjugation should begin without further delay. The Pendragon household had pledged its assistance to the demon's subjugation, and with the White Dragon's aid, the demonic threat was swiftly neutralized. The current battleground was the demon's subjugation field of Lobton Prayer, a place now teeming with monstrous energy. From the shadows, a pack of vicious, wolf-like demons emerged, their glowing red eyes fixed on their prey. Observing the unfolding chaos, Raven Bolt stood ready, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Ellen, addressing him as young lord, confesses that she is unaccustomed to fighting while simultaneously protecting someone. As the demons lunged, Raven Bolt positioned himself defensively over her, his blade already moving to intercept the threats, urging her to remain still. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, a silent promise of unwavering resolve. He then declares that while the White Dragon handles the aerial demons, he will personally deal with the ones on the ground. With a resolute expression, Raven Bolt drew his sword, its blade glinting in the light as he prepared for the onslaught. His voice cutting through the tense air, he issued a challenge to the unseen enemies, daring them to approach. As if summoned by his words, a pair of vicious, wolf-like demons snarled into view, their red eyes fixed on him, while he met their gaze with unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he surged forward, his sword ablur as he closed the distance, a fierce glow emanating from his weapon. The impact of his blade against the demonic flesh resonated with a sharp crack, sending sparks flying through the air. Briefly pausing, he cast his gaze skyward, where the White Dragon was already engaging the aerial threats amidst swirling clouds. From above, the majestic White Dragon spread its wings, its form silhouetted against the chaotic sky as it prepared a devastating magical assault. With a powerful roar, a brilliant torrent of blue energy erupted from its maw, its eyes glowing with intense power as the blast tore through the air. The White Dragon soared gracefully through the turbulent skies, its body trailing arcs of blue energy as it engaged multiple flying demons. Simultaneously, concentrated blasts of blue energy rained down from above, striking numerous ground demons and causing explosive impacts. One particularly large, bird-like demon was caught in the devastating attack, its screech echoing as it was engulfed by the brilliant blue magic. The sky, now dark and turbulent, continued to crackle with residual magical lightning, a testament to the dragon's immense power. The White Dragon continued its devastating assault, unleashing a torrent of brilliant blue energy from its maw, sweeping it across the landscape as a wave of pure destruction, the ethereal flames consuming everything in their path. Demons caught in the radiant blast disintegrated instantly, their forms dissolving into shimmering particles as the dragon's power cleansed the area. Watching the spectacle unfold, Raven Bolt could only murmur, "How terrifying." Beside him, Harold, equally awestruck, voiced his disbelief. Who would have thought that the White Dragon really exists? He continued, reflecting on the sheer power before them. No matter what demon it is, it won't ever be a match against a dragon. I would have said that it was just a rumor, but it seems that it's true. Raven Bolt, his gaze still fixed on the aerial behemoth, acknowledged, there are a lot of demons. But then added, a hint of relief in his voice. However, just that single dragon managed to take care of the majority of them. He surveyed the now cleared battlefield, a vast expanse of defeated demonic forms, the air still shimmering with residual magic. A small smile touched his lips as he mused. The battle so far has been a breeze thanks to the dragon. Our victory is almost certain. For my last task to be this easy, my luck must have been pretty good. As he reflected, the White Dragon descended, its massive claw gently touching the earth, a testament to its immense power and grace. It then stood majestically, its towering form casting a shadow over Raven Bolt, a silent, powerful ally in the aftermath of the battle. As the White Dragon settled, a voice inquired about any injuries he or the magnificent beast might have sustained. Turning to the young Pendragon, Raven Bolt reassured her that all was well, dismissing her concerns. He reflected on the swiftness of the battle, noting how quickly it had concluded. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the air, followed by a rapid descent. A monstrous, bird-like creature with a gaping maw and sharp talons plunged towards the ground. Behind it, a vast swarm of smaller, dark avian creatures descended from the sky, creating a chaotic vortex of wings and shadows. Standing beside the colossal White Dragon, Raven Bolt watched the new threat emerge. A frustrated voice cursed the appearance of these remaining enemies. His face illuminated by a sudden, warm glow, Raven Bolt looked up, a pained and determined expression crossing his features as glowing particles danced around him. With a surge of red energy, he roared a command, urging the dragon to action. The sky above, once clear, now shimmered with an ethereal purple light, hinting at the magical energies at play. The White Dragon, its scales gleaming, prepared for battle, its golden horns catching the light as it faced the renewed assault. Raven Bolt stands beside the colossal White Dragon, his gaze fixed upwards. The young Pendragon child, helmeted and armored, also looks skyward, a silent concern etched on their face. The White Dragon's massive head turns, its crimson eyes scanning the heavens. as dark feathers begin to drift down from above, signaling the arrival of a new, ominous presence. A swarm of grotesque, bird-like creatures descends rapidly, their forms blurring with speed, filling the air with a chilling, predatory energy. There are quite a few of them, the child remarks, their voice barely audible over the growing din, prompting the white dragon to let out a thunderous roar, its head thrown back in defiance. With a guttural sound, the ancient beast prepares its formidable breath attack. And moments later, the first of the avian monsters begin to fall, their bodies plummeting lifelessly. The white dragon's powerful assault sends countless creatures spiraling down around its massive form, leaving Ravenbolt to stare up in a mix of awe and surprise at the sheer scale of the battle. As the aerial assault continued, bird-like demonic creatures clawed relentlessly at the white dragon's massive, scaly form. While Ravenbolt, his face contorted in a scream of frustration, demanded to know, "Why are you not fighting back?" His gaze was fixed on the young lord, now clad in ornate, gleaming armor, who stood unmoving amidst the chaos. With a desperate cry of, "Young lord," he grabbed the child, his expression a mix of shock and anger. He spun the young lord around, demanding, "What the hell are you doing?" A sudden impact erupted between them, sending fragments of debris scattering. Ravenbolt recoiled, a fresh cut appearing on his cheek, a gasp of surprise escaping his lips. But before he could process what had happened, a new, terrifying wave of wolf-like and bird-like demonic creatures began pouring out of a dark, swirling rift. The ground trembled as more and more emerged, a chilling realization dawning on him. The demons should have been almost dealt with. He looked down at the overwhelming horde of glowing-eyed wolves and screeching birds, their numbers far exceeding anything he had anticipated. His gaze then fell upon the young lord, now lying on the ground, as he muttered, "But to think that many would be left." The armored child lay vulnerable, surrounded by the snarling wolf demons and aggressive bird creatures, their menacing forms closing in. He had been fighting relentlessly, his movements sharp and precise against the snarling, wolf-like demons, their forms blurring with feral speed. Yet, a sense of calm had settled over the battlefield. For a dragon, a truly formidable being, stood as their ultimate protector. Its majestic form, glowing with an inner light, was a testament to its power. No matter the demon, no matter its strength, it was believed that none could stand against such a creature. The battle, so far, had indeed been a breeze thanks to the dragon's overwhelming presence, and victory seemed almost certain, making his last task feel deceptively easy. A faint smile touched his lips as he mused, thinking his luck must have been exceptionally good. But even as he stood over the armored child, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, acknowledging the sheer number of foes still present, and he silently urged the white dragon to handle them. He believed that as long as the white dragon remained their ally, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Yet, the crushing weight of reality soon descended, and he cursed himself, realizing his delusion and the foolishness of letting his guard down. The bitter taste of regret filled his mouth. As his eyes, once filled with confidence, now reflected a profound despair, the world around him blurring into a painful haze. For before him, against a dramatic, fading sky, stood the white dragon, its magnificent form impaled by countless dark spears, a symbol of shattered hope. Amidst the wreckage and the fallen, a dark boot steps carefully, its owner surveying the catastrophic aftermath of the battle. His face, streaked with blood and grime, reflects the profound despair of the moment, his amber eyes staring up at a sky that offers no solace. A single drop of crimson falls from his wounds, splattering onto the desolate ground, a stark reminder of the grim reality. He can only think, a mess. Under a sky ablaze with the dying light of day, a desolate, rocky landscape stretches out, swarming with a monstrous horde of goblins and a formidable wolf-like beast. Their guttural snarls echoing across the plains, two-horned goblins fix their malevolent gaze on an unseen target, ready to strike. One goblin lunges forward, crude sword raised, but before it can connect, another is violently thrown backward, its body contorting from a swift, unseen impact. Standing firm amidst the chaos, Ravenbolt braces himself, his glowing sword plunged into the earth as three more goblins leaped down to attack him. With a swift, brutal counter, he sends one goblin recoiling, its face contorted in agony from the powerful blow. Moving with incredible speed, his leg glows with a faint golden aura as he delivers another precise strike. Yet, the relentless assault continues, and he takes a brutal hit to the face, blood splattering as a ripple of purple energy momentarily engulfs him. His face, now streaked with more blood, is a mask of grim determination as he endures the relentless assault. With a desperate surge of power, he plunges his sword into the earth, causing a dark, swirling energy to erupt, a single, frustrated word escaping his lips. Exhausted, he leans heavily on his sword, his body slumped, but his gaze remains fixed, unwavering. Despite the blood and weariness, his eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue light, radiating raw power and fierce resolve. He knew he had sustained a deep wound, and if he were to fall now, he wouldn't be able to rise again. Blood streamed down his face, a stark testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. Looking out at the vast, wounded landscape, he mused that both he and his companion were truly foolish. Before him lay the colossal form of the white dragon, its majestic body scarred and broken, a testament to the ferocity of their shared struggle. His boots stood firm on the debris-strewn ground, glowing particles still dancing in the air around him. He took a step, his foot sinking into a pool of dark, viscous liquid that spread across the ground. Turning his gaze to the fallen beast, he spoke its name, a quiet question hanging in the air. His voice, though weary, carried a sharp edge as he asked if the white dragon was truly dead, its massive head lying still against the broken earth. Nearby, a small figure knelt beside the dragon, the Pendragon child, their presence a sudden, heartbreaking addition to the scene of devastation. A sickening splurt sound accompanied the sight of the child's face, now smeared with blood, indicating a severe injury. A pained expression crossed Raven Balt's bloodied features, his gaze fixed on the injured child, who lay motionless. He stood silently, looking down at the fallen dragon and the injured child, the weight of the battle's aftermath settling heavily upon him. The Pendragon child, battered and bleeding, struggles to breathe, slumped against the wreckage of the battlefield. Looking down at the injured figure, Raven Balt's voice is laced with disbelief, wondering if they could truly still be alive after such a devastating encounter. His own face is streaked with blood and grime, a testament to the brutal fight they had just endured. Kneeling beside the child, his desperation palpable, he demands an answer before their inevitable end. His gaze falls upon the child's arm, then back to their face, as he presses for the truth. Why did the dragon halt its assault mid-battle? The memory of that critical moment flashes through his mind, the sudden, inexplicable pause that changed everything. He accuses the child, his voice strained, of having commanded the white dragon to intervene, pointing to its massive, injured form. Standing amidst the devastation, he looms over both the fallen dragon and the child, the weight of their shared predicament heavy in the air. The child's eyes, wide with pain, meet his, as he continues his relentless questioning. His voice rises in anguish, lamenting that victory would have been theirs if the dragon hadn't inexplicably ceased its attacks. Grabbing the child by the collar, his face contorted in a desperate plea for understanding, he demands to know why they would betray their chance at survival. A spear pierces him through the chest, the impact sending a spray of blood across the air as his body is violently thrown back. A guttural cry escapes his lips, blood erupting from his mouth as the pain overwhelms him. His form collapses, hitting the ground with a heavy thud, the force of the blow leaving him utterly defeated. Lying prone and vulnerable, he can only watch as his attacker's hand looms over him. Even with his heart pierced, he refused to die, truly living up to his name, the Immortal. A voice echoes, calling out, Ravenvault. Baltai stands over the fallen warrior, his hand resting on his hip, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He begins to speak again, his words cutting off abruptly. Still on the ground, Raven's face is streaked with blood, his eyes burning with a fierce, unyielding resolve despite his injuries. Baltai lets out a booming laugh, declaring that the struggle will finally come to an end. With a final, decisive command, he orders his army to attack, sending a lone soldier charging forward. The ground trembles as a wave of armored soldiers rushes forward, their weapons glinting in the light, ready to overwhelm the fallen hero. The banner of a royal house, emblazoned with a golden lion and crown, flutters against a fiery sky, its presence a stark contrast to the unfolding chaos. Amidst the devastation, Raven Balt, his face etched with disbelief, questions the sight before him, wondering why Baltai would be leading the Imperial army. Baltai, his expression a chilling smirk, dismisses the surprise, his words dripping with cold calculation. The young Pendragon child, a spear point menacingly close to her face, reveals the depth of the treachery, explaining that it was all meticulously planned from the very start. Her voice, though strained, carries a hint of defiance, as she speaks of those who stubbornly refuse to give in. Baltai looms over the kneeling child, a cruel victor, while Raven Balt watches, helpless, as the scene of betrayal culminates in a brutal display of power. The child's gaze, filled with a mix of fear and resignation, lifts towards her executioner, her fate sealed by the ruthless machinations of their enemy. A wide, predatory grin spreads across Baltai's face, reveling in the complete subjugation of his former allies. Suddenly, a swift, brutal strike tears through the air, leaving behind a violent spray of black and crimson energy. The impact continues, a flurry of dark force and blood, signifying a fatal blow delivered with merciless efficiency. Ravenbalt's head, severed from his body, flies through the air, his eyes still wide with a mixture of shock and defiance, even as blood splatters around him. Yet, his headless body remains standing, a dark, ethereal energy beginning to emanate from the wound, hinting at his extraordinary resilience. His body, severed from his head, still fell with a sickening thud, blood spraying in a dark arc against the glowing magical energy that pulsed around him. Even in this state, a guttural sound escaped him, his eyes wide with a desperate, pained realization. Meanwhile, Baltai, observing the scene with a cruel smile, mused aloud that the Pendragon child's death had been predetermined long ago, and now, this one, too, would meet his end. Pinned to the blood-soaked ground, a pained groan escaped him, his body still struggling against the overwhelming force. Baltai's voice, dripping with condescension, echoed above him, asking if it wasn't so close for Raven. Just a little bit more, and he would have gotten his freedom. He then roughly grabbed the injured man's head, inquiring if the pain was plenty painful, his grip firm and unyielding. The commander acknowledged his extraordinary physical abilities, a hint of grudging respect in his tone, even as he continued his torment. His bloodied face contorted in agony. The man's abnormal healing was also noted, a testament to his unnatural resilience. Baltai pressed his head down, confirming that he knew of these abilities, and confessed that he had only pretended not to know for the sake of this very day. But even with such strong healing, he wondered if severing his neck again would finally kill him. A wide, malevolent grin spread across Baltai's face as he declared it a pity that the man would die here without achieving his so-called freedom. His vision blurred, a metallic tang filling his mouth as blood welled up, the pain of familiar, unwelcome companion. He had fought for so long, all to become free and to rebuild his household. For a decade, he had battled for this very objective, but even after all that time, he wondered, wasn't this all for nothing? A chilling memory surfaced, the question echoing in his mind. Was this the same as that time, when he was held captive, helpless? The heavy chains of his past seemed to bind him once more, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. He knew the bitter truth. The weak and the powerless were the ones condemned to endure such humiliation, the ones forced to die in places like this. Even now, with freedom so tantalizingly close, he found himself on the precipice of despair. As a sharp blade descended, a voice whispered his name, Raven, a cruel prelude to the final blow. The cold steel glinted, and the voice continued, promising to reveal a little secret. Baltai's face, twisted in a malicious grin, confirmed the source of his torment. He spoke of the rebellion that the Vault family had been forced to carry for the past 10 years, his words dripping with contempt. As the world around him dissolved into a painful haze, a voice echoed with chilling clarity, revealing that his very entrance into the Demon Corp and his impending demise alongside the Pendragon heir had all been meticulously orchestrated. Held firmly by his captor, Raven Balt's body was a canvas of fresh wounds, blood streaking his face as the grim reality settled in. His amber eyes, wide with a mix of pain and dawning comprehension, reflected the cruel light of his predicament. A single disbelieving thought formed in his mind, a desperate whisper of what? The young lord's gaze lifted slightly, his expression a mask of shock and agony as the full weight of the deception pressed down upon him. Blood streamed from his eyes and nose, yet his gaze remained fixed, a silent testament to the profound impact of the revelation. His tormentor, Baltai, delivered another crushing blow, the impact sending a jolt through Raven Balt's already battered body, muttering that the only unexpected variable in his grand scheme was the dragon's surprising weakness. The man stood over him, his imposing figure silhouetted against the fiery sky, confirming that every single event had unfolded precisely according to someone's meticulous plans. With a final, cruel pronouncement, Baltai bid farewell to the little crow. A swift, arcing motion cut through the air, a blur of lethal intent. The impact was instantaneous and devastating, Raven Balt's face contorting in a silent scream as the world went dark. A violent spray of crimson erupted, painting the ground as his life was once again brutally severed. The fatal blow lands, a crimson spray erupting as his head is severed, yet even in death, a brilliant white light emanates from his form. The light and blood disperse into the air, a stark silence falling over the desolate landscape. Nearby, the white dragon lets out a pained cry, its massive body impaled by countless blades, its gaze fixed upwards in agony. A single tear, heavy with sorrow, slowly rolls down its scaled cheek, a testament to its profound suffering. Its mighty form, once so majestic, now lies broken upon the barren earth, the numerous swords pinning it down like a grotesque monument. The dragon's head rests heavily on the ground, while nearby, Raven Balt's bloodied face remains still, his eyes closed in what appears to be eternal slumber. A final trickle of blood escapes the dragon's mouth, its blue eyes staring blankly, reflecting the grim sky above. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupts, shattering the stillness with its intense glow. A disembodied voice echoes through the radiant light, declaring that all of the conditions have been fulfilled. Amidst the impaled swords and glowing particles, a figure begins to descend from the heavens, falling towards the scarred earth. The descent is swift and brutal, the figure a mere silhouette against the darkening sky, hurtling towards an unknown fate. With a heavy thud, the body impacts the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and glowing embers among the countless swords. As the white dragon's life ebbs away, a final tremor shakes its massive wing, the sound echoing across the desolate landscape. Dark, viscous liquid begins to drip from above, interspersed with shimmering particles, signaling a profound magical shift. The white dragon, its body streaked with dark blood, descends slowly, its crimson eyes still burning with a fading light amidst the swirling magical energy. Below, the sun begins to rise over a desolate landscape of jagged spires, its light piercing through the lingering magical residue, illuminating the aftermath of the cataclysm. The air itself seems to hum with a declaration, the conditions for a powerful ritual being met. blood of 1,000 humans, it resonates. The magical energy swirls, confirming the next requirements: royal blood and royal dragon blood, a potent mixture for an ancient spell. Under a full moon, the white dragon's form is seen once more, its eyes now glowing with an ethereal blue light, as the final condition is declared, in the meeting of the sun and the moon. With all conditions fulfilled, a voice echoes with resolute intent, declaring, "I will now fulfill the oath." Suddenly, a blinding surge of brilliant blue energy erupts, enveloping a figure in its radiant glow, signaling the beginning of a profound transformation. The blue light intensifies, coalescing into a powerful, upward-surging column of pure mana, its force pushing against the very fabric of reality. The figure within the light begins to solidify, its form still obscured by the overwhelming radiance, as particles of blue energy scatter outwards, marking the completion of the ritual. From the dissipating energy, Raven Balt's face emerges, his jet-black hair framing eyes that now glow with an intense, electric blue, the surrounding space filled with lingering blue motes and dark, swirling streaks, a testament to the power he has just absorbed. The white dragon, its massive form now grounded, stirs with a low rumble. As it lifts its majestic head towards the full moon, its gaze fixed on the celestial body. A profound declaration echoes from its ancient maw. "Everything will be on you now." Amidst a swirling vortex of blue light and shimmering particles, a new title is bestowed, the Dragon Rider. The white dragon's own eyes begin to glow with the same electric blue light, a silent testament to the profound connection now forged. Amidst a vast, star-dusted expanse, where a brilliant moon hangs in the deep blue, a voice echoes, speaking of an ancient pact, declaring that with the meeting of the sun and the moon, an oath will be fulfilled, and everything will now fall upon the Dragon Rider, a heavy burden passed on. As if summoned by the declaration, the majestic form of the white dragon, its scales gleaming with golden light, materializes against the cosmic backdrop, its crimson eyes burning with ancient power. The cosmic void continues to swirl with luminous particles, a silent testament to the profound events unfolding. Suddenly, a thought pierces the ethereal silence, a question born of confusion and disorientation. Did I die? Raven Balt floats, suspended upside down in the shimmering darkness, his body enveloped in a soft golden aura and surrounded by glowing blue motes, his amber eyes wide with a dawning realization. He recognizes the profound, tearing sensation from within, a feeling he remembers all too well. It is the very same sensation he experiences when his body regenerates. A single tear, glowing blue like the surrounding particles, escapes his eye and drifts upward, a soft gurgling sound accompanying its ascent. The realization solidifies, a profound truth dawning upon him. Then it means, I'm still. As consciousness slowly returned, a figure lay still, partially obscured by shadow. His hand twitched, and his eyes fluttered open, a single thought echoing in his mind. Where am I? He lifted his hands, observing them with a dawning realization. What? Seems like there's something on my wrist. As Raven Balt stirred and sat upright, a maid standing nearby gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She began to stammer. Why? Her face flushing with shock and concern as she finally managed to exclaim, "Young master." The maid recoiled, her hand flying to her mouth in alarm. "Master, this is bad." Somewhat. Her entire body tensed with fright as she cried out once more, "The young master." Meanwhile, Raven Balt, now sitting up and peering from behind a luxurious curtain, heard her frantic cries, "Young M." He looked around the opulent chamber, his mind reeling from the unfamiliar grandeur. Such an extravagant room. I've never seen this before. As the maid's hurried footsteps faded, another set of more urgent strides approached, the older man rushing towards the room, while Raven Balt continued his internal monologue. Where the hell am I? The older man burst into the doorway, his face a mixture of shock and profound relief as he exclaimed, "Young master, did you finally wake up?" A lingering sense of disorientation washes over him, the world still a blur of unfamiliarity. As his vision clears, he finds himself facing three figures standing in an ornate doorway, an older man, a maid, and an older woman, all looking at him with a mixture of shock and relief. The older man, his face etched with profound relief, exclaims that the young master is finally awake, after what must have been a long wait. He and the maid rush to his side, their concern palpable as the older man asks if he is all right. Still struggling to grasp his surroundings, he looks at them with a desperate plea, asking if they remember him. His brow furrows in confusion as he questions if he is truly the young master they speak of. The older man, now identified as Conrad, confirms with a resolute expression that it is indeed him. With a look of profound surprise, Conrad then reveals that this grand estate is the Pendragon household castle. The camera pulls back, showcasing the magnificent castle, its spires reaching towards a bright, cloud-dotted sky, a testament to ancient power and wealth. Conrad's voice continues, echoing through the opulent halls, proclaiming him as its master. He sits on the bed, his blonde hair falling around his face, his blue eyes still wide with disbelief, the weight of this new reality settling upon him. And then, the name is finally revealed, Aaron Pendragon. His eyes flutter open, a vivid blue staring back at him from an unfamiliar reflection. A wave of confusion washes over him, his brow furrowing as he takes in the long, blonde hair and delicate features. A soft gasp escapes his lips, the sound barely audible in the quiet room. His mind races, the name echoing in his thoughts. I'm Aaron Pendragon. The realization hits him with a jolt, his body tensing as he struggles to process the impossible truth. As a maid approaches with a basin of water, he catches another glimpse of his transformed self, his blue eyes wide with disbelief. He stares into the mirror, the reflection of a stranger staring back, a blonde-haired man with an expression of utter bewilderment. His thoughts are a whirlwind of confusion, as he desperately tries to piece together the fragments of his memory, wondering, what the hell happened? The maid, Lindy, observes his distress, asking gently, young master, perhaps you didn't remember what you look like. Conrad, the butler, intervenes, his voice calm and reassuring. Lindy, the young master must be confused as he just woke up, so don't force it. It's natural since he's been unconscious for 3 years. The revelation of 3 years lost sends a fresh wave of shock through Aaron, his mind reeling at the thought of the time that has passed since the last battle he remembers. 3 years? It's been 3 years since that battle. A fleeting image of his past self, clad in dark armor, flashes through his mind, a stark contrast to his current appearance, as a single word escapes him. But, even after being decapitated, he was certain he had died back there, yet here he was, still existing. As a near-immortal being, he questioned why he wasn't simply reviving in his old form, but instead found himself split between 2 identities. The golden energy pulsed between his past and present selves, leaving him to wonder if he had truly become a Pendragon. Suddenly, a bright light streamed into the room, as a large, ornate door swung open. A woman with blonde hair and a regal dress rushed in, her face etched with shock and overwhelming relief as she cried out, Aaron, my son. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she leaned closer, asking if he had truly woken up. From behind her, a maid exclaimed, recognizing the woman as Lady Helene. Conrad, the butler, stood among the small crowd, his thoughts betraying a hint of weariness as he wondered who it was this time. Lady Helene, Baltai, and Conrad all looked on, the woman repeating Aaron's name with profound emotion. The maid, standing beside Lady Helene, also expressed her surprise, asking if he had truly woken up. Aaron Pendragon, his blue eyes wide, looked back at them, a single exclamation mark hanging in the air as his confusion deepened. Lady Helene, now beaming with joy, clenched her fists in a gesture of profound relief, with Baltai smiling gently behind her. A profound sense of disorientation washes over him, his mind grappling with a fragmented memory, wondering who he was and who that person could have been. His blonde hair falling around his face, Aaron Pendragon's blue eyes widened slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his features as he tries to recall. Meanwhile, Lady Helene offers a reassuring wink, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. She then speaks with heartfelt relief, thanking the heavens for Aaron's awakening and gently asking if he remembers her, his mother. Sitting up in the opulent bed, Aaron's mind races, confessing his complete memory loss and questioning if his current reality is nothing more than a dream. As Helene and Conrad observe him, a thought crosses her mind, a silent musing about whether she, the old lady, is perhaps the source of his confusion. With a questioning gesture, Aaron points, his gaze drawn to something beyond their immediate vicinity. Helene, understanding his unspoken question, gestures towards a grand door, confirming his thought about the world outside. His blue eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, Aaron's expression shifts, a profound realization dawning upon him. A single, stunned thought echoes in his mind, as he begins to grasp the scale of his new reality. His gaze falls upon a magnificent, sprawling structure, its white walls gleaming under a clear blue sky. The intricate details of the grand building come into focus, revealing golden accents and elegant architecture that speak of immense wealth and power. High above the grand estate, a magnificent white dragon with golden accents soared through the clear blue sky, its immense tail coiling gracefully around a golden domed tower, a powerful guardian overlooking the vast domain. Its sharp, blue eyes glowed with an ancient wisdom, a faint azure aura shimmering around its regal head. One of its massive claws rested gently on a plush red carpet, sparkling motes of light dancing around its formidable form. Meanwhile, Aaron Pendragon, his blonde hair falling across his face, looked utterly bewildered, his blue eyes wide with confusion. A single name echoed in his mind, a question he couldn't quite place, Soldrake? At the mere whisper of that name, the white dragon's head snapped up, its blue eyes flaring with an intense, sudden light. A powerful, unseen force erupted, shaking the very foundations of the grand hall. The dragon let out a deafening roar, its maw wide open as bursts of orange energy, and a fierce blue aura pulsed around it. The sheer impact of its power shattered the air, sending glittering fragments flying in every direction. Aaron was violently thrown backward, a scream tearing from his throat as he was engulfed by the destructive force. The blue energy continued to surge, a relentless wave of power crashing down. Still reeling from the dragon's sudden assault, he is sent flying through the air, the sheer force of the impact shaking the very ground beneath him. As he struggles to regain his bearings, a name escapes his lips, a whisper of recognition amidst the chaos. Soldrake. A wave of confusion washes over him, his mind racing to comprehend why he knows this white dragon's name, even as a nagging thought persists that it had died alongside Eren back then, leaving him utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Standing before the colossal beast in a desolate, ruined landscape, he wonders if it truly revived, or if it had simply been alive in that dormant state all along, its immense presence casting a long shadow over him. His brow furrows in deep thought, a growing sense of frustration building as he realizes he's not understanding a single thing that's happening, the pieces of his memory stubbornly refusing to connect. Reaching out a hand that glows with a faint, ethereal light, he calls out to the creature once more, a desperate plea for understanding. Drake? Suddenly, a fragmented memory flashes through his mind, showing Helene shielding a young child alongside Conrad, her voice echoing with fierce determination. I won't allow you to hurt my son anymore. Back in the present, the white dragon's golden crown glints menacingly amidst the swirling debris, its ancient power radiating outwards. Its piercing blue eye, now glowing with an intense, predatory light, fixes upon him, a low, guttural growl rumbling deep within its chest. A man cries out in distress, his arm outstretched as if to ward off an unseen threat, while a woman bravely steps forward, shielding a small child with her body as a shimmering barrier erupts around them. Above them, the colossal head of the white dragon descends, its golden armor gleaming with an ominous light. Its gaze fixed intently on the figures below. The barrier shatters around them, and the woman urgently pushes the child back, shouting a desperate warning, while the man grabs Eren, pulling him away from the immediate danger with a worried cry of his name. Yet, in a surprising turn, the woman gently reaches out, her hand resting softly on the dragon's snout. A serene expression on her face as she stands beside the colossal beast. Eren watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. As the man holds him close, urging him to sit down because of the lingering danger. Eren, what's wrong? It's dangerous, so please sit down. The woman then places a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. And Eren, still held by the man, looks at her with a dawning recognition, a single thought forming in his mind. That old lady. As the vivid memory continued to unfold, a thought echoed through his mind, wondering if he was truly the only one capable of perceiving her. The scene shifted, focusing on the majestic, golden-armored leg of the white dragon, its scales gleaming under the bright sky. Helene, with a gentle touch, reached out to the dragon's massive head, a silent understanding passing between them. A close-up revealed the dragon's ancient eye, reflecting the light with an almost knowing gaze. With a powerful surge, the white dragon moved, its immense form blurring with speed. It soared into the sky, its vast wings carrying it effortlessly, as Helene watched from below. Moments later, Helene stood beside Conrad, both figures observing something unseen with quiet intensity. The white dragon ascended further, becoming a distant silhouette against the blue, leaving Helene to look up, a sense of longing in her posture. A subtle shift came over her, her form beginning to waver as if caught in a gentle breeze. She began to dissolve into countless sparkling particles, her image fading away like a dream. The observer's mind registered the impossible. She had simply disappeared. The memory's impact was profound, leaving Ravenbolt with a look of deep shock and confusion, his blonde hair and blue eyes reflecting the vividness of the past. As the memory continued to unfold, a soft gasp escaped Helene, her expression shifting to one of profound concern. A voice, filled with concern, then broke the silence, asking if Lady Helene was all right. She reassured Melbon that she was fine, but her thoughts were already elsewhere, on something far more important. Her gaze remained distant, lost in the unfolding events of the past. A deep unease settled upon her, her brow furrowed with unspoken worry. The memory continued to play, revealing the extravagant castle, the worried servants, and the name of the white dragon that suddenly came into his mind as he stood back to back with the blonde-haired girl, a brilliant, golden light erupting between them. He looked down at his bare feet, a profound realization dawning upon him, that he had truly become Eren Pendragon. Meanwhile, in another part of the memory, Helene's eyes widened in shock, her voice barely a whisper as she uttered, Eren. Her face contorted with anguish, a desperate cry escaping her lips, Mom. Yet, the memory shifted, revealing a chilling, unsettling smile on her face, her eyes holding a sinister glint that belied her earlier distress. As the memory unfolds, Helene looks towards Conrad, her expression etched with worry, asking if he is all right. Meanwhile, Ravenbolt, observing the scene from a distance in his memory form, realizes there is no point in remaining confused. He runs a hand through his long, blonde hair, knowing he will have to gather information to put things into a better perspective, and so he decides to start with the information gathering. The Demon Corps, an inferior unit with virtually no human rights, was a place where only the worst of the worst were thrown. Yet Ravenbolt, cloaked and scarred, managed to survive a full year in that infernal environment, seated atop a defeated beast as the desolate landscape burned around him. In fact, he endured for 10 long years there, honing his skills amidst the remains of countless foes. He spent that time polishing himself nonstop, both in his combat abilities and his abnormal regeneration, becoming a warrior whom no human or demon could hope to compare with. It was said that no one could compare to his prowess, especially after the Lobton Prairie demon subjugation, a feat that solidified his legend. His last battle before being freed saw him standing before the towering White Dragon, a formidable foe in a desolate, war-torn land. It was on that battlefield that the Pendragon young master and he were plotted against, and both lost their lives. At least, they were supposed to have remained dead, their fates sealed by that tragic event. But instead, he had come back to life in the young master's body, a twist of fate defying all expectations. Now, the blonde young master stands in a lavish room, his past self, the hooded warrior, a spectral shadow behind him, a stark reminder of the life he once led. And time itself had reverted back to 7 years before that fateful battle, offering a second chance at destiny. And now, the once formidable Raven Bolt found himself in an utterly unfamiliar and rather humiliating predicament. A young maid, her expression a mix of concern and determination, called out to him, addressing him as young master. She held a spoon laden with food, her voice gentle yet firm as she urged him, "Now, please say, ah." Confined to a bed, the former Demon Corps veteran found himself being spoon-fed by the diligent maid, a stark contrast to his previous life of brutal combat. His internal monologue echoed his disbelief, lamenting, "I'm being fed like a baby," as the crest of the White Dragon Duke subtly appeared in the background. This new chapter, titled Pendragon Chapter 6, marked a significant passage of time. As he reflected, "It's been a few days since I first woke up." Attempting to assert some independence, he tried to feed himself, muttering, "I can at least feed myself." But the maid quickly intervened, declaring, "No can do. You stay quiet, as it was the doctor's orders after all." With unwavering resolve, she held the spoon closer, insisting, "So, please open up your mouth." This maid's name, he learned, was Lindsay, and she had been in charge of Aaron's daily affairs before his sudden coma, a fact that now explained her meticulous care. As Lindsay continued to feed him, he couldn't help but think, how unbelievably overprotective to even be treating me as bluntly as this. He resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging, "Shit. Since I become Aaron, I have no choice but to follow through with it. But this is beyond embarrassing." With a sigh, he opened his mouth once more, allowing Lindsay to continue her dutiful, if mortifying, task. A meticulously prepared breakfast tray sits on a polished table, awaiting its recipient. Lindsay's voice, ever diligent, thanks the young master for his hard work, assuring him that while his medicine is being prepared, she will assist him in getting dressed. Her expression a mix of concern and unwavering resolve, she stands before him, ready to fulfill her duties. But the young master, still seated on the edge of his bed, firmly states that there is no need for assistance, as he can manage it himself. He continues, explaining he will wash his face shortly, and simply asks her to bring his clothes, adding a request for a hairband, finding his long hair a bother. As he rises from the bed, stretching his arms above his head, Lindsay watches him with a growing sense of alarm. Her eyes widen in panic, a visible shockwave of distress emanating from her as she realizes his intent. With a desperate cry of, "Young master," she lunges forward, attempting to intercept him before he can take another step. Her maid's dress billows around her as she moves with surprising speed, her bare feet pounding against the floor. She confronts him directly, her voice filled with urgency as she insists he cannot walk yet, warning that it will disturb his body. Their faces are inches apart, both etched with a mix of desperation and stubbornness, the tension between them palpable. Lindsay, now firmly grasping his arm, declares she will take care of his clothes and his hair, her resolve unyielding as she pulls him back. Lindsay's voice rings out with a desperate plea, her eyes wide with concern as she tries to manage the young master, who, despite his frustration, attempts to calm her down, assuring her that he has the situation under control. Unconvinced, the maid insists, telling him to simply wait where he is. A small stool sits innocently in the room, its presence a silent testament to the ongoing domestic struggle. Resigned to his fate, Raven Bolt sits on the stool, his internal monologue revealing a deep weariness, as he declares his intention to comply, yet secretly yearns for solitude, acknowledging that he is now in Lindsay's care. His thoughts continue, a bitter reflection on his new reality, having only just arrived in this life. The young master sits, bathed in a soft, warm light, the sparkling aura around him contrasting with his inner turmoil. He stands, now fully dressed in a pristine uniform, the sparkling background emphasizing his noble status. Yet his internal monologue reveals a deep resentment for the constant pampering, lamenting that everyone does everything for him in this life. His frustration boils over, confessing that he is truly terrible at dealing with such overwhelming attention, his stomach aching from the stress. Overwhelmed, he covers his face with a hand, a grimace of pure exasperation twisting his features, the red background reflecting his intense emotional state. Lindsay, ever diligent, approaches him again, inquiring if he has finished changing and what might be troubling him, to which he can only offer a dismissive, "No, it's nothing." Relieved by his response, she beams, eagerly asking if there's anything else he needs, insisting he only has to speak the word. Still being fussed over by Lindsay, the young lord, Aaron, internally seethes, finding the constant attention unbearable, wishing only to be left alone to rest, but his maid's diligence knows no bounds. Suddenly, a sharp clatter from the door jolts him, his eyes widening in alarm as a new wave of anxiety washes over him. A gentle voice from beyond the threshold inquires, concerned about his physical state. Through the now open doors, two figures emerge, a graceful woman and a small, bright-eyed child. The woman offers a warm, radiant smile, her presence filling the room with a soft glow, while the child, with wide, innocent eyes, looks on with a hint of sadness. Lindsay, ever the attentive maid, announces their arrival, identifying them as Lady Aaron and Lady Mia. Lindsay appears surprised by the unexpected visitors, but Aaron is utterly exasperated, internally cursing his perpetually terrible timing. Before anyone can react, Mia dashes forward with quick, eager steps, her sister Aaron calling out in a futile attempt to stop her. Aaron watches in wide-eyed horror as the child closes the distance, his composure completely shattered by the sudden, affectionate assault. With a soft thud, Mia wraps her arms tightly around his leg, clinging to him with all her might. She gazes up at him with sparkling, innocent eyes, her affection a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. Still trapped within Aaron Pendragon's body, he forces a wide, almost painful smile, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. His older sister, Aaron, approaches him with a concerned expression, apologizing for any disturbance and asking if he can now walk normally. He dismisses her worries, assuring her that as long as it's just walking, he's fine, while the maid, Lindsay, attends to Aaron, politely asking her to take a seat. Aaron thanks Lindsay, settling into the chair with young Mia already perched on her lap, the picture of a loving family. Mia, still clinging to him, looks up with Aaron, both asking if they've disturbed him, their innocent concern a heavy burden on his shoulders. He manages another strained smile, reassuring them that everything is fine. Aaron, beaming with genuine happiness, expresses how thrilled they all were to hear he had woken up. She continues, mentioning the courtyard flowers have finally bloomed, and suggests they go see them together once he's able to leave the room. Aaron then brings up a cornflower he supposedly planted before his coma, asking if he remembers it, causing him to internally groan, realizing her incessant chatter has begun anew. A small trickle of blood escapes his nose as he thinks to himself, how this sister of his truly talks too much, especially since he fabricated the memory loss. However, despite the annoyance, he acknowledges that her constant talking has provided him with a wealth of information. This includes details about the kind of person Aaron was, as Aaron, oblivious to his true thoughts, gives a cheerful thumbs up. He learns that instead of training with a sword, Aaron Pendragon preferred to immerse himself in reading and painting, finding solace in growing plants rather than engaging in combat. This artistic inclination defined his youth, a stark contrast to the martial expectations of his noble lineage. And for a time, that was perfectly acceptable. However, the narrative continues. Aaron was also known as a coward, often retreating to his room to avoid social interaction. Consequently, his sword skills were lackluster, and his overall combat abilities were equally deficient. Soon enough, whispers and rumors about his incompetence spread throughout other noble households. Behind the scenes, the Duke household's successor became a widespread laughingstock. Reflecting on this past, he muses that it's no wonder the Pendragon household eventually fell from grace. But now, with time having reverted, he has become Aaron, inhabiting the body of a 17-year-old, roughly 10 years younger than when he first encountered him on the battlefield. According to the castle servants, Aaron had fallen into a coma at 14 and only awakened 3 years later. This period of unconsciousness, marked by faint, shimmering particles, was when the original Aaron's life paused. He concludes that there must be a profound reason why he took over Aaron's body precisely while the boy was in a coma. The precise reason for his transmigration isn't important, he muses, what truly matters is that he is still alive, having returned 7 years into the past. A faint, almost ethereal smile graces the face of Aaron Pendragon, as if acknowledging the profound opportunity now presented, a chance to rewrite a destiny once marred by weakness. This is his redo, a second chance to rectify the past, to reclaim what was lost when he was sent to the demon core, bringing dishonor upon his family. His true form, Raven Bolt, appears in a flash of blue light, eyes glowing with fierce determination, ready to seize this opportunity. He stands resolute, his gaze unwavering, a stark contrast to the original Aaron Pendragon. He has been granted a second chance to achieve what was once impossible, and he intends to start by unraveling the mysteries of his past. His thoughts drift back to the words of Baltai, a memory that still echoes with unresolved meaning. Baltai's voice, a distant echo, speaks of the dishonor his family suffered due to a rebellion 10 years prior, his own entrance into the demon core, and his death that very day. A brutal flashback shows his past self, bloodied and defeated, as Baltai's words declare, all of them are related. For the sake of understanding what Baltai truly meant back then, he knows he must delve deeper into these intertwined events. As both Aaron Pendragon and Raven Vault, he will fight once more, forging a new path. A confident, almost mischievous smile spreads across Aaron Pendragon's face, reflecting the renewed resolve within. A young woman with a bright smile announces that Lady Luna is coming to see her brother. She continues, detailing the arrival of Lady Luna, but then pauses, sensing a lack of attention. Looking up at the blonde man, who appears lost in thought, she asks if he is listening, prompting a quick apology from him as he urges her to continue. Satisfied with his response, she gives a cheerful affirmation. With a renewed, sparkling enthusiasm, she reiterates that Lady Luna is on her way to see him. His expression remains one of utter bewilderment, as he finally voices his confusion, asking who this Lady Luna could be. The young woman's cheerful demeanor falters, her face softening with concern as she apologizes, acknowledging that his memories are still recovering. She then provides context, explaining that Lady Luna is a member of the Pendragon Cavalry and the foster daughter of Count Sirid, her words accompanied by a visual of the Pendragon family crest. The blonde man stands silently, a cascade of red roses blooming around him, as if marking a significant moment of realization. The young woman, now seated and clasping her hands with a knowing smile, begins to reveal the deeper connection. She finishes her sentence with a single, impactful word, declaring Lady Luna to be his fiancée. The blonde man, now holding the small child, stares wide-eyed in shock, the revelation clearly overwhelming him. His eyes wide with disbelief, the revelation of his engagement still echoed in Raven Bolt's mind, leaving him only able to utter a single, bewildered sound. Huh. Meanwhile, the journey continued, the rhythmic thud of horse hooves marking their steady progress along a dusty road. A full procession, complete with a carriage and armored riders, moved through the sun-dappled countryside, their destination drawing ever closer. One of the escorting riders called out, informing those within the carriage that they would soon be reaching Conrad Castle on the duchy territory, urging them to endure for just a little while longer. The horses continued their tireless pace, carrying the party forward. Inside the carriage, Lady Luna sat composed, her presence a quiet counterpoint to the young lord's internal turmoil. Her gaze was steady, her expression serene, as the world outside blurred past. A procession of knights on horseback makes its way down a sun-dappled road, their armor gleaming under the clear sky. One of them muses that after 3 long years, Lady Luna would finally be able to meet her fiancé once more. The knight leading the charge, Joseph Breeden, rides alongside a grand carriage, within which Lady Luna herself is seated, her gaze distant. Turning his head slightly, Breeden asks if she could perhaps share her current feelings. A slight smile plays on his lips, his expression one of polite inquiry. His gaze remains fixed, awaiting her response. This is Joseph Breeden, the head knight of Count Sirod's household. From within the carriage, a soft sigh escapes Lady Luna, her expression unreadable. She responds with a question of her own, wondering why she must confide in someone like him. Lady Luna sits elegantly within the carriage, her regal attire and composed posture betraying little of her inner thoughts. With a dismissive wave, she instructs him to simply do his job and not concern himself with her. Her expression remains impassive, though her thoughts betray a deeper disdain for the situation she finds herself in, as Luna Sirod, of the Count Sirod household, is formally introduced. A subtle shift in her posture hints at her inner turmoil, even as she maintains a composed exterior. Meanwhile, a figure named Aaron Pendragon peeks cautiously from behind a curtain, his eyes wide with apprehension. He sits on the floor, a picture of dejection, described as a weak, pathetic human whose gender seems ambiguous. Luna's thoughts continue, reflecting on the futility of their connection, believing that even if she were to seek him out, he would likely be hiding fearfully in the shadows, making any real conversation impossible. She gazes distantly at the figure of Aaron, her mind recalling the pragmatic reasons for their engagement, a union she entered into solely for the benefit of her family. However, her internal monologue takes a decisive turn, declaring that this arrangement ends today. The decision is not her own, but that of her father, Count Sirod, who has finally decided to terminate the engagement. Symbolically, 2 hands, one delicate and one slightly larger, pull apart, shattering the bond of betrothal over a banner bearing a dragon emblem. The reason for this abrupt termination becomes clear, as the narrative reveals Duke Pendragon's power has significantly waned over the past few years. Luna and Aaron stand back to back, their gazes averted, embodying the finality of the decision, as there is simply no longer any benefit to marrying into a declining household. Her final, cutting thought echoes the sentiment that from the very beginning, she never truly recognized such a weak person as her betrothed. Luna stands before Aaron, who remains seated, her expression unreadable as she processes the finality of their broken engagement. A quiet thought escapes her, revealing a profound sense of relief that her father had finally ordered the breakup. Even as their purpose was to formally inform the Pendragon household and offer apologies, she couldn't help but wonder if young Master Aaron had matured at all. Now seated, Luna turns her gaze away, a portrait of a knight, Joseph Breeden, hanging prominently on the wall beside her. Her thoughts continue, dismissing any concern for the Pendragon knights, as she asserts her intention to handle the discussions herself, ensuring no agitation from their side. Meanwhile, Joseph Breeden lets out a derisive snort, a clear sign of his contempt. He scoffs at the idea of the Pendragon knights healing, declaring that regardless of Aaron's current state, the past glory of the household could never be recovered. His armored hands gesture dismissively as he prepares to reveal the underlying reason for his certainty. Under a serene moonlit sky, he explains that Eren had once failed to form a pact with the dragon. The majestic white dragon statue stands as a silent testament to this failure, its form imposing against the grand architecture. With Eren lying defeated on the cold ground, Joseph Breeden concludes that the Pendragon household would only continue its decline from this point forward. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he utters a single, ominous word, however. Joseph Breeden, still basking in the Sirod household's rising fortunes, proudly declares that if it were up to him, he would bring them far more glory than the Pendragons ever could, his arm outstretched in a confident gesture. As he continues to mock the idea of a Pendragon without a dragon, asserting his own sufficiency, before a sharp voice cuts him off, calling out his name. The speaker, Count Sirod, listens with a subtle frown, her expression unreadable, finding his boasting unpleasant and instructing him to fall back. Her gloved hand rests delicately on her arm, a picture of refined disapproval. Joseph Breeden, chastened, bows deeply and offers a polite apology, acknowledging her as my lady. Count Sirod's thoughts drift, wondering if there are any truly respectable men from either the Pendragon or Sirod households, a deep skepticism coloring her internal monologue. Her eyes are closed in contemplation, a weary expression on her face. She concludes that they are either weak or boastful, her gaze sharp and critical. And she doesn't like either, her disdain clear against the bright, cloud-filled sky. Meanwhile, a carriage makes its way down a winding road, departing from a grand castle, its journey just beginning. Within the grand entrance hall of Pendragon Duchy's Conrad Castle, a formal reception was underway. As the esteemed guest made her entrance, Count Sirod offered a polite, if somewhat reserved, greeting to everyone present from the Pendragon Duchy. Her expression remained composed, a subtle hint of calculation in her purple eyes as she surveyed the scene. Then, with a slight shift in her demeanor, she acknowledged the passage of time, remarking that it had been a long while. The Pendragon family, including the young Eren, and Mia, stood ready to receive her, a picture of noble welcome. A moment later, Luna, the guest of honor, was warmly embraced by Eren, who exclaimed how beautiful her big sister looked, while Luna returned the sentiment, noting it had indeed been a long time. Count Sirod then addressed Luna, thanking her for her journey and noting everyone's anticipation for her arrival, before instructing Eren to escort her to her room. As Eren stood beside Luna and Count Sirod, the Count's internal thoughts betrayed her true feelings, finding him pitiful for being unable to properly welcome her without his mother's presence, even at his age. A slight smirk played on Eren's lips, perhaps sensing the underlying judgment or simply acknowledging the situation. Turning to Luna, Eren confirmed it had been a long time, then offered to escort her to her room, inviting her to follow him. Eren stands with his back to the woman, who gazes up at him with a complex expression. As a quiet, questioning thought escapes her. Count Sirod's gaze drifts upward, her brow furrowed in contemplation, a gloved hand rising to her chin. She then voices a concern. Is it okay for the night to stay in a separate room? Eren glances back over his shoulder, a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips, while the Count looks away, a hint of discomfort on her face. Her expression sharpens with irritation, her eyes narrowing as she demands, "Oi, are you listening?" Bowing slightly, she clarifies her request. "Please excuse me. It's fine for the night to stay separately." A subtle flicker of amusement dances in Eren's eyes, betraying his true thoughts. He observes the Count, a maid standing nearby, and muses internally about her attitude toward her partner, whom she hasn't seen in 3 years, concluding that this must be what they call a marriage of convenience. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Why, young master, Lady Sirod, please enter." The maid, Lindsay, opens a grand door with a soft click, offering a polite apology for the intrusion. With the door now open, Eren, Count Sirod, and Lindsay step into a lavishly appointed room, its elegant furnishings awaiting their presence. As they enter the lavish room, Lindsay, the maid, politely inquires if the young master would like some tea prepared, to which Eren casually assents, leaving the task to her. Then, turning slightly to the Count, he suggests, "Don't just stand there. How about you find a place you like and sit down?" A subtle twitch of her ear betrays Sirod's surprise as they continue to walk, her mind reeling with the sudden shift in his demeanor, wondering, just what is going on? Her expression, usually composed, now shows a flicker of genuine bewilderment. As she struggles to reconcile this confident young man with the person she once knew, the one who couldn't even meet the eyes of those he conversed with. It was astonishing to her that he could now communicate with both her and the maids without any problems, a stark departure from his previous timid self. Finally, facing him directly, Sirod voiced her observation. You have changed quite a bit, haven't you?" She continued, "I've heard that you don't remember the past, but do you not remember me?" Eren, with a slight, almost amused tilt of his head, responded simply, I don't remember anything from before I woke up." He then settled into a chair, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance, and added, "My bad." Count Sirod's thoughts raced, wondering if the young man before her had truly lost all his memories, and if this new, confident personality was a complete transformation. Even as she acknowledged that he had become such a fine man, His current self was so different, he couldn't even be compared to his past self. A nervous tremor ran through her as she considered the implications for the Pendragon household and her own family. Meanwhile, Aaron observed her with a subtle, knowing gaze, his expression unreadable. He mused internally about the potential impact if he were to stir up trouble with the Sirod household, noting that the woman across from him seemed to be hiding something since they first met. It couldn't be helped, he decided. Perhaps he should ask her a few leading questions. He then explained that he was indeed very different from the previous Aaron, a fact his sister and maids had also confirmed. Leaning back in his chair, a relaxed smile played on his lips as he watched her reaction. He continued, suggesting that if his current self didn't suit her tastes, they could discuss it with the Count, which prompted a sharp, involuntary "no" from Sirod. The tension in the room thickened, hanging heavy over the untouched tea set. Flustered by her own outburst, Count Sirod quickly apologized for her sudden reaction. Her hands clench, the fabric of her dress wrinkling under the strain as Count Sirod grapples with her own thoughts, wondering what she is truly doing here, for the decision to cancel the engagement has already been made by her father, and she is only here to inform them of that. Yet, a part of her struggles with that very decision, knowing that no matter how much Aaron Pendragon has changed, the original Pendragon cannot be restored. Her brow furrows in distress, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple, as she realizes the implications of this irreversible change. A sudden resolve hardens her expression, knowing she must act quickly and inform him of her true feelings. Before she can voice her thoughts, a maid bursts into the room, her voice trembling as she calls out to the young master. The maid bows deeply, apologizing for her abrupt return before she could even prepare tea. She peeks nervously from the doorway, her expression a mix of urgency and apprehension. Returning to Aaron Pendragon, the maid confirms she has a message directly from the Duchess. Bowing again, she relays the Duchess's request. The young master is to come to the audience room with Lady Sirod immediately. Aaron Pendragon listens intently, a thoughtful, almost amused expression playing on his lips. The maid, still nervous, adds a crucial detail, mentioning the knight who traveled here with the lady. Her gaze shifts nervously, while in the background, Count Sirod stands, her expression unreadable as she processes this new information. She shifts uncomfortably, her gaze fixed on the young lord across the table, who observes her with an unsettling intensity. A wave of unease washes over her as he speaks. Even though she had already expressed her feelings to him, a part of her still struggles with the implications. He presses on, his voice laced with suspicion, asking if she had arrived with some hidden agenda, because her demeanor suggested she was harboring a secret when they first met. Aaron leans forward, his expression unreadable, as he awaits her response. She hesitates, a quiet no escaping her lips, regretting that she hadn't been more direct earlier. Her thoughts race, a silent admission forming in her mind. Even though she was supposed to dislike him, she finds herself unable to deny the truth of her feelings, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks. The intricate gold embroidery on his tunic seems to shimmer slightly in the light, drawing her attention. Aaron's expression remains thoughtful, his gaze distant, as if contemplating her words deeply. Interrupting the moment, she suggests they address the knight first, promising to listen to his thoughts afterwards. As Aaron rises from the table, a maid approaches him with an urgent message, her presence signaling a new development. The maid, having delivered her message, wonders internally about the drastic change in Aaron's demeanor, a transformation that clearly puzzles her. Still processing the urgent summons and the mention of the knight, Aaron Pendragon resolves that he must intervene with Sir Breeden for now. His decision firm, he quietly affirms his course of action. As the weight of the situation settles, Aaron looks down, lost in thought, while Count Sirod watches him with a gaze filled with concern. Within a lavish hall, lined with attentive guards, Joseph Breeden strides purposefully towards the golden throne where Helene sits, a silent tension filling the air. Her voice, laced with disbelief, cuts through the quiet, questioning if this was truly what Count Sealord and Lord Braedon desired. Nearby, Conrad's eyes widen in a gasp of surprise, his composure momentarily broken by the unfolding events. Joseph Breeden, facing Helene, confirms the purpose of his visit, stating that he came to relay information concerning young nobleman Aaron. His back to the viewer, Joseph Breeden continues to address the noblewoman, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Helene, her face etched with distress, clutches the armrest of her throne, the news clearly unsettling her deeply. Her composure finally shatters as she cries out, her voice filled with a mix of anger and desperation. She demands to know if he is truly willing to take responsibility for the problems that would arise from a cancellation with the Pendragon family, her words echoing with the gravity of the situation. Unfazed by her outburst, Joseph Breeden offers a calm smile, extending a hand as if to present an apology. Joseph Breeden continued his report, detailing the concessions offered by the Count, who had stated he would hand over not only the gold and crystal mines on the territorial boundaries, but also 2 lumber mills and Brynjard Forest, all to be given to the Pendragon family, granting them full ownership. The sheer scale of the offer caused Conrad to flinch, his composure visibly cracking under the weight of the news. Helene, still on her throne, could only manage a stunned, "Wah? What?" Conrad's distress deepened, his hand rising in a gesture of disbelief as the implications settled in. Breeden, however, maintained his calm, almost mocking smile, asking if they had any suggestions, before adding that the Pendragon family was currently struggling with financial issues. The butler's expression hardened, his surprise giving way to a simmering anger. Helene's own anger flared, her voice rising as she questioned just how much this man intended to insult their family. Despite the financial woes, she knew their family's pride wouldn't be able to bear accepting such a humiliating offer, and with a firm resolve, she declared, "I would like to deny that suggestion." Rising from her throne, Helene made her refusal clear, her hand outstretched in a definitive gesture of rejection. Joseph Breeden, with a confident smile, presses the point, asking if they are truly certain about their decision. He reminds them that this might be their final opportunity, their last chance to restore their family's standing. Helene, her face etched with distress, can only manage a choked, "Why you?" before a desperate "wait" escapes her lips. Both she and Conrad are visibly shaken, their expressions a mix of shock and desperation at the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a line of armored guards stands at attention, their presence adding to the tense atmosphere. The guards remain motionless, their polished armor reflecting the light in the grand hall. In the opulent throne room, a young man walks down the long red carpet, approaching the throne where Helene and Conrad await. His long blonde hair tied back, the young man's gaze is fixed forward, a determined expression on his face. Aaron Pendragon, accompanied by Lindsay, continues his measured walk through the grand entrance. His footsteps echo softly on the polished floor, small particles of light shimmering around his path. Seeing him approach, Helene's face lights up with relief and hope as she and Conrad call out his name. Aaron. The announcement rings out, formally introducing him as young nobleman Aaron. A sneer plays across Joseph Breeden's face as he observes the young lord, thinking to himself that the brat has finally made an appearance, before addressing an unseen superior, urging them to look closely at Renaissance. He continues his internal monologue, convinced he is far more worthy than the young man now seated on the ornate golden throne. Indeed, it is young nobleman Aaron Pendragon, who sits with an air of quiet authority, his presence filling the grand chamber. Joseph then addresses him directly, a condescending smile on his face as he remarks on the time that has passed, before pointedly asking who he is. Aaron, however, simply stares back, his expression one of genuine confusion, as if the man before him is a complete stranger. A slight shift of his foot on the throne's footrest is the only indication of his internal processing. His gaze drifts upwards, a thoughtful, almost distant look in his eyes. He finally responds, his voice carrying a genuine lack of recognition as he asks why he doesn't remember the man. Joseph, taken aback, wonders if Aaron is suffering from memory loss, but quickly dismisses the thought, concluding that a change in personality doesn't alter the fact that he's still a fool. With a mocking tone, Joseph declares their status plain, offering his dear condolences with a smirk that belies any genuine sympathy. Suddenly, another voice cuts through the tension, as the chief knight of the Count Sealord family steps forward, introducing himself with a formal declaration. Joseph, however, is unimpressed, waving him off with a dismissive go away, his focus still entirely on Aaron. Joseph Breeden, still reeling from the young lord's apparent memory loss, finds himself dismissed with a cold indifference, as Luna declares she has no interest in him, adding that he is merely a knight and should leave. Aaron Pendragon, seated regally on his throne, watches the exchange with an air of detached amusement, his fingers idly tapping against his knee. The blatant disrespect causes Joseph to recoil, his face contorting in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips in a stunned gasp. He quickly regains his composure, his voice rising in indignation as he questions the young nobleman's audacity, reminding him that such words are extremely rude to a head chief like himself. From her throne, Luna retorts, her expression unwavering, that she believes he is the one being rude by intruding upon their castle. Aaron's foot, clad in an ornate boot, shifts slightly, a subtle sign of his growing impatience, as he reiterates his command for the mere knight to get out of his sight. The repeated insult and dismissal cause Joseph's eyes to widen in shock and anger, his jaw clenching as he struggles to process the audacity of the young lord. Aaron, however, remains unperturbed, his back to the viewer, his voice firm as he warns Joseph not to make him repeat himself again. Joseph's face is a picture of utter humiliation and frustration, his fists clenching at his sides as the weight of the dismissal settles upon him. Nearby, Luna and Aaron watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension, the tension in the room palpable. A noblewoman with striking purple hair and eyes, observing the confrontation from a distance, simply utters a single, pointed word, her meaning clear. Her gaze remains fixed on the scene, a subtle frown creasing her brow, as she continues to observe the escalating conflict. From the looks of it, the discussion has been centered around the cancellation of an engagement. Seated on his ornate throne, Aaron Pendragon listens intently, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Count Sealord, her expression a mix of concern and determination, calls out, demanding to speak with the person directly involved. Her hand gestures with emphasis, underscoring her desire to address the core issue. Internally, the Count grapples with the weight of the situation, wondering how to proceed. Aaron's expression shifts to one of mild surprise as he hears the terms, a cancellation of the engagement in exchange for gold, crystal mines, and 2 lumber mills. He seems to process the unexpected offer. With a confident, almost dismissive smirk, Aaron declares that he accepts the terms, considering the matter settled. He punctuates his statement with a casual flick of his hand, a gesture of finality. Count Sirod's eyes widen in utter disbelief, her composure visibly shattering at his unexpected acceptance. Behind her, Luna and Conrad share equally stunned expressions, their faces reflecting the shock rippling through the room. As the words call it even echo, a stunned Luna wonders where he could have possibly learned such a phrase. Meanwhile, Conrad, attempting to interject, reminds the young nobleman that this matter concerns the Pendragon family, urging him to reconsider his decision. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and frustration as the gravity of the situation weighs heavily upon him. Aaron, however, remains unfazed, his thoughts elsewhere, focused on the many tasks required to restore the Pendragon family's former power. He stands with an air of casual indifference, his posture relaxed despite the tension in the room. With a calm demeanor, he dismisses the entire affair, declaring that it's not the time to be concerned over a mere engagement. Luna, still processing his words, voices her own concerns, acknowledging that even if they tried to intervene, Count Sirod was unlikely to change his mind, then questions if she is wrong. As Luna looks towards him, a purple-haired noblewoman stands nearby, observing the unfolding scene with a complex expression. A blush creeps onto her cheeks, and her eyes widen slightly, as she struggles with an unspoken emotion. Internally, she chastises herself, wishing she had simply said, "I can't marry someone like you." She tries to deny the truth of her feelings, not wanting to acknowledge it. Yet, despite her resistance, the truth is clear in her expression. She is, in fact, in love with him. Aaron Pendragon, with a slight smirk, observes the silence, noting that it seems his counterpart is having trouble responding. He continues, dismissing any need for a reply, as her opinion is ultimately unimportant to the Sea Lord family, before calmly stating his acceptance of the engagement's cancellation. A gasp escapes Luna's lips, her hand flying to her mouth in shock as Conrad watches from a distance. Aaron turns to her, a hint of concern in his voice, asking if she is truly all right with this turn of events. But Luna remains silent, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek as her eyes remain closed. Aaron, now addressing a broader audience or perhaps himself, declares his trust in his own position as the head of Pendragon, the golden throne behind him gleaming with authority. He offers a slight bow, a polite smile gracing his features, his demeanor one of unwavering self-assurance. His eyes, sharp and calculating, hold a knowing glint as he maintains his composed expression. Gripping a ceremonial spear, he announces his intention to declare this decision as the official stance of the Pendragon family. Standing tall before a grand banner emblazoned with a white dragon, Aaron raises a hand, bathed in a golden glow, solidifying his declaration. The words echo through the opulent hall, confirming that the engagement between Aaron Pendragon and Luna Sealord is now officially cancelled. Meanwhile, Luna's face is etched with profound sadness, her eyes downcast as another tear escapes, reflecting the weight of the pronouncement. Luna's tears had barely dried, but the consequences of the broken engagement weighed heavily on Aaron, his brow furrowed in distress, while Conrad, ever the calculating butler, seemed to find a quiet satisfaction in the unfolding events. Aaron strode purposefully through the grand halls, his footsteps echoing with a restless energy. His mind, however, was far from settled, a whirlwind of thoughts making his head ache, even as he was forced to contend with the mundane affairs of his noble life. He found himself particularly annoyed by the tedious obligations of engagements, a stark contrast to the weightier matters occupying his thoughts. Yet, he conceded, consulting Eileen about the family's financial standing had been a prudent move, especially if they were to amass significant resources, which would make any objection to the cancellation utterly baseless. These mines, he mused, would not only provide essential magical resources, but would also determine whether powerful mages would be drawn to their cause. As he continued his walk, accompanied by Lindsay, they passed a stately portrait, his gaze distant. He looked up, his expression a mix of contemplation and weariness. The grand hall reflected a fleeting image of a majestic dragon, a symbol of the power he sought. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of possibilities. His eyes, sharp and determined, fixed on an unseen future, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As he continues through the palace, a question arises about a figure in an ornate portrait, with someone wondering aloud, "Who is this?" His maid, Lindsay, quickly identifies the woman, explaining that this is Aisha Pendragon, the Duke's father, Klein Pendragon's older sister. Both he and Lindsay gaze up at the dignified image, a moment of quiet contemplation passing between them. The portrait itself captures a woman of mature years, her expression serene, her noble attire hinting at a life of influence. Aaron's thoughts drift to the name, Pendragon, as he processes this unexpected familial connection. His elegant white and gold tunic reflects the light, a stark contrast to the weight of his thoughts. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, causing him to turn sharply, as the speaker acknowledges, I see you've called my name, young Pendragon. The grand hall is bathed in the warm, ethereal glow of sunset, filtering through magnificent stained glass windows. Standing before the radiant windows, the very woman from the portrait, Aisha Pendragon, now in the flesh, awaits him, her presence commanding attention. With a warm smile and an inviting gesture, she addresses him directly. There's something I'd like to ask you. Aisha Pendragon, her expression warm and inviting, suggests they take a moment to speak. Stepping into the opulent room, the young lord addresses the seated figure. So, Lady Aisha. The elderly woman, her expression calm, inquires, what brings you to me? She raises a finger, a knowing look in her eyes, explaining that one's name called is the prerequisite to talk to the living, you see. A playful wink accompanies her words, emphasizing her unique state. This is Aaron's great-aunt Aisha Pendragon, a ghost who retains her sharp wit even in the afterlife. A sigh escapes him as he processes the revelation, muttering, I've faced demons for 10 years, but this is the first time I'm talking to a ghost. He reflects on his predicament, thinking, it's one thing after another ever since I took over this body. I guess it's pointless to worry about it. Aisha, now seated opposite him, decides to cut to the chase. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. Her gaze sharpens as she directly challenges him. Who on earth are you? The question hangs heavy in the air as she continues. You aren't the real Aaron Pendragon, are you? His eyes widen slightly, and he looks away, his expression betraying his surprise at being discovered. A knowing smile plays on Aisha's lips, her expression betraying a deep understanding of the situation. She claps her hands together with a delighted sound, confessing that she had always wanted to try speaking in such a threatening tone, but quickly assures him that his true identity isn't a surprise to her at all. Her words conjure a fragmented memory, a glimpse of a shattered window and a colossal, ancient being, a scene from a time long past. It's a vision of her younger self, reaching out to the majestic white dragon, a creature whose presence once dominated her world. As the memory fades, Ravenbolt, still inhabiting Aaron's body, hears her explain that Soldrake was the one who told her, revealing that he isn't the real Aaron. He processes this information, a slight frown on his face, before acknowledging her words, and then asks if she can also speak to dragons. With a thoughtful expression, he presses further, inquiring if she knows exactly what happened to Aaron. Aisha, however, simply shrugs with a cheerful smile, admitting she has no clue, and then playfully asks him to share all the details of how he came to be Aaron. He looks away, his expression unreadable, considering her words. A realization dawns on him. She's a ghost, and since he's the only one who can see her, he concludes there's no harm in telling her the truth. His lips part slightly, ready to begin his tale. With a determined look, he prepares to recount his extraordinary journey, from Ravenbolt to Aaron Pendragon. Ravenbolt, seated and composed, begins his confession, stating that he doesn't know if Aisha will believe him, but he intends to tell her everything. His story begins with a specific date, June 3/21 of the imperial calendar. When he and Aaron were both killed in action on the Lobton Prairie, a grim flashback showing him standing over Aaron's fallen body amidst the chaos of battle. He explains that he thought that was the end, but when he woke up, things were clearly different, and the reason he went back in time and revived as Aaron is the very mystery he's most desperate to solve himself. A visual of Aaron, looking somewhat bewildered, appears as Ravenbolt recounts his impossible revival, his hands clasped as if in disbelief at his own fate. Aisha listens intently, a maid standing respectfully behind her, and acknowledges that she understands the gist of his incredible story, then asks him directly if he believes her. She clarifies that whether she believes him or not doesn't change the fact of his presence, and since Soldrake already confirmed he isn't the real Aaron, she's certain of the situation. Her expression is one of deep contemplation, her hand resting on her cheek as she processes the profound implications of his confession, her eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and sorrow. Dark, wispy energy swirls, hinting at the mysterious forces at play, as Aisha begins to speak about the Aaron he replaced. A flashback shows Aaron, armored and protected by the majestic white dragon, Soldrake, on the Lobton Prairie, a powerful blue aura emanating from the dragon as it shields him. The armored Aaron is enveloped in vibrant blue energy, a visual testament to the dragon's protection, and Aisha concludes that there's a high chance the Aaron he knew was a fake. A younger Aaron Pendragon looks on, a question forming in his mind. Meanwhile, the elder Aisha Pendragon continues her explanation, revealing that the Pendragon successors have made pacts with Soldrake for generations. Her words conjure an image of Soldrake, the majestic white dragon, breathing golden light over her, as if in a sacred ritual, a powerful entity intertwined with the family's destiny. She then poses a question, wondering if he has ever truly understood the profound importance of opening the mausoleum. The Pendragon's mausoleum, she explains, is far more than just a resting place for ancestral souls. It is the very heart of the family's fortune, the wellspring of their ancestors' blessings, and the dwelling of Soldrake's familiar spirits. A grand structure rises under a full moon, surrounded by a flock of winged creatures, a testament to its mystical significance. Within its hallowed walls also lies a magic tower, holding the family's secret magic, all collected there for future generations to learn. In essence, she concludes, it is the very source of power that ensures the Pendragon's prosperity, Its opening secures their future, while its closure spells their decline. Therefore, it is absolutely imperative that the mausoleum be opened. This is precisely why its gates can only be opened by a Pendragon successor capable of overcoming Soldrake's formidable authority and successfully forging a pact with him. A vision of Ravenbolt, standing before Soldrake, who is coiled around the mausoleum's central pillar, bathed in brilliant blue energy, illustrates the immense challenge ahead. She warns that he will have only one chance to make this pact, and failure would mean leaving this monumental task to future generations, a prospect fraught with difficulty. Even the most renowned and powerful Pendragons, like Klein and his predecessor Gord, found it incredibly difficult to forge pacts with Soldrake, which is precisely why Eren, considered the weakest in the entire history of the Pendragon lineage, was utterly defeated by Soldrake. He lies unconscious, his face bandaged, a stark image of his failure. And that defeat was also the reason he fell into a coma, leaving the chances of a successor who was so thoroughly beaten by Soldrake ever waking up again incredibly low. Furthermore, the noble white dragon will only ever follow the person who has truly conquered its authority. Therefore, Eren going to war with Soldrake and meeting you, she explains, her finger raised in emphasis, is impossible, a word that hangs heavy in the air as Eren's eyes widen in disbelief, a blue aura faintly shimmering around him. He tries to speak, but Aisha cuts him off with a sharp, "But." As he protests, "That's not the point," she silences him with a finger to his lips, leaving him to ask, "What do you mean?" With a knowing smile, Aisha leans in, explaining that the most important thing right now is that Eren Pendragon woke up with a different soul dwelling in his body. She is now too close for his comfort. Her face inches from his, as the shocking truth settles between them. Aisha Pendragon continues her explanation, her voice firm as she clarifies the situation. The body before them is indeed Eren's, but the soul inhabiting it is not his own. As the young lord sits, listening intently, a shadowy, red-eyed figure looms behind him, a silent testament to the truth of her words. She then addresses him directly, laying out the terms of a new challenge, tasking Ravenbolt with forming a pact. Aisha explains the current predicament, acknowledging the lack of available forces, as there aren't enough soldiers in Pendragon at the moment to handle the looming threats. Her instructions are clear and direct. He must head to the Ancona Forest, a known den of vicious demons. The young lord wastes no time, venturing into the ominous Ancona Forest, where a purple moon casts an eerie glow over the twisted trees, and strange sounds echo through the night. As he presses deeper, the elder Pendragon's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him of his task, to defeat the demons that appear one by one. Raven, wielding his blade with practiced precision, strikes down an insectoid demon, its segmented body recoiling from the force of his attack. He continues his relentless assault, his red cape flowing behind him as he moves with deadly grace. With a powerful thrust, he plunges his sword into another creature, dark energy swirling around the impact point as the demon lets out a pained shriek. His ultimate goal remains fixed in his mind, to reach the mausoleum, hidden deep within the forest's heart. As he continues his brutal journey, Raven unleashes a surge of brilliant blue energy, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he obliterates another monstrous foe. As the Pendragonair stood before the majestic guardian, a voice echoed, instructing him to demonstrate his power to Soldrake, the mausoleum's protector, and forge a pact with the ancient being. The white dragon, Soldrake, observed with ancient eyes, its golden horns gleaming against the cosmic backdrop. Perched confidently on one of its massive claws, Ravenbolt, in Eren's form, stood ready, his sword held firm. Later, in a more formal setting, the matriarch of the Pendragon family addressed him, requesting that as the true successor, he open the gates to their family's mausoleum. He sat on the throne, observing the elder woman's pointed gesture, his expression unreadable. Aisha Pendragon smiled, a hint of challenge in her eyes, asking if he truly possessed what it took. A subtle smirk played on his lips, a silent answer to her query. With unwavering resolve, he simply stated, "Very well." His eyes gleamed with a predatory light, the smirk deepening as he accepted the challenge. Aisha watched him, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, perhaps not expecting such an immediate and confident acceptance. He continued, explaining his reasoning, that from what he understood, opening the mausoleum would ultimately benefit everyone involved. With a final, confident grin, he added that his extensive experience in killing demons left him no reason to refuse such a task. Ravenbolt, inhabiting Eren Pendragon's body, confidently declares his ambition to Aisha, stating that he has his own goals and will seize any opportunity to achieve them. Aisha muses on his words, recognizing him as a decisive man who wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to achieve his goals. A slight smile plays on her lips as she admits, she finds his resolve intriguing. She continues, assuring him that she has no complaints if he successfully restores the Pendragon family's former glory. With a final, knowing look, Aisha states that her only wish is for him to succeed, promising not to impede his path. Ravenbolt offers a subtle smile, acknowledging her words with a quiet, appreciative murmur. Internally, he considers his next move, realizing that taking command of the family's vassals is the immediate priority. He grimaces, aware that Eren's past reputation has left his command over military operations in disarray. Aisha, sensing his thoughts, reminds him that despite their support after Aaron's collapse, some vassals will undoubtedly harbor foolish thoughts about the family's decline and its weak lord. She instructs him to identify the loyal vassals and assert his authority as the true lord of the castle. Ravenbolt claps his hands together, a plan forming in his mind, considering the time it will take to reign in the vassals and prepare for the mausoleum's opening, perhaps half a month. He resolves to do everything in his power to rule over everything within that tight time frame. He stands with an air of undeniable confidence, his long blonde hair pulled back, a subtle smile playing on his lips as if already savoring the taste of victory, the very air around him shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. Aaron Pendragon launches himself into the air, his sword arcing downward with fierce determination. As a thought echoes in his mind, reminding him of the primal feeling of hunting monsters. He descends upon a colossal, scaly creature, his blade striking with a powerful impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Yet, the battle is far from over, as his internal monologue continues, questioning the enemy's size, their numbers, and their habits and movements. Suddenly, a monstrous wolf-like creature lunges, its glowing red eyes fixed on him, forcing him to react instantly as its claws tear at the ground. He recoils from another swift attack, debris scattering around him, the relentless assault pushing him to his limits. Sweat beads on his brow, his expression a mix of strain and grim determination as he faces the overwhelming odds. His inner voice hardens, a stark reminder to himself, never count on allies, but handle everything by himself. Meanwhile, the great white dragon lets out a thunderous roar, its eyes glowing with intense power, a formidable presence on the battlefield. Aaron stands his ground, now wielding two swords, ready to face not one, but two glowing-eyed wolf creatures, their spectral forms looming over him. The aftermath of the battle reveals a scene of devastation, with the white dragon's massive form lying amidst the ruins, and Aaron standing victorious, though weary, over the fallen foes. He swings his blade with fierce determination, a silent vow echoing in his mind. This time, things would not end in failure. His eyes, sharp and focused, track the wolf-like creature below. As a wave of blue energy erupts from his sword, striking the beast with concussive force. The impact shatters the very ground beneath them, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Later, a weary sigh escapes him as he lies on the ground, his maid, Lindsay, approaching with concern. "Wow, it's amazing, young master," she exclaims, holding out a fresh change of clothes. Her movements quick and efficient. He takes the garments, reflecting on his past weakness, how he had been too frail to even wield a sword when he first awoke in this body. Yet, after days of rigorous training, he had reclaimed his original body's formidable demon-hunting prowess, its healing and combat abilities perfectly inherited. It was nothing short of a miracle, a second chance at life for which he was profoundly grateful. Later, in a sunlit courtyard, Lindsay watches him practice his swordsmanship, while Joseph Breeden observes from a distance. "Oya, young master, are you practicing swordsmanship?" she asks, surprised. Joseph then remarks, "You've changed your mind. I'm so happy I could kill a lion." A knight stands ready, clad in gleaming silver armor and a flowing crimson cape, his sword sheathed at his hip. He playfully challenges, "However, if you're practicing, you have to tell me who's better. I'll give you the same as before you lost weight." A mischievous wink accompanies his words, his mustache twitching with amusement. This is Mark Killian, a knight of the Duke Pendragon household, and a voice from off-panel gently urges him to refrain for now. Aaron Pendragon, standing beside him, explains, "Since I'll be preparing an even bigger stage now." Killian's expression shifts to one of thoughtful consideration, his playful demeanor momentarily forgotten. Later, in the grand main hall of Conrad Castle, Aaron stands at the top of a sweeping staircase, addressing a multitude of assembled knights. His voice rings out, clear and authoritative. "All right, everyone gather together. I have an important announcement." The weight of his words hangs in the air as he declares, "I will soon open the mausoleum." A fierce determination hardens his gaze, his eyes burning with an unspoken resolve. A collective gasp ripples through the assembled knights, their faces etched with surprise and apprehension. Among them, Conrad and Mark Killian exchange worried glances, their expressions mirroring the general unease of the men behind them. Mark Killian then addresses the young master, explaining that such an endeavor would require him to first secure the Ancona forest, which lies beyond the gate. Though pledging his loyalty, the knight expresses his reservations, wondering if the task might prove too arduous for someone who has only recently resumed training. Aaron, his long blonde hair tied back, listens intently, then dismisses the personal concern, directing the conversation instead to the critical situation near the gate. Mark Killian's expression darkens as he reports the grim reality. Monsters and bandits have been running rampant since the beginning of the year, causing widespread terror. He explains that while local towns have formed vigilante groups, it is only a matter of time before the gate collapses, allowing the invaders to pour in. Aaron's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering, declaring that the danger of the area is irrelevant. Conrad and Mark Killian plead with him not to act rashly, but Aaron insists he cannot simply ignore the escalating crisis. Conrad, ever the strategist, muses that perhaps it would be wiser for Aaron to delegate the tactical execution to Sir Killian, especially after the recent success in recovering the family fortune through the crystal mine. Eren explains that with insufficient manpower to both protect and operate the crystal mine, they are left with no alternative but to reopen Rainan. The urgency of the situation is clear, with only 15 days remaining until the expedition departs. With the decision made, Eren Pendragon declares that the expedition will commence in 15 days. He grips his staff firmly, his posture resolute. Mark Killian, however, remains unconvinced, stating that he will not acknowledge any objection to his command of the operation. His armored shoulder gleams, reflecting his unwavering stance. Eren stands on the raised platform, his back to the others, as Conrad and Killian look on. The sudden declaration elicits a shocked cry, a single word echoing the disbelief of those present. A subtle, almost predatory smile plays on Eren's lips, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. He muses internally, wondering if it's truly preposterous for him to take command, lamenting that there's always a counterargument. His boots descend the steps with a decisive rhythm, as he challenges Sir Killian to a fight. Conrad, ever the loyal attendant, asks with concern if the young master is truly okay, reminding him that he prepared a big stage because Eren wanted to retrain him. As Eren continues to ascend the stairs, Killian voices his skepticism, asserting that the expedition cannot survive with a leader who merely indulges in reading and painting, to which Eren dismissively replies, "You talk too much." Turning to face them, staff in hand, Eren delivers a pointed remark, questioning Killian's knighthood. The challenge issued, Eren Pendragon is immediately met with a swift, unseen attack, sending him recoiling backward. Yet, even as he stumbles, his hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Mark Killian presses his advantage, his attack forcing Eren to grimace in pain as the knight looms over him. But Eren's response is swift, his blade already clearing its sheath with a practiced motion. A bead of sweat trickles down Mark Killian's face, his expression shifting from aggression to a strained surprise as he realizes the tables are turning. Eren's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, and his long hair whips around him, crackling with an ethereal blue energy. His voice cuts through the air, a sharp command to talk with your sword. With a sharp TSK, Eren lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion, forcing Mark Killian to raise his own weapon in a desperate defense. The air itself seems to ripple from the speed of his attack, his sword carving a path with incredible force. His grip tightens on the hilt, the blade vibrating with suppressed energy as he prepares for the impact. Eren moves with a fluid, almost dance-like grace, his long hair trailing behind him like a banner in the wind. Finally, his sword, now glowing with a brilliant blue light, slashes down towards Mark Killian, the force of the blow evident in the shimmering air. Eren Pendragon moved with a sudden burst of speed, his blonde hair trailing behind him as he shifted his stance. His blade, now imbued with a fierce, fiery glow, cut through the air with a searing intensity. The impact forced Mark Killian to recoil, his face contorted in surprise as a burst of blue energy erupted from their clashing swords. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, "There's no way a kid who never trained and was in a coma for a few years will beat me." The two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, their blades meeting with a shower of sparks and conflicting magical energies. Mark's superior strength began to tell, pushing Eren back and sending him sliding across the ground. He pressed his advantage, striking down with his blade, which Eren barely managed to block amidst a burst of purple energy. A smug, confident grin spread across Mark's face, assured of his impending victory. But Eren's expression shifted, a determined, almost sinister smile playing on his lips as his blue eyes glowed with renewed power. With a decisive click, he adjusted his grip on his sword, preparing for a final, devastating move. Eren's blade connected with Mark's armor in a blinding explosion of blue energy, shattering the metal and sending shockwaves through the air. The sheer force of the blow sent Mark crashing to one knee, his defeat undeniable. A pained groan escapes the defeated Mark Killian, his face contorted in agony as he lies on the ground. Meanwhile, Eren Pendragon stands tall and composed, his gaze unwavering amidst the opulent surroundings. His boots are planted firmly beside the fallen knight, who remains motionless, a broken staff lying discarded nearby. Observing the scene, Conrad and the accompanying guards look on in stunned disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe at the display of power. With a decisive crunch, Eren's boot crushes the remnants of the staff, emphasizing his complete victory. Looking down at his vanquished foe, he reiterates his earlier statement, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. He announces his intentions to the bowing figures, declaring that they will depart in 15 days to forge a pact with the White Dragon and open the mausoleum. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a clear manifestation of the power he wields, solidifying his resolve. With an air of challenge, he invites any objections, his posture radiating unwavering confidence. The officials, now completely subservient, hastily assure him there are no objections, bowing even deeper in deference. They eagerly volunteer to handle the preparations, their voices echoing their newfound loyalty. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of the Conrad Castle guest room, Aisha Pendragon sits in quiet contemplation, a red cloak draped over her shoulders. Within a lavish chamber, A grand table sits upon a rich red rug, awaiting occupants. Suddenly, a voice rings out, calling for Lady Luna. Her expression sharpens as she listens to the knight's insistent tone, her lavender eyes narrowing slightly. The knight, his face flushed with frustration, demands to know why she insists on accompanying Aaron Pendragon on his expedition, even if it is within the Pendragon territory. He argues that the breach has already been established, and no matter how much Aaron has changed recently, his presence won't help at all in the expedition. With a hand pressed to his chest, the knight pleads with her, asking if she shouldn't simply return to her territory under his escort, as a skilled knight. Lady Luna, however, finds his attitude infuriating, hating when he acts so arrogantly, always looking down on others. She decides to clarify her reasons for remaining in the castle, explaining that Pendragon is a relative of her family, and officially one of the 5 ducal families of the empire, one of 2 that have inherited the blood of the emperor. As the knight listens, his back to the viewer, Lady Luna continues to elaborate on her family's strategic interests, even though the breach was established. She reveals that in order to understand the future profits and losses of the Sirod family, it is necessary to explore the trends of the Pendragons. Lady Luna concludes, stating that it wouldn't be smart to return to her territory now. The knight, still resolute, insists that when Duke Aaron goes on the road, he should accompany him. Joseph Breeden, still attempting to dissuade her, reminds Lady Luna that she can only accompany the expedition up to Bellint Gate, imploring her to promise to return to the ridge with him after that point. Lady Luna, with a resolute expression, simply replies, yes, I will. Her thoughts, however, betray a deeper calculation, considering that if the Duke, who has undergone such a profound change, succeeds in opening the mausoleum, the Pendragon family will surely regain their former glory. She gazes intently at Aaron Pendragon, who stands tall and composed before her, her eyes fixed on his every move. A determined glint in her eye, she thinks, I have to see with my own eyes how good he is. A faint blush touches Lady Luna's cheeks, a subtle sign of her deep focus and perhaps a hint of excitement, as she remains absorbed in her observations. Meanwhile, Joseph Breeden's frustration boils over in his mind, cursing the young man who has so captivated his lady's attention. He watches Lady Luna, still engrossed in Aaron, and thinks with exasperation, after embarrassing me, he's even making my lady go crazy. Elsewhere, a man with short, spiky blonde hair stands, his back to the viewer, contemplating the journey ahead, the air around him charged with a sense of impending challenge. Turning to face an unseen companion, his expression grim, the expedition leader declares, I'll show you the horror of the outside world during the expedition. With a determined stride, a young knight in gleaming white and gold armor marches away from the castle, an army assembled behind him. His long blonde hair flowing behind him as he embarks on a perilous journey. Each step carries the weight of his resolve, his armored boots kicking up dust from the ground. But a sudden cry of Aaron makes him pause, turning his head to look back with a conflicted expression. His mother rushes to him, embracing him tightly, her voice filled with a desperate plea for his safe return. She holds him close, her words a soft whisper of concern, asking him to promise he'll just return home safely, as that's all that truly matters. Aaron sighs, a mix of affection and resolve on his face, vowing to return only after he has conquered both the White Dragon and the mausoleum. He offers a gentle smile, reassuring his mother in their final embrace, even as tears well up in his own eyes, reflecting the profound sadness of their parting. With one last look, Aaron turns and walks away, leaving his mother, a child, and a line of maids behind in the grand hall. His mother clutches the child tightly, both of them weeping, their faces etched with sorrow as they watch him disappear. As Aaron Pendragon prepares for his arduous journey, he offers a reassuring smile to his mother, promising that everything will be all right, and that he will return. A young girl, standing beside a majestic horse, calls out, announcing that it is time for his grace to depart. Looking down at her, Aaron confirms, agreeing to set off. With a powerful leap, he mounts his steed, the red cape flowing behind him as he prepares to ride. A vast procession of knights on horseback forms behind him, their armor gleaming under the open sky, ready to follow their leader. As Aaron takes his place at the head of the column, the loyal butler, Conrad, stands by, watching him go. Sir Joseph Breeden, a knight of unwavering resolve, looks on with a stern, determined expression. The young girl, however, cannot hide her worry, her eyes wide with concern. The expedition leader, a blonde knight, maintains a serious demeanor, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Lady Luna, too, shows a hint of sadness and apprehension as the departure commences. Before he fully departs, Conrad presents Aaron with a gleaming sword, its hilt radiating a soft, magical glow. Aaron grasps the weapon firmly, his expression resolute as he prepares to face the challenges ahead. Ornate armor gleams under a soft blue light, the hilt of a sword resting firmly in its grasp, poised for the coming conflict. He steels his resolve, knowing that he must regain Pendragon's influence with this battle. This fight is also his chance to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Vault family from that time, and finally get rid of the stigma of being branded as a traitor of the Empire. The memory of past suffering, of being bound by chains, fuels his determination, a stark reminder of the injustice he fights to overcome. With a fierce glint in his scarred blue eye, he vows to fight for his cause once more. Mounted on his steed, Eren raises his glowing sword high, its light cutting through the air as he prepares to lead the charge. The ground trembles as his horse surges forward, a blur of motion and power, kicking up dust and spray. A unified cry echoes across the plains, a declaration of unwavering resolve. They march to battle. His eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, his face contorted in a fierce shout as he charges headlong into the fray. With every fiber of his being, he roars, a powerful declaration for the glory of Pendragon. The Pendragon banner, emblazoned with its proud dragon emblem, snaps in the wind, leading the charge with unwavering resolve. Reflected in the shimmering ground, a legion of knights follows, a tide of steel and fury surging forward, ready to reclaim their honor. The ground trembles as Eren Pendragon and his knights thunder forward, their charge a powerful wave across the rugged terrain. Each hoofbeat strikes with immense force, shattering the very earth beneath them as they close the distance. Suddenly, from the shadows of the forest, a pack of gray, wolf-like creatures with glowing red eyes emerges, snarling a challenge. Their guttural growls fill the air, their sharp fangs glinting in anticipation of battle. One of the beasts lets out a hungry whine, drool dripping from its maw as it fixes its gaze on the approaching knights. A knight riding alongside Eren cries out, warning him of the demonic presence, a pack of demons. Your Grace. With a resolute gaze, Eren Pendragon tightens his grip on his glowing sword, his voice firm as he declares, "We'll crush them all." He lunges forward, his blade a streak of light, striking the first wolf-like creature with a powerful, explosive impact. A flurry of glowing slashes follows, tearing through the pack as Eren unleashes his full might. His sword glows with an intense light, leaving trails of dark energy, as he continues his relentless assault against the demonic horde. As the battle raged, a resolute voice cut through the chaos, urging his forces not to falter. Eren Pendragon, his form glowing with fierce determination, roared forward as he led the charge, a golden aura radiating from him. Following closely behind, Joseph Breeden rode with a grim expression, his gaze fixed ahead. Lady Luna, riding beside him, appeared weary but steadfast, her eyes reflecting the strain of their journey. Finally, the imposing structure of Fortress Belent Gate loomed into view, a welcome sight after the arduous journey. With a powerful command, Eren brought his horse to a sudden, jarring halt, the dust kicking up around them. His mount reared, its powerful legs momentarily suspended in the air before settling back down. Addressing his knights, Eren commanded them to inform their men to rest and await his next order, the situation inside the fortress still unknown. The knights, their faces etched with fatigue, responded in unison, acknowledging his grace's command. One of them, a blonde knight, approached Eren as he dismounted, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his hard work. A maid, Lindsay, her face smudged with dirt and concern, then offered him a cup of water, her voice gentle with worry. He reached for the glass, his expression tired but composed, accepting the small act of kindness. He gently tells the maid that she should also get some rest, noting the mud on his face and instructing her to wash up and take the day off. Flustered by his concern, Lindsay tries to refuse, insisting she doesn't have to rest. But Eren is firm, declaring it an order since he'll be fine on his own, and reiterating for her to go rest. With a blush spreading across her cheeks, she can only meekly agree. However, the situation within the fortress is far worse than he had initially imagined, with nowhere near enough resources or personnel to properly defend it. As he surveys the bustling but seemingly disorganized streets of the fortress town, Eren takes in the full scope of the problem. Nearby, two soldiers grumble about their shabby equipment, wishing they were part of the Demon Corps instead. They continue to lament that the knights and their commander aren't taking their duties seriously, especially considering Belent Gate's strategic importance in the region. A determined expression on his face, Eren realizes he must get to the bottom of this dire situation, or face severe consequences. Approaching Sir Killian, Eren directly questions him about the activities of the commander and the knights. Killian, caught off guard, hesitates, stammering an uncertain response. The gleaming but worn armor of a knight stands as a silent testament to the state of affairs, reflecting the neglect and disarray Eren has observed. Sir Killian's face contorts in disbelief, his voice rising in a question of utter shock, as he learns the knights have not only abandoned their posts, but also taken the soldiers with them. His armored chest heaves slightly, the weight of the news settling heavily upon him. Another knight, the expedition leader, confirms the grim report, explaining that he was informed days ago that these deserters had already devolved into a band of brigands, dismissing the remaining military forces as utterly useless. A wave of fury washes over the expedition leader, his frustration boiling over at the sheer audacity of those undisciplined individuals. Sir Killian looks down, his expression a mix of concern and resolve, as two of his loyal guards stand ready behind him. One of the guards speaks with unwavering confidence, declaring their intention to capture the renegades that very day. Killian, his hand raised in a decisive gesture, commands his men to prepare immediately. The expedition leader's rage intensifies, his voice a low growl as he vows to personally dismember every single one of those traitors. Sir Killian closes his eyes, a flicker of grim determination crossing his features, ready to face the difficult task ahead. His ornate shoulder armor gleams, reflecting the light as his red cape billows slightly. Far from the fortress, under the quiet, star-dusted sky of Pendragon territory, an abandoned monastery stands in South Norton Village, its silhouette stark against the night. Within its desolate walls, a hand grips a wooden mug, the condensation dripping slowly as its owner contemplates the new surroundings. Within the shadowed depths of an ornate chamber, a voice cuts through the stillness, asking if anyone has heard that the incompetent Pendragon brat has finally awakened, adding that it's good timing, as he'd grown tired of slaughtering all the women and children there, while two armored figures sit on stone steps, their faces twisted in cruel amusement. The aftermath of their depravity is starkly visible, with bodies strewn across the cold stone floor, dark stains spreading beneath them, as the leader's boots stand ominously over the fallen. He muses to himself, wondering what kind of expression that brat will show him once he's thoroughly beaten. Within the Duke's private room at Bellinkgate, a quiet evening unfolds. There, the Duke, seated at his desk, addresses his knights, stating, "For tomorrow's thief subjugation, I'd like to add some more troops." His words hang in the air as the two armored figures stand before him, their presence a silent testament to their readiness. Sir Killian, the knight in the red cape, responds with a hint of concern. "Unfortunately, Your Grace, wouldn't that lead to a shortage of a commander and soldiers left to protect the barriers?" The Duke, however, has already considered this, explaining, "We'll be borrowing soldiers from Count Sirad. Yes, we've been under the grace of Conrad Castle for a few days after all." The other knight, clad in purple, offers his support. "We will help Your Grace as thanks." A subtle smirk plays on the Duke's lips as he thinks, "From someone so untrustworthy. I don't know what you're planning, but suit yourself. It's fine as long as the Sirad family's still useful for something." Sir Killian, however, remains thoughtful, considering the political ramifications, though some may be opposed to the idea of leaving the fortress to another family. The Duke dismisses his concerns with a wave of his hand. "Not at all." Sir Killian, accepting the decision, acknowledges the urgency of the situation. "I know that this isn't the time to be worrying about appearances. Besides," he continues, detailing the growing threat, "the boss of thieves, Del Jeffrey, managed to pull in more than 20 soldiers who were escaping at the time. Their numbers are probably increasing as we speak, so it'd be better to increase our own numbers." The Duke, his expression thoughtful, listened intently as the conversation turned to the elusive Del Jeffrey. Leaning forward slightly, he requested more information about the bandit leader. Sir Killian readily agreed, confirming that Jeffrey was indeed a knight of considerable skill in swordsmanship. The knight stood tall beside the Duke, his posture unwavering as he prepared to delve into Jeffrey's history. However, Killian added with a wry smile, Jeffrey also possessed a significant streak of arrogance. His ambition was evident even in the past, as a flashback showed a knight's sword planted firmly in the ground, symbolizing a claim. He had audaciously demanded a title and 3 territories neighboring Belint, following the Duke's fall from power. However, the Duchess had refused his request, and as a result, the relationship with the Pendragon family had soured considerably. In the aftermath, Jeffrey had escaped with some soldiers from the gate, his face contorted in anger. This chain of events led directly to the present, where he now operated as a bandit, dominating the areas near South Norton's village. A grim flashback showed his defeated forces, a testament to his cunning rather than brute force. He had used his intellect wisely, realizing it was far easier to expand his power by dominating outside villages than by attempting to capture a heavily guarded gate. Contemplating the situation, the expedition leader muses that he would have made the same strategic choices if he were in Del Jeffrey's position. Mark Killian, standing before him, acknowledges the truth of this statement, while the Duchess stands silently by. The leader then declares his intention to oversee the entire strategy, his finger tracing a path across a detailed map. And with a decisive gesture, he places the command squarely in Killian's hands. Killian looks surprised as the leader's hand points directly at him, the weight of the new command settling on his shoulders. A small sound of surprise escapes him, his eyes widening slightly. The leader explains that the soldiers have been following his orders for a long time, and would likely be more willing to listen to him than to someone new who hasn't built a relationship with them yet. With his hands clasped, the leader reiterates that he leaves the matter entirely to Killian. A wide smile spreads across Killian's face as he accepts the responsibility, eagerly agreeing to take command. The leader's hand rests on the table as he confirms that Sir Killian will indeed take command. Killian beams with pride and determination, ready to lead the expedition. Additionally, Sir Breeden will be assigned as a liaison cavalry knight for the mission. A faint smile plays on the Duke's lips, a subtle acknowledgement of the unfolding strategy. Later, in a more private setting, the Duchess addresses Sir Killian and Alan Pendragon, informing them that they will depart early the next morning, and both should get some rest. Sir Killian responds with a crisp, "Understood." As the Duchess departs, the Duke reminds Sir Killian of his new responsibilities, acknowledging him directly. Later, Alan Pendragon finds Sir Killian, who begins to speak with a hint of hesitation, expressing a desire to apologize for a past incident. The weight of his words seems to press down on him, as he bows his head in a gesture of sincere regret. His posture conveys a deep sense of humility, his hands clasped before him. The Duke observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face, perhaps reflecting on the sincerity of the apology. Alan Pendragon, leaning against the table, accepts the apology, thanking Sir Killian for his concern. The night sky outside the window is a canvas of stars, reflecting the quiet moment of reconciliation. Finally, the Duke turns his attention to Alan Pendragon, entrusting him with a crucial role, and the Pendragon Knights as well. The South Norton village lay in ruins, its peaceful existence shattered, as bodies of its inhabitants were strewn across the ground, silent witnesses to a brutal assault. Amidst the carnage, a monstrous, wolf-like creature continued its rampage, its dark, clawed hand tearing into a fallen villager, who cried out in agony. The beast paused only to let out a chilling, triumphant laugh, reveling in the destruction it had wrought. Soon after, a new threat emerged on the horizon, as a company of knights, led by a blonde-haired commander, rode into the devastated village, their leader raising his sword high and declaring his intent to seize any valuables. Surveying the scene, the commander then issued a cold command to his men, to clear away any women and children who might impede their progress. A desperate plea rose from the ground, as a woman, clutching her child, begged for mercy, imploring them to spare the innocent life in her arms. She looked up at the imposing figure on horseback, her face etched with terror and a glimmer of hope. The commander, however, merely scoffed, asserting his dominion over the ravaged territory and questioning her defiance. He continued, his voice dripping with disdain, proclaiming that those who possessed nothing were utterly worthless. The woman, defeated, could only whisper a final, desperate plea, her voice barely audible as she clutched her child tighter. But her pleas were met with brutal finality, as a swift strike sent blood splattering across her face, her eyes wide with shock and pain. The child's innocent face contorted in horror, a heart-wrenching cry of "Mama," escaping its lips as it witnessed the atrocity. The mother, already gravely wounded, lay sprawled on the ground, her body shielding the terrified child who clung to her, tears streaming down their face. Standing over them, a knight in heavy armor cast a dark shadow, his presence a chilling harbinger of their fate. A cruel smirk twisted his lips as he declared, "I hate brats who can't shut their mouths. Farewell." The child could only stare up in wide-eyed horror, their small face contorted in a silent scream as the knight raised his blade. With a swift, brutal motion, the attack descended, a flash of red energy marking the end of their innocent life. Later, amidst the smoldering ruins of the village, a subordinate knight addressed his commander. "Gosh, boss, there's nothing more to take here." The Duke, the commander of the knights, responded with a chilling ambition. "I think it's about time we overtake the fortress." Another blonde-haired knight, looking concerned, added, "Then after that is Conrad Castle." The Duke, ignoring the other knight's apprehension, continued his sinister monologue, "Killing that incompetent kid in front of Madame Eileen. Madame Eileen will eventually be mine." His thoughts drifted to his ultimate goal. It's only a matter of time before Pendragon also becomes mine. A chilling, triumphant laugh escaped him, echoing his dark ambitions. Far from the scene of destruction, a peaceful village lay under a vibrant sky, a stark contrast to the horrors that had just unfolded. Riding through a desolate landscape, two knights surveyed the ruin, the blonde-haired leader deep in thought. He knew the land was in a terrible state, and that its people could no longer live properly. A concerned expression etched on his face, he watched as dead leaves drifted past, mirroring the decay around them. Turning to his companion, the leader asked Mark Killian if all the areas outside the fortress were in such a dire state. Killian's response was grim. Unfortunately, almost 70% of the entire territory lay in ruin. Even though some villagers managed to endure, seeking help from the fortress was impractical, as they would inevitably encounter thieves and monsters, leading to their deaths. The leader had initially prioritized opening the mausoleum, but it now seemed he would have to focus on developing the territories first. With 70% of the land in ruin, he calculated that if they could reconstruct the city to a certain extent, they could sustain a population of 10,000, realizing just how vast the Pendragon territory truly was. As his thoughts solidified, more debris swirled around them, emphasizing the urgency of his task. The wind carried the remnants of destruction, a constant reminder of the challenges ahead. Looking up at the sky, the two knights and their accompanying troops prepared for the monumental task. With a resolute gaze, the leader confirmed that all troops were in position. A sudden, violent tearing sound echoes through the air. As a massive, dark form slices through the space with incredible speed, its powerful movement generating a sharp, cutting noise. The source of the attack is revealed to be a monstrous, bird-like creature, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on its prey, lunging downwards with a gaping maw and sharp teeth, sending splinters of debris flying. But before the creature can land its blow, the expedition leader moves with blinding speed, a blur of red and gold amidst the chaos, debris scattering around him as he intercepts the assault. His hand flashes, drawing his sword with a decisive, practiced motion, the polished blade glinting brightly as it emerges from its sheath. A confident, almost predatory smirk plays on his lips, his blue eyes gleaming with fierce determination as he faces the threat. From an unseen figure, a voice exclaims, "You appeared just in time." Gazing upwards, Pendragon calmly assesses the aerial threats, identifying them as harpies. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, one of the monstrous creatures dives, its piercing screech echoing through the air, launching a furious assault. Before it can land its blow, Pendragon, mounted on his steed, swiftly intercepts with a powerful sword strike. With the initial threat neutralized, he commands his armored soldiers, urging them to step forward and engage. The soldiers, armed with crossbows, take aim at the large, dark creature now grounded before them. Watching the coordinated assault, Pendragon's eyes glow faintly blue as his smirk deepens. The creature lets out another pained screech as it recoils from further blows, but Pendragon's command rings out. Capture it alive. Its wing, now visibly damaged and crackling with purple energy, bears the brunt of the assault. With the creature subdued, he declares the task well done and gives the order for his forces to fall back. The harpy-like creature lies defeated on the ground, its struggle finally over. As the expedition leader confirms that the demons have retreated back to the villages, Ravenbolt simply acknowledges the report. Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks the quiet of the forest, signaling an unseen presence. Prompting Ravenbolt to turn sharply, his gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. From the dense undergrowth, a horde of small, gray-skinned goblin-like creatures burst forth, their guttural cries filling the air as they charge. One of the creatures lunges directly at them, its crude dagger glinting menacingly. The expedition leader cries out in alarm, his face contorted in shock as the ambush unfolds. But before the goblins can even reach their target, Ravenbolt moves with impossible speed, sending several of the creatures flying with a single, devastating sweep. His sword, now shimmering with a vibrant blue aura, cuts through the air with lethal precision. Watching the display, the expedition leader's initial fear transforms into a wide, almost manic grin, clearly impressed by the young lord's prowess. Among the scattered goblin bodies, a larger, winged demon lies defeated, its glowing green eyes now dull, its form broken. Ravenbolt stands calmly over the vanquished foes, his posture radiating quiet authority. Approaching him respectfully, the expedition leader offers to handle the remaining cleanup, urging his grace to continue forward. The expedition leader, his expression thoughtful, considers the recent battle. Turning to Ravenbolt, he suggests, "We'll make them our companions." The knights behind him exchange bewildered glances, one of them voicing their collective shock. What did he just say? Meanwhile, a goblin-like creature, seemingly a representation of the defeated foes, remarks, "The goblins have rather good eyesight." While a winged demon adds, "And the harpy's flying speed is something we can take advantage of as well." Ravenbolt, unfazed by the reactions, reveals his true intention. "It just so happened that I was thinking about wanting some useful familiars." The knights, including Mark Killian, are aghast, protesting, But I've never heard of anyone making demons their familiars." The expedition leader, trying to rationalize it, begins, "I've seen it on the battlefield before in the past," before quickly correcting himself. No, I read about it in a book." Ravenbolt dismisses their concerns, stating firmly, "Regardless of whether they're demons or whatever else, I'll use anything that is useful. It's fine, so just stay put and watch." Later, the expedition leader spots Ravenbolt interacting with some small figures and calls out, "Oi you, what are you doing outside of the forest, so close to the village?" One of the small goblin-like creatures, looking up at Ravenbolt, explains, "There are many things in the forest that are much scarier than Kazal. From wolves to ghouls, harpies to orcs." Kazal continues his lament, "And even white dragons. Our hunting grounds have been stolen by those guys. So you're Kazal." A slight smile plays on Ravenbolt's lips as he acknowledges the small creature's plight, understanding its situation now. He then presses, his gaze sharp, asking if it had ever fed on humans before, implying a serious consequence if it had. The small creature, Kazal, recoils in fear, frantically denying the accusation, insisting that Tata does not eat humans. It clarifies its diet, explaining that it only consumes sheep and snakes. A flicker of surprise crosses Ravenbolt's face, his expression softening slightly at the unexpected revelation. A memory or vision flashes, showing a dark-haired Ravenbolt, cloaked and imposing, standing over a defeated creature resembling Kazal, the ground around them scarred by conflict. His amber eyes, sharp and intense, reflect the harshness of that past encounter. The defeated creature, small and vulnerable, lies prone, its feathery crest ruffled, and its yellow eyes wide with fear. Returning to the present, Ravenbolt muses on his past experiences, recalling a harpy he once knew that did feed on humans, yet he decides to trust Kazal this time. Kazal, relieved, bows its head in gratitude, offering a small, thankful sound. However, Ravenbolt's expression hardens, a blue magical aura flaring around his hand as he prepares to exert his will. He declares his intention, stating that Kazal will obey him from this day forward, his power radiating with quiet authority. Standing over the large wolf-like creature and the smaller, horned one, Ravenbolt asserts his authority, declaring himself the Duke Pendragon, lord of this land, and threatening to feed them to the white dragon if they dare to disobey or escape. The mere mention of the white dragon sends a shiver of fear through the larger creature. who cries out that the dragon is terrifying. The smaller creature, Kazao, quickly interjects, referring to itself as Tada and promising complete obedience. With their submission secured, Raven Bolt acknowledges Kazao's promise, declaring it's time for work. He then turns to his knights, instructing them to be led to the south-northern village via the shortest route, presumably by their new, albeit unusual, guide. True to its word, Kazao dashes ahead, calling for them to follow as Raven Bolt and his knights begin their journey. As they travel, Joseph Breeden expresses his astonishment to Mark Killian, marveling at the fact that Raven Bolt truly made these creatures his familiars, and suggesting that his imagination and quick wit are qualities they, too, should emulate. Killian, with a thoughtful expression, agrees with his assessment. Breeden continues, musing that such ingenuity is something he wishes those stubborn and troublesome nobles would emulate, a clear jab at the conventional thinking of the aristocracy. Meanwhile, Raven Bolt offers a subtle, knowing smile, perhaps overhearing their conversation or simply pleased with the progress of his new familiar. Thanks to Kazao's knowledge of shortcuts, the group arrives early at the south-northern village, with Breeden expressing his delight at their swift journey. As the group approaches the south-northern village, the wolf creature and Kazao lead the way, followed closely by the knights and their young lord. He then turns to his knights, explaining his strategy. All right, Sir Killian, be on standby here. Sir Breeden and I will assault the abolished monastery with a small group of soldiers. Joseph Breeden, ready for action, confirms his role, knowing a runner will be sent later for Mark Killian to join them. Meanwhile, Mark Killian reassures Lady Luna, who expresses concern for Aaron, who has never been to the battlefield before, promising to protect her as he guides her away from the immediate danger. With the plan set, Joseph Breeden raises his arm, signaling the advance. The command rings out, now then. Advance party, take the field. Raven Bolt shouts the command with fierce determination, his voice cutting through the air as blue energy crackles around him. He then turns to his familiars, giving them their mission. Kazao and Tada, aerial reconnaissance will be your mission. Go. The small creature responds, got it, as they launch into the sky. Joseph Breeden charges forward on horseback, his sword glinting with a faint blue aura as he leads the advance party. The ground trembles as the horses gallop with incredible speed, kicking up dust and energy in their wake. Through the blur of motion, the landscape rushes past, indicating their swift progress. Soon, the main group, including Raven Bolt, Joseph Breeden, and Lady Luna, arrives at the village, their destination now within reach. As a knight stood menacingly over a small, bound figure, a woman knelt nearby, her voice filled with desperation. I beg you, please don't be violent with that child, she pleaded, only for the knight to silence her, grabbing the child by his hair and sneering. Shut up. Be grateful that you're still alive. The child, tears streaming down his face, could only wail, mummy. Still bound and helpless, the child lay on the ground as the knight's heavy boot loomed nearby, the threat of further violence hanging in the air. With a cruel grin, the knight raised his armored fist, a dark aura of intent radiating around him as he prepared to strike the defenseless child. The child, engulfed in a desperate red glow, screamed, stop it. But before the blow could land, a sudden, crimson slash of energy tore through the air, moving with impossible speed. The sharp, red force connected with its target, sending droplets of blood spraying into the bright sky. The abusive knight recoiled, his armored hand now bleeding, a look of utter disbelief crossing his face as he muttered, huh. From the distance, bathed in the morning light, Joseph Breeden rode in on his warhorse, his sword drawn and gleaming, a beacon of swift justice. Both the stunned knight and the pleading woman looked up, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and awe at the sudden arrival, their eyes fixed on the imposing figure. Meanwhile, the small child remained on the ground, still bound and crying, unaware of the dramatic turn of events unfolding around him. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling a powerful arrival. From the radiant glow, a knight with long, golden blonde hair and piercing blue eyes emerges, his ornate armor gleaming under the sudden brilliance. The kneeling knight, still reeling from the previous attack, stares up in disbelief, barely able to utter a fragmented question as the bound child behind him watches with wide, hopeful eyes. The blonde knight stands tall, his back to the viewer, as the kneeling figure's voice echoes with a name, a question of identity hanging in the air. Aaron Pendragon? Both the kneeling knight and the bound child gaze upwards, their faces a mixture of shock and dawning recognition. The bound child, tears welling in their eyes, finally manages to speak, addressing the newly arrived knight with profound respect. Your Grace. Aaron Pendragon, now facing forward, offers a confident, almost predatory smile, his words confirming his long-awaited presence. I've finally met you. Meanwhile, Joseph Breeden, standing behind the blonde knight, looks down at the cowering figure, his voice dripping with contempt. Trash. The blonde-haired protagonist, Raven Bolt, stands tall over a kneeling knight, declaring, we finally meet, before dismissing the kneeling figure as trash. His sharp, confident smirk reveals a faint scar on his cheek, while his blue eyes gleam with cold amusement. The kneeling knight's face, however, is contorted in fear and disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. As a line of mounted knights, their forms silhouetted against the bright sky, stand ready on a tree-lined road. Ravenbolt continues to stand imperiously over the kneeling knight, his sword drawn and pointed downwards, while a woman with a child and another armored figure watch from a distance. The kneeling knight, finally finding his voice, manages to stammer out, "Why, you?" Surrounded by his fellow armored knights, the dark-haired knight then shouts in outrage, "Why is the good-for-nothing Pendragon brat here?" Before he can react further, a blinding flash of movement streaks across his face, the impact sending a shockwave through him. And a moment later, a blade is seen piercing cleanly through his cheek, a trickle of blood marking the precise, brutal strike. His eyes blazing with an ethereal blue light, and fangs now prominent, Ravenbolt's face contorts with fierce determination. As he demands to know, "Who gave you permission to open that filthy mouth of yours?" The words are barely out before a knight recoils, blood streaming from his ear, a testament to the swift, brutal strike he just endured. Leaving Joseph Breeden and the other knight stunned, as one of them cries out, "Why you all?" Another knight, his hand glowing with a faint aura, quickly issues a desperate command, "Do it! Kill him!" Meanwhile, the knight who was struck lies defeated on the ground, while two other figures rush past him, their faces a mix of shock and urgency. And with a decisive motion, Ravenbolt's armored boot slams down. As he stands tall, his sword now drawn and glowing faintly, radiating an undeniable aura of power against the bright sky. Another knight's weapon lying discarded on the ground, a clear sign of his dominance. And he looks down, his glowing blue eyes and bared fangs still conveying an intense, unyielding ferocity. As his armored foot crushes another knight's sword beneath it, the metal groaning under the immense pressure, leaving a knight staring in wide-eyed shock as a blade hovers inches from his face, eliciting a stunned, "Huh." Joseph Breeden, a knight with golden blonde hair, raises his sword high, his expression grim. His blade descends with lethal speed, reflecting the sky as it plunges towards Ravenbolt, who lies vulnerable on the ground. But before the strike can land, a blur of motion, and the knight's weapon shatters into countless fragments, deflected by an unseen force. Joseph Breeden recoils, his eyes wide with disbelief as the remnants of his sword fall around him. Ravenbolt rises from the ground, his own blade now glowing with an intense blue aura, ready to unleash a counterattack. He moves with blinding speed, striking one of the knights, who cries out in shock and pain as dark energy crackles around him. The blade continues its arc, a streak of blue light tearing through the air. Another knight is caught in the assault, sent flying backward by the sheer force of the blow. A powerful impact reverberates, sending shards of debris flying in every direction. Joseph Breeden watches the unfolding chaos, his face a mask of grim determination. The knight struck earlier lies stunned on the ground, surrounded by the lingering traces of the attack. Suddenly, Joseph Breeden lunges forward, his own new sword now glowing with a fierce blue light, meeting Ravenbolt's blade in a clash of brilliant energy. A figure stands cloaked, observing the unfolding chaos from a distance. As Lady Luna and her escorts react with alarm to an unseen threat, her voice rising in a startled cry, "What?" But before the situation can escalate, a knight in gleaming armor and a flowing blue cape descends upon the scene, offering a swift intervention. "Shall I lend you a hand, Mr. Bandit Leader?" Leaving the bandit leader reeling in shock, his face contorted in disbelief as he struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Who the hell are you?" The knight's swift action quickly resolves the immediate threat, as Lady Luna and her remaining escort look on from their horses, witnessing the aftermath of the decisive blow. He stands triumphant amidst the fallen bandits, his sword still drawn, the battle concluded with overwhelming force, leaving no doubt as to his skill. Turning to the noblewoman, the knight introduces himself with a confident smile. "I'm the head knight of the Crimson Knight Corps of the Count Sirad household, Joseph Breeden." His expression radiates assurance and pride, a clear indication of his status and capabilities. Just then, another knight, with long blonde hair and ornate armor, appears, offering his assistance with a knowing look. "Seeing as you also want to kill this brat, I might as well lend you a hand." Lady Luna, however, is visibly distressed by the new arrival's words, her face etched with confusion and concern. "Sir Breeden, what is the meaning of this?" Joseph Breeden quickly moves to shield her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder as he firmly instructs, "Oi, stay back." He then dismisses the blonde knight's offer, addressing Lady Luna with a calm, reassuring tone. "My lady, please don't be fooled by this good-for-nothing, who doesn't even have what it takes to be a count." Standing over Joseph Breeden, the blonde-haired knight asserts his dominance, declaring that he is the one truly suitable for Lady Luna, not the piece of trash he has just defeated. Observing the tense exchange, a dark-haired knight with a distinctive scar over his eye remarks, "Come on now, a fallout." The blonde knight, accepting the unspoken challenge, grips his sword hilt, his expression hardening as he responds, "Very well." Before another word can be spoken, the dark-haired knight launches himself into the air, his blade glinting with blue energy as he cries out, "I gladly welcome it." Below, the blonde knight stands his ground on a wooden platform, his own sword drawn and ready, anticipating the aerial assault. As the dark-haired knight descends with a furious strike, their blades meeting in a shower of blue sparks and raw power, the attacker vowing, "I'll make you regret ever looking down on us." His face contorted with fierce resolve, the dark-haired knight reiterates his threat, "I'll make you regret ever looking down on us." Behind the blonde knight, an older woman with gray hair watches the duel with growing alarm, calling out to him, "Aaron, your grace." The force of the ongoing clash sends shockwaves through the air, causing both the blonde knight and the concerned woman to recoil slightly. As the blonde knight and his dark-haired opponent continue their furious exchange, their swords meeting again in a brilliant flash of light and energy. The blonde knight expertly deflecting another powerful strike, a swirling aura of blue energy erupting around their point of impact, while the older woman remains close behind him. His gaze sharp and unwavering as he issues a stern command. "Don't make me repeat myself. A non-combatant should stay back." Despite the chaos, Aaron's mother looks up at him, her voice laced with concern, but he cuts her off, assuring her he will immediately handle the knight. Then, turning to a small, horned creature, he addresses him as Kazal, entrusting him with a vital task. He leaves Lady Sirad in his care. Kazal acknowledges the order, then urgently turns to Aaron's mother, the human princess, insisting they move quickly to get back to safety. As she looks around at the fallen figures, a wave of anxiety washes over her, remembering Knight Breeden's formidable strength among the corps and the presence of a bandit leader, making her wonder if the young Lord Aaron will truly be all right by himself. Her expression remains etched with worry, her eyes wide with unspoken fear. Meanwhile, the blonde knight stands resolute, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The older woman's concern deepens, a bead of sweat tracing her temple. Standing over a defeated winged demon, the blonde knight issues another command, recalling an earlier order to contact Sir Killian. From off-panel, a voice responds, confirming the order and stating they will get going immediately. Meanwhile, Joseph Breeden, standing beside a dark-haired knight with a scar, scoffs at the idea of reinforcements, declaring it's too late, and that the blonde knight will be dead long before any help arrives. The blonde knight, facing the assembled knights, retorts with a challenge, asking if they can spout some interesting jokes, then inviting them to try their luck against him. With unwavering resolve, he declares he will be their opponent, and they should proceed. With a confident, almost predatory smirk, he prepares for the impending confrontation, a faint blue energy shimmering around his hand. His grip tightens on the hilt of his sword, its central gem glowing with a soft, ethereal blue light. Meanwhile, the dark-haired knight taunts him, believing his lack of battlefield experience will be his downfall, no matter how much his personality has changed. Joseph Breeden, charging forward, echoes the sentiment, convinced his own battle-hardened past gives him an insurmountable advantage. But before they can press their advantage, a swift parry deflects an incoming blade, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Ravenbolt's sword glows brighter as he effortlessly redirects the attack, his movements a blur of precision and power. Then, with a sudden, decisive motion, his armored foot slams down, crushing something beneath it. The dark-haired knight's sword shatters into countless glowing fragments, leaving him disarmed and stunned. As the knight recoils in disbelief, Ravenbolt stands triumphant, his blade still humming with power, leaving his opponent to question what just happened. The disarmed knight can only utter a choked gasp, realizing his weapon is utterly destroyed. Before Joseph Breeden can react to his ally's defeat, a sudden, powerful blow connects with his face, sending a shockwave of pain through him. He cries out in agony as the force of the impact sends him hurtling backward, a purple aura of displaced energy trailing in his wake. Ravenbolt stood poised, his blade shimmering with an ethereal purple glow, ready to deliver a decisive blow. With a blinding flash, his sword plunged into the ground between the two knights, shattering the dark-haired one's weapon and forcing both men to recoil in shock. Joseph Breeden, still on the ground, scoffed, questioning the battle experience of his opponent and dismissing his swordsmanship as basic. He continued, a hint of condescension in his tone, acknowledging the help Raven had provided at the castle. Suddenly, the blade shifted, now embedded inches from Joseph Breeden's leg, eliciting a sharp gasp of surprise from him. Without a word, Ravenbolt delivered a powerful upward strike, his sword arcing with crackling white energy as it connected with Joseph Breeden. Joseph Breeden, now seemingly resigned, offered a final, chilling statement of gratitude, urging his opponent to accept it. The blade sliced through the air with brutal efficiency, severing Joseph Breeden's arm in a gruesome spray of blood and blue magical energy. A guttural scream tore from his throat, his face contorted in pure agony as the red energy of the impact flared around him. The agonizing cry stretched on, a testament to the horrific injury he had just sustained. Collapsing to the ground, Joseph Breeden clutched his mangled arm, his desperate cry of "my arm," echoing as the dark-haired knight watched in stunned horror. Lying defeated, Joseph Breeden managed a final, weak question, his voice barely a whisper as he asked about Lady Sirad. The blonde-haired expedition leader, his face contorted in fury, glares down at the defeated Joseph Breeden, his voice cutting through the air with a sharp command. His ornate white and gold armor gleams under the bright sky, reflecting the light as he stands over the prone figure. Joseph Breeden, battered and bruised, lies on the ground, his face etched with fear and pain, as the leader's voice rings out with a chilling warning, declaring that he should never step foot into his territory again. The impact of the previous blow sends Joseph Breeden tumbling through the air, his body a blur of motion and agony. With a calm, almost dismissive tone, the expedition leader surveys the scene, his gaze sweeping over the fallen figures before settling on his next target. His voice, now devoid of its previous fury, carries a cold promise, as he declares the next person to face his wrath. Turning his attention to Raven Balt, the expedition leader scoffs, uttering a single, contemptuous word. From his position on the ground, Joseph Breeden, still reeling from his defeat, manages to speak, his voice raspy as he questions the source of Raven Balt's unnatural power. Raven Balt, unfazed by the insult, counters the expedition leader's challenge, reminding him of the many comrades still within the estate and questioning his intent to face them all alone. The expedition leader's armor glints as he leans in slightly, a subtle shift in his posture accompanying a pointed question. He reminds Raven Balt of the formidable forces at his disposal, emphasizing the strength of the Pendragon soldiers. The intricate details of the expedition leader's armor are highlighted, a silent testament to his status and the power he represents. The ground trembles under the rhythmic pounding of hooves, a powerful force moving away from the scene of battle. With a dismissive wave, the expedition leader declares his part in the conflict finished, confident that his excellent soldiers will exterminate the remaining pests. His mounted forces ride off, leaving behind the defeated, including Joseph Breeden, who remains sprawled on the ground. The Pendragon banner, emblazoned with its white dragon, flutters defiantly in the wind, a symbol of the power that remains. The expedition leader, at the head of his mounted soldiers, wears a confident smile, unaware of the true resolve he has just ignited. Meanwhile, Raven Balt stands firm, his sword glowing with an ethereal blue light as he issues a chilling warning. Those who have betrayed Pendragon will not be granted an easy death. Joseph Breeden, his face contorted in terror and dark liquid seeping from his eye, can only stare up in horrified realization at the power he has provoked. A banner emblazoned with a white dragon flutters proudly against a bright, clear sky. As a formidable procession of knights, led by a blonde-haired commander in gleaming armor, rides forth with an air of undeniable authority. His hand, gripping a sword with cold resolve, gestures downward as he declares, "Don't think you can die an easy death after betraying the Pendragon." The unnamed man, eyes wide with terror, recoils as a metallic gauntlet reaches for him, his face contorted in a mask of fear and desperation. A powerful kick from a metallic boot sends shards of debris flying, the force of the impact rippling through the air. The man is launched violently into the air, his body twisting from the sheer power of the blow, a bright burst of energy marking the point of contact. Another metallic boot follows through, continuing the relentless assault, as more fragments scatter from the brutal force. Later, a small, glowing orb appears in the man's hand, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. He clenches his fist around the luminous object, his tattered sleeve barely concealing the desperate act, the light still shining through his fingers. Ultimately, the man is found crucified on a wooden cross, a stark symbol of his betrayal and the Pendragon's unforgiving justice, with a faint red glow emanating from below. The betrayer remains crucified, a stark and brutal symbol of Pendragon justice, as two figures stand on the platform, observing the grim scene, while a small crowd gathers below. Amidst the somber atmosphere, the unnamed expedition leader, a blonde knight in white and gold armor, turns his gaze, a subtle tension in his expression. Nearby, three men, clad in tattered rags, sit on the ground, their faces etched with despair. Their ankles are bound by heavy iron shackles, a grim testament to their captivity. The expedition leader approaches the prisoners, his imposing presence casting a long shadow over them, as a pile of skulls is visible through a nearby gate. The ground is littered with countless skulls, glowing particles rising from the macabre scene, hinting at a recent, violent past. A closer view reveals an overwhelming number of skeletal remains, a silent testament to widespread death. His blue eyes narrow, reflecting a deep concern or suspicion as he takes in the devastation. He confronts one of the prisoners, a dark-haired man, holding his sword to the man's throat, demanding answers as the blade presses against him, causing him to gasp in pain. The leader notes that he hasn't seen a single villager outside since his arrival. Turning his attention to the gruesome discovery, the expedition leader questions the prisoners, asking if they were responsible for the massacre. The dark-haired prisoner, now on the ground and bleeding, can only stammer out a desperate apology. The expedition leader looks down at the pleading man, his expression unyielding, as the prisoner begs for forgiveness, only to be met with a cold, rhetorical question. He looks down at the crucified figure, declaring that it seems perfectly suitable for someone who did whatever they wanted on his territory to be begging for their lives. The bound man, eyes wide with fear, manages to ask, "Are you going to kill me?" The expedition leader stands impassively before him, his sword at his side, the weight of his presence heavy in the air. Turning his gaze to the huddled group of villagers, he states that he won't be the one making that decision. The crucified man's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word of shock escaping his lips. The expedition leader's voice cuts through the silence, commanding the villagers to listen carefully. He gestures towards the bound figure, referring to his life. The expedition leader then declares that he will be leaving it to them, the villagers who have survived. The crucified man's face is a mask of terror, blood trickling from his mouth as he comprehends his fate. With a final, chilling instruction, the expedition leader tells them to cook him, burn him, and do whatever they want with him. Having delivered his judgment, he turns and walks away, leaving the villagers to their grim decision. The surviving villagers stare at the crucified figure, their expressions a mixture of grief, anger, and a dawning, terrible resolve. The betrayer's face contorts in a silent scream, blood already staining his skin as the villagers begin their grim work. Around the crucified figure, a mob of enraged villagers descends, their tools raised, each strike against the wooden cross echoing their collective fury. His desperate pleas for mercy, a choked "Stop it, please," barely escaping his lips, are drowned out by the sounds of their vengeance. Driven by the memory of their suffering, they scream for his death, their voices unified in a chilling chorus. "Kill him, for our village." Hands, both bare and weapon-wielding, strike relentlessly at the base of the cross, their faces a mask of grim determination. More blood splatters, a dark spray against the fading light. Soon, a thick, dark pool of it spreads across the ground from the base of the cross, a testament to the villagers' brutal justice. Meanwhile, the expedition leader walks away, his footsteps echoing softly down a long, arched corridor, leaving the scene of retribution behind. His armored hand reaches for a heavy wooden door, the sound of its opening a soft click. He glances upward, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips, his blue eyes reflecting a calm detachment. He passes a grand statue of a robed figure, its serene expression contrasting sharply with the violence he has just witnessed. Finally, he stands silhouetted against the setting sun, his back to the viewer, a lone figure in the vast, empty hall, his journey continuing. He approached the kneeling figure, who remained bowed before the massive stone structure, a silent testament to the power he once defied. Suddenly, with a desperate cry, the man lunged, a crude sword arcing towards the leader's head. But before the blade could connect, the leader's staff moved with blinding speed, intercepting the attack with a sharp clang. In a fluid motion, he spun the staff, delivering a powerful counterstrike that sent the attacker reeling. The force of the blow lifted the man off his feet, sending him crashing backward onto the cold stone floor. Standing over his defeated foe, the leader raised his staff, its tip glowing faintly as he prepared to deliver the final, decisive blow. With unwavering resolve, the staff descended, a blur of motion aimed directly at the fallen man. It pierced his chest with brutal efficiency, a dark stain blooming across his simple tunic as life drained from his eyes. Nearby, the ancient statue of a goddess, its serene stone face now splattered with the fresh blood of the fallen, seemed to watch impassively. The leader looked up, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall, a flicker of something unreadable in his blue eyes. He wondered if Leona, the goddess of light, would curse him for drawing blood right in front of her without even batting an eye. Even though he had been reborn into this body and given another chance to live, the weight of his past and present actions pressed upon him. The expedition leader, his gaze sharp and resolute, reflects on his past self, a younger man in pristine white attire, as he declares his refusal to live as an impostor. He vows to treat others with the respect they deserve, while ensuring those who are cruel and foul receive their just punishment. This unwavering conviction defines him, a path he has consciously chosen. His thoughts linger on the image of his younger self, perhaps an ideal he once held, as the grand architecture of the temple looms in the background. Standing over the fallen figure of the betrayer, his hand still extended from the decisive blow, the leader surveys the aftermath of his judgment within the sacred hall. A small, glowing orb of light emanates from a crack in a stone altar, its ethereal energy shimmering in the quiet space. Looking up, his expression firm, he reiterates his chosen path, challenging any divine condemnation that might come his way. The ancient statue of a deity, perhaps the goddess of light, stands silent witness, its form bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolves to achieve his goals, postponing any judgment until his mission is complete. He turns his back on the sacred space, walking towards a dark, arched doorway, leaving the temple behind. His figure, small against the vastness of the temple, recedes, stepping out into the world with a new purpose. Meanwhile, a small procession makes its way along a winding road, approaching the south-northern village. He rides through the village, greeted by grateful townsfolk who express their thanks for his deeds, assuring him they are deeply appreciative of his efforts and will contact him if further reconstruction is needed. As he passes, the villagers cheer, their voices echoing with shouts of "Long live the Pendragon," and "Respect to the White Dragon." With a final glance back at the waving crowd, he continues his journey, leaving the jubilant village behind. Meanwhile, his companions are already making their presence known, with Kazal excitedly proclaiming that he has done his work properly and demanding a reward, while Tada echoes his sentiment with a cheerful yay. The expedition leader, still on horseback, acknowledges their efforts, telling Tada that he worked hard too, and instructs them to wait for him at the campsite. Tada, beaming with pride, responds with another enthusiastic yay, clearly pleased with the recognition. Later, sitting with Sir Killian, the expedition leader observes that the south-northern village appears to be stable for now, prompting his companion to ask if they will finally invade the Ancona forest next. He simply replies, no, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he considers his next move, knowing there's still one crucial task to complete before that. A few days prior, within the Conrad Castle office, a tense discussion unfolds between the young lord and a distinguished lady. He considers her words, asking if they can truly leverage the Ancona orcs to their advantage. Lady Luna confirms this possibility, explaining that the orcs are bound to their territory by a solemn pledge. She further elaborates on their superior combat abilities, suggesting that subduing them would provide invaluable assistance. Her expression remains calm as she states that orcs are creatures driven solely by fighting and slaughter, caring for little else. The young lord questions if they will truly aid their objectives, to which she replies that it hinges entirely on his ability to overcome them. Lady Luna reminds him of a fundamental truth: orcs only follow those who prove themselves stronger. She then delivers a crucial point, stating that he cannot simply borrow Soldrake's power to sway them, as they know Eren was deemed unworthy by the dragon. Therefore, he must fight and win to earn their allegiance. His gaze sharpens as he utters a single word, acknowledging the challenge. Lady Luna smiles faintly, remarking that such a response is to be expected from someone known as the god of death on the battlefield. Eren stands before Lady Luna in her office, listening intently as she poses a question. Her voice cuts through the quiet, asking, "Have you fought an orc before?" He pauses, a moment of consideration passing before he offers a quiet, almost reluctant, "I guess so." His amber eyes, sharp and focused, betray a deeper experience than his words suggest, reflecting battles fought and won. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he is no longer in an office but on a desolate battlefield, his sword flashing as he prepares for a brutal confrontation. The air crackles with anticipation as he draws his blade. Before him, a massive orc chieftain, its gray skin scarred and tusks gleaming, roars in defiance, even as multiple slashes tear into its flesh, spraying crimson into the air. Eren's blade moves with blinding speed, a streak of light cutting through the orc's defenses, each strike precise and devastating. The chieftain stumbles, impaled by several weapons, its massive form silhouetted against the twilight sky, yet it refuses to fall. Eren stands a short distance away, his glowing sword poised, observing the seemingly unyielding foe. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he mutters, "Shit, he's seriously wounded, so why won't he just die?" Despite the grievous injuries, the orc chieftain's eyes flare with an ominous red glow, a testament to its monstrous vitality. With renewed determination, Eren lunges forward, his sword now blazing with a fierce blue light, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow against the unyielding foe. Despite the grievous wounds inflicted upon it, the orc chieftain remained standing, its eyes burning with an unyielding, malevolent red glow. With a guttural roar, it lunged forward, axe raised high, forcing him to meet its relentless assault. He braced himself, his movements precise and economical, preparing for the next impact. As the heavy blade descended, he met it with a flash of steel, deflecting the blow with a surge of blue energy. His face was a mask of grim determination, blood streaking his cheek as the relentless battle wore on. The orc chieftain let out another furious cry, its glowing eyes burning with undiminished rage, refusing to fall. He moved like a phantom, a blur of motion and steel, parrying another strike with a swift, arcing sweep of his blade. A thought flashed through his mind, acknowledging the grim reality that if this confrontation dragged on, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Frustration mounting, he muttered to himself, "Since I've pierced his heart, but he still won't die, let's go for his neck." With renewed resolve, he lunged, his blade finding its mark in a spray of blood and dark energy. The clash continued, a whirlwind of strikes and parries, each movement imbued with desperate intent. Gathering all his remaining strength, his eyes flared with a brilliant white light, a powerful aura of blue energy engulfing him as he prepared for the final, decisive blow. He descends, his blade glowing with an ethereal blue energy, poised for a decisive downward strike. Below, the orc chieftain, its eyes burning with a defiant red glow, braces for the impending impact. The Pendragon young lord arcs through the air, his blade a crimson blur as he commits to the lethal blow. With a desperate roar, the orc manages to block the powerful strike with its arm, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of impact. Undeterred, he continues his relentless assault, his glowing blade now aimed directly at the chieftain's neck. His face a mask of grim determination, he pours every ounce of his strength into the attack. Following through with the blade, he delivers a powerful kick, sending dust and debris flying. The orc chieftain reels from the combined force, its massive body pushed back by the relentless assault. The relentless barrage sends the creature hurtling through the air, a red aura of impact trailing behind it as it's thrown backward. As the orc is sent sprawling, his eyes blaze with an intense white light, his body enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, signaling the full unleashing of his power. The scene abruptly shifts to a different time and place, where a blonde-haired man recalls a past encounter, mentioning he fought one when he had just joined the Demon Corps. A blonde-haired woman, listening intently, then adds her own perspective, acknowledging the difficulty of such a fight, yet confident in her current ability to overcome it. A jovial, older noble, his face alight with a confident smile, gives a hearty thumbs up, declaring the task at hand to be simple, assuring his companion that he can easily accomplish it. He continues, explaining that once the Ancona orcs are defeated, the path to quickly open the mausoleum will be clear. The older man beams, still giving his enthusiastic thumbs up, while a younger, long-haired noble stands before him, arms crossed, a hint of apprehension on his face. A sigh escapes the younger noble, his brow furrowed with concern as he mutters, "Good grief." He then voices his skepticism, remarking that the older man made it sound easy. The scene shifts dramatically to the rhythmic thud of horse hooves on dry earth, as a group of riders traverses a rugged landscape. Under a brilliant, sun-drenched sky, the armored figures ride through a vast, mountainous region, their destination unknown. The young blonde noble, now clad in armor and riding alongside his companions, exclaims in disbelief, "We're going to make the Ancona orcs into our allies." His brown-haired companion, riding beside him, expresses his own reservations, stating, "I'm reluctant to agree to this." The brown-haired knight elaborates on the strategic challenge, explaining that raiding the Ancona forest will be difficult with just the few of us, and that in order to reduce our casualties, we need strong warriors. The young blonde noble, turning to face his companion, then presents the grim alternative, warning, "However, if we fight the orcs, they can probably annihilate us." Under a vast, clear sky, the small, gray-skinned Kazal looks up at his master, confirming his understanding. The group continues their journey, with the winged demon carrying Kazal, while armored riders follow closely behind on horseback, their formation cutting across the open terrain. Kazal, perched precariously on the demon's back, cries out in distress, his fear palpable as he declares he doesn't want to die. From his horse, the young noble, Raven Balt, dismisses such a mindset, urging his companion to find a way to win instead, or face a grim fate. Kazal continues to plead with his master, his voice filled with urgency as he warns him to get away. Raven Balt, however, seems to take the warning personally, his expression firm as he points to himself. Meanwhile, Sir Killian, riding alongside Joseph Breeden, questions why the winged demon hasn't returned, while Breeden wonders if the demon's behavior is unusual. Kazal, still visibly distressed, warns his master that the situation looks dire, prompting Raven Balt to inquire about the specific threat. The talons of the winged demon are shown, hinting at the creature's readiness for action, or perhaps its unease. Kazal's face contorts in fear as he finally reveals the source of his terror, uttering the name of the formidable Ancona orcs. Raven Balt's expression shifts, a silent exclamation marking his realization of the gravity of the situation. Sir Killian's face reflects a similar concern, his eyes wide with apprehension. A blonde-haired figure, clad in armor and a flowing red cape, rides a powerful black steed across a barren landscape, when a voice calls out to him, acknowledging his noble status. Suddenly, a sharp metallic sound rings out, as a blade flashes through the air, scattering dust and debris. The blade's impact echoes, and the blonde-haired man, now on his knees, clutches his sword, a blue aura of distress radiating around him, as a stern voice declares that nothing good ever comes from being associated with him. The gray-haired woman, her expression etched with worry and disappointment, listens intently to the unfolding drama. From atop her horse in a snowy, forested clearing, she commands him to stop, reminding him that she had already told him to stay away from her. The blonde-haired man remains kneeling, now surrounded by a menacing group of orc-like figures, while the gray-haired woman watches from her mount, the tension palpable. Her worried expression deepens, as she reiterates her belief that nothing good comes from his presence. Still on horseback, she confronts him directly, demanding to know if he understands the gravity of his actions. A dark-haired figure observes the tense standoff from a distance, his back to the viewer. The gray-haired woman, her voice firm, warns him that any aggression towards Duke Aaron is an act of rebellion against the entire empire, and if he truly wishes to rebel, he should leave her household immediately. The blonde-haired man, still kneeling, looks up at her with a desperate plea, begging his lady not to excommunicate him. His voice cracking with urgency, he reminds her that he still has a duty to escort her to the Searod territory, imploring her to reconsider. Still reeling from the accusations, he hears her voice, cold and unwavering, confirming his worst fears. "Yes, your only job was to protect me." Her gaze sharpens, her tone hardening further. "It is time for you to understand your place." The weight of her words presses down on him as she continues. "Father will decide your punishment when we get back." With a final, dismissive declaration, "Our trip here is done." Turning her horse, Lady Luna begins to ride away, leaving him standing alone, her dark cloak billowing behind her as she departs from the desolate scene. Her voice, though distant, still carries the command, "Let's hurry back, I want to rest." But as the sound of her horse fades, a new, guttural presence emerges from the shadows, its tusks gleaming menacingly in the dim light. A group of hulking orcs surrounds him, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, as their chieftain snarls, "You're pointing your sword at us." Before he can react, a powerful blow sends him stumbling backward, his sword half drawn, desperately trying to regain his footing on the uneven terrain. The chieftain's face contorts in a snarl, its voice booming. Do you want to die? Overwhelmed and terrified, he can only stammer, As the scene unfolds against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains, an unseen voice cuts through the tension. What are you doing? As Lady Luna rides away, her horse's hooves kick up dust, leaving the blonde-haired Duke Aaron and his knights behind on the open field. Meanwhile, the orc chieftain watches from a distance, his gaze sharp and calculating under the bright sky. A knight named Joseph Breeden looks on with a worried expression, his brow furrowed in concern. Lady Luna glances back, a hint of something unreadable in her lavender eyes, before disappearing over the horizon. The blonde-haired Duke Aaron remains, his name echoing across the field as he faces the uncertain path ahead. His gleaming armor, adorned with intricate gold patterns, reflects the sunlight, a stark contrast to the grim situation. Joseph Breeden rushes forward, his concern for the Duke evident in his hurried steps. He questions how someone like Aaron could have become a knight, his voice laced with doubt and perhaps a hint of resentment. From behind, Sir Mark Killian and other knights call out, pleading with their grace not to venture alone into such peril. The blonde-haired Duke remains stoic, his expression unyielding as Joseph Breeden stands beside him. A red banner, emblazoned with a white dragon, flutters proudly in the wind, symbolizing their allegiance. The orc chieftain's eyes narrow, a silent exclamation mark hanging in the air as he observes the scene. The orcs stare, their thoughts consumed by the sight of the Pendragon crest, realizing the identity of the young man before them. He stands his ground, mounted atop his horse, facing the horde of green-skinned warriors. The orc chieftain, his tusks gleaming, points a menacing finger, declaring, "Just when I wanted to meet you." A calm, almost indifferent expression settles on the young lord's face, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, a chilling blue aura erupts from the chieftain, radiating outward with immense pressure. As the orc's inherent fear ability, a potent force, begins to spread across the battlefield, its icy tendrils reaching out to envelop all who stand against him. One of the knights, Mark Killian, feels the oppressive weight of the fear, his face contorting in distress, struggling to even breathe or move properly under its paralyzing influence. Joseph Breeden, another knight, turns to his lord, his voice strained. "Your grace, as we thought, it's too dangerous." The fear continues to press down, forcing him to reiterate, "We must retreat." With the overwhelming pressure of the orc's power, the young lord and his knight turn their horses, beginning their strategic withdrawal from the immediate threat. A knight watches in disbelief, questioning how his lord could move so freely and why he would advance unarmed. His fellow knights share the same bewildered expression, their faces etched with concern and confusion. But Ravenbolt, clad in his gleaming white and gold armor, stands resolute, his long blonde hair flowing as he prepares to face the threat alone. He commands his retinue to stay put, warning them not to draw their weapons. Then, with a sudden, powerful leap, he plunges downward, a streak of white and red against the blue sky, heading directly for the orc horde. Below, the orcs look up, their expressions shifting from aggression to startled confusion as the lone figure descends upon them. He lands with precision, directly before the towering orc chieftain, declaring that he will be the chieftain's opponent. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his blue eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. His ornate armor, emblazoned with a glowing blue gem, shimmers under the sunlight, a testament to his noble lineage and formidable power. The surrounding orcs, momentarily stunned, begin to stir, their expressions turning from surprise to renewed aggression. The orc chieftain, however, clenches his massive fists, his red eyes glowing with an ominous intensity as he prepares for the impending battle. In a stark vision, a massive orc looms over a defeated figure, declaring, "I, alone, am enough." The blonde-haired warrior, though seemingly vanquished, still holds a defiant spirit, ready to be his opponent. A confident smirk plays on his lips, a testament to his unwavering resolve, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The orc chieftain, eyes glowing with fierce red energy, clenches his massive fists, his rage palpable. Back in the present, the blonde warrior, Pendragon, stands before a group of green-skinned foes, calmly asking, "You guys are Ancona orcs, aren't you?" He faces the menacing group, his white cloak billowing slightly in the breeze, while two horses and a companion wait patiently behind him. The orc chieftain leans in, his massive form casting a shadow over Pendragon, a guttural growl escaping his lips. Yet, Pendragon's expression remains unyielding, his blue eyes reflecting a steely resolve, ready for the impending clash. Before the chieftain can react, a swift, powerful blow connects, sending a shockwave across his face. A blinding flash of light erupts around him, forcing the blonde figure to recoil from the sheer force of an unseen impact. Dust and debris still hang in the air as he stands before the towering orc chieftain, both seemingly recovering from a devastating exchange. Meanwhile, in the present, a company of knights on horseback, led by a blonde knight in gleaming armor, rides across a vast, sun-drenched plain towards a distant objective. His gaze is sharp and resolute, reflecting the gravity of their mission. Elsewhere, the hulking orc chieftain and a hooded orc shaman stand over a smaller, fallen orc, their expressions unreadable. The shaman, clutching a staff adorned with bones, observes the scene with a silent intensity, while the chieftain's gaze remains fixed. A human knight, Mark Killian, looks on with a worried expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. He mutters that initiating an attack now would be disastrous, as a small winged demon and the beastfolk child, Kazal, are visible among the orc forces. Suddenly, the orc chieftain lets out a guttural, triumphant laugh, his tusks gleaming in the sunlight. The other orcs join in, a chorus of mocking laughter erupting as they point at one of their own, Karda, who stands with a visible nosebleed, a testament to a recent, powerful blow. Their amusement stems from the sheer disbelief that such an injury could come from a single strike by a mere human. Mark Killian's face twists with a mixture of shock and growing frustration, his concern deepening as he processes the unfolding events. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he shouts, demanding to know what Ravenbolt thinks he is doing. In a stark vision of the past, an orc chieftain grips the arm of a blonde knight, who, despite the imposing figure before him, asserts that he should be the one asking questions. His gaze sharpens as he reminds the chieftain of their ancient pact, a contract between their kind and the Pendragons that should have kept the orcs confined to the forest, yet here they stand, outside its bounds. The chieftain snarls, his tusks glinting, a picture of raw, untamed fury. He blames the knight for their transgression, declaring that the guardian deity of the forest has abandoned him, and that the orcs refuse to obey such a weakling. Standing before the chieftain, the knight listens intently, his expression unreadable as the orc points an accusing finger. The image of a majestic, scaled creature, adorned with golden armor, flashes through the knight's mind, a symbol of the very deity the chieftain speaks of. The chieftain's voice echoes, refusing to obey one who has lost the equal status of a guardian deity, a consequence of failing to form a pact. As the chieftain continues his tirade, the knight ponders the identity of this guardian deity of the forest, wondering if the orc refers to Soldrake. The chieftain's declaration rings out, explaining their departure from the forest, driven by a desire to taste blood and battle freely, to take control over this territory. Behind the chieftain, a shadowy assembly of orcs, including a shaman with a staff, stands ready, their glowing red eyes reflecting their leader's ambition. The vision shifts, showing the blonde knight from behind, his back to the viewer, as the defeated orc chieftain hangs suspended, a stark testament to the battle's outcome. A quiet understanding settles upon the knight, as he utters, "I see how it is." With a confident smirk, the blonde knight addresses his adversaries, declaring that they are merely thirsting for blood. He continues, his voice resonating with authority, explaining that while their desire for battle is clear, he, unfortunately, wants their strength. As the orc chieftain listens, the knight adds, he knows they won't obey his words. His gaze sharpens, revealing that this is precisely why he has gone to the trouble of confronting them directly. Clasping his armored hands together, he states that they already know the reason for his presence. The orc chieftain, his expression grim, responds by asking if the knight understands why he has put his weapons aside. He then grunts, acknowledging that despite being human, the knight seems to know the rules of the orcs. His massive spiked club lies discarded on the ground, a testament to his adherence to these ancient customs. The blonde knight replies calmly, confirming that he knows them quite well. The two figures stand poised, the discarded weapon between them, as the sun shines brightly overhead. The unspoken rules of engagement are clear. As long as an opponent does not hold a weapon, one must also not hold a weapon, and a challenge to a solo duel must be accepted. The orc chieftain's face, with its prominent tusks and red eyes, reflects a fierce determination as he prepares for the impending fight. The blonde knight, his expression resolute, proposes a challenge to the chieftain, asking if they should engage in combat following the orc's own rules. Without hesitation, the chieftain accepts, his voice booming as he lunges through the air, acknowledging the blonde knight as Pendragon. He descends with incredible speed, a blur of green muscle and primal force. But before the chieftain can land his blow, Pendragon moves with impossible swiftness, intercepting the attack mid-air with a powerful, unseen strike. The impact shatters the very air around them, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. As he observes the chieftain's resilience, Pendragon notes that this orc possesses a combat prowess far superior to others of his kind. He muses that any ordinary person would have had their bones crushed by such a blow, a testament to the chieftain's incredible durability. Despite the powerful strike, the chieftain only recoils, his massive frame absorbing the force as Pendragon continues his aerial assault. Still airborne, the blonde knight twists his body, preparing for his next devastating move. The chieftain braces himself, his muscles tensing, ready to meet the impending impact. With a blinding flash of light, Pendragon delivers a powerful kick, aimed directly at the chieftain's head. The kick connects with immense force, sending the chieftain's head snapping back from the blow. A blur of motion and impact fills the vision, a flash of light blue energy, suggesting immense speed and force. Amidst the chaos, a figure in red and white armor clashes against a dark-clad opponent, both locked in a desperate struggle on the sheer face of a cliff. The impact reverberates, sending another wave of brilliant blue energy outward, its sharp, wing-like forms cutting through the air. Elsewhere, Joseph Breeden stands with Kazal, both looking up with expressions of concern under the clear blue sky. In a different moment, Ravenball looks down intently, an older woman and Joseph Breeden observing the scene with him. The world rushes by as a horse gallops across the landscape, its powerful legs carrying its rider swiftly beneath the open sky. Back to the present, the blonde knight slides down a grassy incline, a trail of dust rising behind him as he descends. A faint smirk plays on his lips, his gaze sharp as he processes the recent events. He acknowledges the raw power of his opponent, but internally notes that the orc chieftain wasn't as swift as the one he'd faced in the past. Standing tall, the blonde knight concludes that the chieftain hadn't even used his full capabilities. A voice echoes, seemingly from the very air, confirming his thoughts with a dismissive, "That goes without saying, human." Looking up, the blonde knight finds himself beneath the vast, majestic wings of the winged demon, its immense form dominating the snowy sky above him. The orc chieftain declares that mere humans would perish instantly if he were to unleash his full power, which is why he holds back. He has decided, he explains, to only use his full strength against opponents capable of stopping his fist, as the blonde knight stands ready, surrounded by a faint blue aura. The blonde knight, looking up with a slight smirk, simply asks if it's time for the chieftain to face him with his full power. Before the orc can fully respond, a powerful blow lands, sending a shockwave of dust and debris from his arm, as he admits he didn't expect to be pushed this far. The chieftain, his eyes glowing with renewed intensity, acknowledges Pendragon as an interesting human, clearly surprised by his speed and strength. Another rapid strike from the knight connects, the impact shimmering with green and blue energy. Even the knight seems surprised by the chieftain's resilience, his expression a mix of shock and determination as glowing particles swirl around him. His gaze sharpens, red energy lines tracing around his head as he focuses intently on the battle. He continues his relentless assault, a blue energy trail following his movements as he thinks about how fast the orc truly is. Another powerful blow lands on the chieftain's arm, the force of the impact visible in the speed lines and dust. Despite the onslaught, the chieftain's spirit remains unbroken, declaring his desire to battle more against the knight and warning him not to die now. The blonde knight delivers a final, explosive strike, the impact radiating with intense red and orange energy, sending debris flying. The blonde knight moved with swift precision, his armored form a blur of white and gold against the dusty ground. But a sudden, unseen force struck him, sending him recoiling violently, a desperate cry of "Pendragon" escaping his lips. The impact manifested as a blinding burst of golden energy, erupting outwards from the point of contact. A pained grimace twisted his features, the force of the blow eliciting a guttural "ugh" dash from him. Red energy lines and scattering debris visually emphasized the sheer power behind the strike. From a distance, Joseph Breeden and Lady Luna watched with growing alarm, their expressions etched with concern as they witnessed the powerful assault. Mark Killian and Kazal, equally distressed, also looked on, unable to intervene. The blonde knight was sent tumbling through the sky, his form a streak against the clouds, a winged demon's shadow briefly passing nearby. As he fell, a desperate voice cried out, "Your Grace." A cloud of dust billows across the desolate ground, marking the site of a fierce clash between a phalanx of armored knights and a smaller, more monstrous contingent of orcs and hooded figures. Amidst the fray, the blonde knight, his blue eyes narrowed in confusion, reflects on his recent strike, thinking, "My fist definitely hit him, but this feeling." Across from him, the orc chieftain, a hulking figure of green muscle and tusks, merely flexes, seemingly unfazed by the blow, his red eyes glowing with defiance. A frustrated sigh escapes the knight's lips as he mutters, "God damn it." With a powerful stomp, his armored boot cracks the very earth beneath him, sending dust and debris scattering with a sharp, resonant impact. The blonde knight stands tall, his form now enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, glowing particles swirling around him as his power surges. His boot remains firmly planted on the fractured ground, the lingering magical energy shimmering around it. A wry smile touches his bloodied lips as he admits, "My body's gotten a bit rusty." He continues, "Because I've only been fighting small fries lately." Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, Lady Luna and a male companion observe the unfolding events, the sunlight casting long rays across the landscape. The orc chieftain and a hooded figure begin to retreat, walking away from the confrontation, while the male observer continues to watch, his gaze fixed on the distant battle. Despite the fierce battle, the blonde knight continues to move forward, with Raven and Kazal close behind him. From a distance, Joseph Breeden watches, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern, unable to comprehend how the blonde knight remains standing after taking such a blow from an orc. His thoughts race, knowing that his grace is a precious heir to their dukedom, and protecting his life is their absolute top priority. With a fierce cry, Joseph Breeden rallies his mounted knights, commanding them to protect his grace at all costs. The knights acknowledge the order, while Lady Luna, observing the unfolding chaos, turns to Raven and Kazal, firmly telling them to stay put. Meanwhile, the blonde knight, blood streaking across his face, clenches his fists, his gaze unwavering despite his injuries. A defiant declaration escapes his lips, insisting he doesn't need their protection. Joseph Breeden's face tightens with a mixture of frustration and resolve, processing the blonde knight's stubborn refusal. Despite the defiance, he simply nods, acknowledging the situation with a simple, understood. Elsewhere, the orc shaman watches the events unfold, a sinister chuckle escaping him, finding the entire spectacle splendid. Beside him, Karda, the strongest orc within Ancona Forest, expresses his surprise, marveling that the blonde knight is still alive after facing him as an opponent. From a distance, the orc shaman observes the unfolding battle, his hand gripping a staff adorned with bone ornaments. Beside him, the formidable Karda stands, as the shaman remarks, "Pendragon, what an interesting human." The blonde knight, still defiant, faces the horde of orcs alone, a stark figure against the ravaged landscape, his resolve unwavering. Despite his visible injuries, he smiles, declaring, "This will serve as excellent rehabilitation to recover my former senses. Time to go all out, I guess." Karda, observing his opponent's resilience, growls, "You're the first human to survive after eating my fist head-on. But it's just a matter of time before you succumb to your wounds." The blonde knight winces, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he retorts, "Is that so? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" As he speaks, a soft glow emanates from his hand, the light particles swirling around him, revealing his secret. "Something of this degree, with the regeneration ability that I possess." His wounds visibly vanish, leaving his face unblemished as he finishes. It's just a flesh wound. His ornate chest armor, previously stained with blood, now appears pristine, reflecting the rapid healing. A soft hiss accompanies the final moments of his regeneration, his eyes snapping open, fully restored. Karda stares in disbelief, his mind reeling, his wounds disappeared. Taking a deliberate step forward, the orc leader's expression shifts from shock to a predatory glint. "Interesting." Karda's voice booms, "You've piqued my interest, Pendragon," as the orc lunges with ferocity, attempting to strike the blonde knight. The attack narrowly missing his leg, sending red impact lines across the air. But the knight deflects the next blow with a sudden burst of vibrant green energy, sending the orc recoiling. Karda, undeterred, resolves to unleash his full power at the knight's vitals to defeat him. Meanwhile, the blonde knight, poised and determined, prepares for the next move. From a distance, the orc shaman observes, considering how to restrict his opponent's movements. But the blonde knight dismisses such simple tactics, confident that an orc's thought process is as basic as it gets, and with his regeneration ability, this fight will be a piece of cake. Karda, growing impatient, taunts him, "Where's that vigor of yours, Pendragon? Isn't it boring just dodging all the time?" And lunges again with a powerful strike, only for the blonde knight to mock him in return. "You're the dull one, orc. Are the orcs of Ancona only capable of swinging their fists?" A confident smirk spreads across his face, leaving Karda to react with a furious, "Did you just make fun of us?" Still reeling from the previous exchange, the blonde knight found himself falling through the air, with Karda poised above him, ready to strike. With a surge of green energy, Karda launched a powerful kick, his resolve echoing through the air. His face contorted in rage, he vowed to make his opponent pay for his earlier taunts. The impact was immense, a violent burst of green energy erupting where the kick connected. Yet, a sly smirk played on the blonde knight's lips, as he realized his adversary had fallen right into his trap. The green energy shattered into countless shards, dissipating around him as he prepared his counter. With a swift, elegant motion, the blonde knight met Karda's attack with his sword, deflecting the potent energy midair. He held his ground, his arms straining as he channeled the force away from him. Gritting his teeth in concentration, he pushed back against the overwhelming power. From a distance, Joseph Breeden watched in horror, his voice filled with anguish as he cried out, fearing for the blonde knight's arms. A taunting voice echoed, proclaiming the blonde knight's arms useless and declaring this the end for Pendragon. Amidst the flying debris, Karda wore a confident smirk, certain of his victory. Despite the force of the blow, the blonde knight endures, his jaw clenched tight against the pain, a trickle of blood at his lip. Then, a subtle smirk plays on his lips as he reveals his true intent, a quiet, confident declaration of, "Gotcha." Before Karda can react, the knight's armored hand snaps out, gripping the orc's arm with impossible speed and strength, the impact echoing with a sharp gash, as blood splatters. Karda's confident expression shatters into pure surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. With a powerful surge, the blonde knight twists, sending the massive orc flying through the air, debris scattering from the force of the throw. Looking down at his airborne opponent, the knight's voice rings with cold finality. "However, this is the end for you, orc of Ancona." His chest plate glows with an intense blue light, radiating power, particles of energy swirling around him. Meanwhile, Karda's mind races, unable to comprehend the situation, wondering, "I'm certain I broke his bones, so why can he still move?" A horrifying realization dawns upon him. No, this was his aim from the start. The blonde knight's glowing hand pushes Karda further away, a final, decisive shove that sends him skidding. Karda slides helplessly across the rocky ground, leaving a deep furrow in his wake. Panic seizes the orc as he realizes his predicament. This is bad. I can't dodge dash. With eyes glowing a fierce blue, the blonde knight's resolve hardens, his expression unwavering as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Moving with a speed that blurs his form and sends debris scattering through the air, a testament to his overwhelming power. His powerful kick connects squarely with Carda's chest, the impact erupting in a blinding flash of light and force. The sheer force of the blow lifts the orc off his feet, sending him tumbling backward through the air. Carda's face contorts in agony as blood sprays from his mouth, the pain of the strike evident in every strained muscle. His body twists unnaturally in midair, a helpless projectile against the knight's might. The blonde knight, still in motion, follows his attack with fluid grace, his form a blur as he closes the distance once more. As Carda crashes to the ground, the knight descends upon him, his foot poised to deliver a crushing blow. The orc lies utterly defeated, sprawled on the dusty earth, his body broken and unable to resist further. Watching the brutal display, Joseph Breeden and Kazal stand with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of shock and awe, while the orc shaman observes from a distance. Lady Luna, alongside another male observer, also watches the aftermath, her hands clasped in a gesture of concern or surprise. The orc shaman, his face partially obscured by his hood, maintains a stoic gaze, his yellow eyes reflecting the unfolding events with an unreadable intensity. The orc shaman and his brethren recoil, their eyes wide with disbelief as the sheer force of the blonde knight's victory washes over them. Leaving Carda sprawled on the ground before him, a chorus of voices echoing, "Incredible." The other orcs gather around their fallen comrade, the grim reality settling in as they confirm, Carda is defeated. Even as his hand twitches in defeat, Carda can only muster a thought, Pendragon, what a powerful human, as the blonde knight stands tall, his gaze unwavering. As the blonde knight stands amidst his concerned retinue, with Sir Mark Killian kneeling before him, the knight pleads for his grace to allow immediate treatment for his arm. However, the blonde knight dismisses their worries, claiming the injury doesn't hurt much to the other knight's disbelief. Killian, still reeling from the casual remark, struggles to comprehend how he could speak so lightly of such a wound. A faint smile plays on the blonde knight's lips, his gaze distant as he contemplates the nature of his unique abilities. He muses internally that the agony of regeneration often surpasses the initial injury itself, yet he feels a profound gratitude for the power bestowed upon him. As he watches, his injured hand begins to mend, glowing particles swirling around the wound as it rapidly closes. The process is swift and intense, his armored gauntlet visibly reforming around the newly healed flesh. With the wound completely vanished, he flexes his hand, a serene expression gracing his features as the last vestiges of pain fade away. The blonde knight stands before a defeated group of orcs, their leader kneeling in submission, as he declares their territory to be the domain of the Ancona orcs. Looking up at his conqueror, the orc leader, Carda, questions, "Did you say it was Carda?" With a confident smirk, the knight issues his command, "Submit to me." Carda's expression hardens, but he knows his place, acknowledging the knight's absolute authority. It's an order. A pained grunt escapes the orc as he resigns himself to his fate, knowing that the loser must follow the winner. He then asks the knight, "So, what do you want us to do?" The blonde knight's gaze remains sharp as he replies, "You have to help with that first." Carda looks confused, questioning, "The forest? For what? You're already the forest's guardian deity." A faint smile plays on the blonde knight's lips, a hint of his true intentions shining through. Behind Carda, the other orcs, including the shaman, react with surprise to the unfolding conversation, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Carda, still kneeling, gasps in realization. Is the guardian deity planning to make a pact with us?" The blonde knight confirms his suspicion. "That's right. By the time we reach Soldrake, there'll be a horde." He promises them a future filled with the thrill of battle, facing evil monsters until they grow weary of the endless fight. Standing before the assembled orcs, he declares that from this day forward, they will have the opportunity to fight every single day. The orc leader, Carda, exhales slowly, his expression a mix of surprise and contemplation at the blonde knight's words. Soon after, the company sets off, the blonde knight and another knight leading the orcs on horseback, one of them confidently stating they will reach the mausoleum in no time, while another remarks that they can take it easy if that's the case. Later, the blonde knight hands a gleaming sword to Joseph Breeden, a gesture of trust and delegation between the two knights. Breeden firmly grips the weapon, its intricate hilt reflecting the light, while Carda watches, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The orc leader then kneels, his head bowed in submission, his hands resting on the dusty ground. Nearby, the imposing orc chieftain and the hooded shaman stand, observing the scene with silent gravity. Following Carda's lead, the orc shaman also kneels, his head bowed in a similar gesture of deference. The chieftain places a reassuring hand on Carda's shoulder, as the orc leader remains kneeling, accepting his new fate. With the chieftain looking on, the blonde knight addresses the kneeling figures, commanding the Ancona orcs to devote themselves entirely to Pendragon. Under the bright sky, The blonde knight stands tall over the multitude of kneeling orcs, his knights and horses waiting patiently in the background as the new alliance solidifies. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the land, the blonde knight declares his expectations, stating, "I expect everyone to go all out." His words hang in the air, resonating with the orc chieftain, who listens intently, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Lady Luna, ever observant, watches the scene unfold, her expression thoughtful as the light catches her lavender hair. Nearby, Joseph Breeden appears troubled, his brow furrowed with concern as he processes the implications of the knight's command. The group finds themselves on a long wooden bridge, spanning a clear river that winds through a valley, surrounded by towering mountains and dense forests, all bathed in the warm glow of dusk. From the bridge, the blonde knight issues further instructions, announcing, "I'll leave some of my soldiers to you and have them escort you back to Sirod's territory. We'll be returning to our territory now." His entourage, including Lady Luna, Joseph Breeden, the orc chieftain, the shaman, and Kazal, gathers on the bridge, some mounted, some standing, as the decision to split the group is made. Lady Luna bows her head in acceptance, a quiet, "Yes. I truly have no excuses," escaping her lips, acknowledging the weight of the situation. The blonde knight then turns his attention to Joseph Breeden, calling out, "Hey you, over there," his tone carrying an edge of authority. His warning is clear and chilling. "The next time you point your sword at me, it won't end with just an arm." Joseph Breeden recoils slightly, his face etched with shock and fear as the gravity of the blonde knight's words sinks in, dark particles seeming to swirl around him. With the warning delivered, the blonde knight, accompanied by Karda and the orc chieftain, prepares to depart, leaving Joseph Breeden and Lady Luna to their own journey, the tension between them palpable. As the blonde knight prepared to depart with his contingent, he issued a final command, calling out to Karda. With his back to the remaining group, he led his mounted knights away, their forms receding into the distance. A sudden cry of distress escaped Lady Luna, as Joseph Breeden was pulled back, unable to follow. Before their final separation, the blonde knight had stood alongside the orc chieftain, a silent understanding passing between them. Left behind, Lady Luna watched them go, her expression a mix of sorrow and resignation. A quiet hope lingered in the air, a whispered thought that he would surely return, as the departing figures became mere silhouettes against the setting sun. The distance grew, their forms shrinking further until they were almost indistinguishable. Only the faint glint of armor remained, a final farewell as the last rider disappeared over the horizon. Back at the platform, Joseph Breeden stood beside Karda, both watching the departure with grim resolve. Nearby, the young Kazal rode atop the majestic winged demon, their gaze also fixed on the receding group. The orc shaman, the orc chieftain, and Karda gathered together, their collective focus now on the task ahead, to fulfill the dragon's pact and open the mausoleum. As the blonde knight departs, a radiant aura of light trails behind him, marking his swift exit from the scene. A voice calls out, filled with urgency, "Aaron Pendragon." Lady Luna watches him go, her expression etched with concern and a hint of sorrow, her gaze fixed on the vanishing figure. The weight of the moment settles upon her, leaving her to ponder the path ahead. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a new journey begins amidst towering, snow-capped peaks. Aaron Pendragon continues his solitary path, his gaze resolute as he moves through the night. The vast, star-dusted sky stretches above, a silent witness to the unfolding events. The journey leads them deep into the heart of the Ancona forest, a place of ancient secrets. Under the dappled light of the forest canopy, Joseph Breeden, Kazal, the winged demon, the orc chieftain, and the orc shaman press onward, a motley group united by a shared, cryptic objective. Far from them, Aaron Pendragon's determined profile suggests his own critical mission, his path diverging yet perhaps intertwined with theirs. Back with the group, Kazal and the winged demon move with a primal energy, their forms dynamic amidst the forest shadows. The orc chieftain, a formidable presence, surveys his surroundings, his expression grim as they delve deeper into the unknown. The blonde knight, Aaron Pendragon, stands beside Joseph Breeden, a grim determination settling over his features as he declares that the true challenge will begin from this point forward. His gaze fixed on the horizon, a faint smile plays on his lips, a quiet anticipation for the battle he feels destined to fight, a conflict he can finally embrace. A brilliant, ethereal light pierces through a clear blue sky, as the majestic head of a white dragon, adorned with golden scales and horns, rises into view, its blue eyes glowing faintly. Above a landscape of jagged, floating islands under a twilight sky, streaks of light fall like distant meteors. A massive, dark dragon statue, wings spread, stands sentinel on a pedestal amidst ancient ruins, its presence commanding, as a voice echoes, "So you've come." The white dragon lowers its gaze, its voice resonating with quiet power, "I'm here." It then issues a challenge, its eyes fixed on an unseen point below. "Try and find the entrance to this domain." A disembodied voice or thought then dismisses an unknown party, "You who does not have the soul of a Pendragon." The scene shifts dramatically to a sun-drenched valley in Ancona Forest, a winding river cutting through towering, verdant mountains. Suddenly, a monstrous, dark, winged serpent-like creature erupts from the ground, letting out a deafening roar. A dark, clawed limb strikes with immense force, causing an orc to explode into black particles and blood. As another orc is violently struck by the same dark limb, sending it flying through the air. The relentless assault continues, a dark, scaly limb delivering a powerful blow that shatters an orc's defense, before piercing another orc's arm, forcing it to recoil in agony. From a high cliff, the white dragon Duke surveys the carnage, his voice dripping with disdain, musing, "Killing snakes can't even serve as my warm-up." Below, an orc warrior, surrounded by the monstrous winged serpents, expresses his own frustration. "I'm already sick of constantly facing these small fries." Meanwhile, by a shimmering river in the Ancona forest, two knights stand ready, facing a horde of orcs and the newly emerged winged serpents, their glowing red eyes fixed on their prey. One of the monstrous serpents lunges with open jaws towards the blonde knight, who recoils in surprise. But with a determined expression, he swiftly draws his sword, preparing to defend himself. With a powerful, arcing strike, the knight slashes through the attacking serpent, cleaving it in two. Before looking up, his face resolute, ready for the next wave of threats. As the dust settled from the recent skirmish, a knight with light brown hair knelt before him, expressing his gratitude for the blonde knight's leadership, who simply acknowledged the thanks. Turning his attention to the broader situation, the blonde knight then addressed a hooded figure named Kurtul, tasking him with the crucial duty of tending to the injured. Kurtul, an orc-like figure with gray skin and a staff, moved with purpose along the water's edge, passing by several injured soldiers and other orcs, ready to begin his work. A low chuckle escaped Kurtul as he confirmed his understanding, assuring his commander that he possessed effective medicine and would handle the task personally. Meanwhile, the knight with light brown hair approached his commander from behind, his voice filled with concern as he inquired about any injuries the blonde knight might have sustained. The blonde knight, seemingly unharmed, dismissed the concern, instead asking for an update on the remaining soldiers. His subordinate reported that fewer winged serpents had been encountered upstream, resulting in fewer casualties, but warned that continuing their march might leave them physically depleted for another battle against demons. Shifting his gaze to a large, green-skinned orc named Karda, the blonde knight inquired, asking how much longer it would be before they reached Soldrake's domain. Karda paused, a thoughtful expression on his face, admitting he couldn't say for certain, but he explained that signs of the quarry would appear if they marched a little further, and that a cave connecting to the guardian deity's domain was known to be in that area. The blonde knight then pressed Karda, inquiring if there was anything specific he should be mindful of on their journey to the quarry. Karda reassured him that the immediate area was still orc territory, and those snake bastards were merely there in search of water. He leads the way along the rocky path, the orc and another knight following closely behind, as he explains their objective to find the cave once the sun rises. With a confident smirk, he assures his companions that any battles they encounter on the way will be handled by him and the orcs. The command rings out, declaring their immediate departure. Meanwhile, the stern face of Mark Killian reflects the gravity of their mission, his gaze fixed on an unseen point. Karda, the orc guide, listens intently, his expression resolute. With the command given, the white-robed knight acknowledges, and the trio immediately breaks into a run, heading towards the glowing light of their destination. Under the silent watch of a crescent moon, the night sky stretches vast and star-dusted above them. Distant mountains loom in the darkness, their peaks barely visible against the faint glow of the horizon. The white-robed knight's footsteps echo with determination, each stride carrying them deeper into the unknown. Looking up at the vast expanse, the blonde knight takes a moment to survey their surroundings. Soon, he is mounted on horseback, galloping through the rugged terrain as the expedition continues under the starry sky. The entire company, now on horseback, presses onward through a narrow canyon, their collective determination unwavering as they venture deeper into the night. Mark Killian observes the desolate, rocky landscape of the quarry, its ancient structures looming under the twilight sky. Meanwhile, Karda appears troubled, his expression etched with concern, and Kazal, perched on the winged demon's back, looks equally startled by their surroundings. The blonde knight voices his thoughts aloud, muttering that it's a rather creepy place for just a quarry. Turning to his companion, he asks Karda why this quarry is sealed. Karda admits he's not quite sure of the details, but recalls an old tale. According to his elder, goblins used to mine for minerals here. However, something changed. As the group stands together, taking in the eerie surroundings, a new voice interjects. The blonde knight looks down as Kazal speaks up, reminding them that he doesn't live in the forest, so he wouldn't know such things. He continues, asserting that he's never even heard of goblins digging minerals themselves, implying it's not their usual modus operandi. With an agitated expression, Kazal declares that he's much better at stealing than working. After a moment of consideration, the blonde knight simply replies, "Indeed." As the expedition settled into the quarry, a knight approached the blonde knight, his voice laced with concern, asking if something was troubling him. He responded, explaining that it would be prudent to remain in the area once the sun had set, and instructed that the orc soldiers should maintain watch in pairs while the tents were erected, allowing the rest of the company to rest. Observing the diverse group around him, including the imposing orc chieftain, the small Kazal resting on his winged demon, and the other knights, the knight acknowledged the orders with a simple, "I understand." He then confirmed he would relay the instructions to the others, bidding the blonde knight good night. As night fell, a lone torch cast flickering light against the deep blue sky, where a crescent moon hung serenely above the quarry. True to the orders, 2 orc soldiers sat by a small fire, their forms silhouetted against the dark, maintaining their vigilant watch. Nearby, Kazal had found comfort, curled up and fast asleep on the soft, feathered back of his winged demon companion. The camp was now fully established, with several red tents glowing softly in the night, nestled amongst the rugged, towering rock formations of the quarry. Below, the blonde knight sat quietly before his tent, while high above, another orc soldier stood sentinel on a rocky outcrop, surveying the silent landscape. His expression was thoughtful, perhaps reflecting on the day's journey or the task ahead, his gaze distant as he stared into the darkness. Suddenly, his attention was drawn by an unseen disturbance, his head turning sharply towards the distant, desolate horizon. A faint, ethereal purple glow emanated from the ground around his feet as he rose, his mind racing to identify the source of the unsettling noise that had broken the night's silence. He stood ready, spear gripped tight, as a wave of ominous purple energy swirled around him, the air crackling with unseen power. Suddenly, an unseen force struck, silhouetting a figure as blood erupted and dark energy consumed them. The blonde knight himself was thrown backward, collapsing to the ground with a pained gasp, barely able to utter a word. Lying amidst the swirling purple haze, he struggled to comprehend the attack, the words, "Your Grace." No escaping his lips. The entire camp was engulfed, purple energy radiating from the very earth, signaling a widespread assault. Pushing himself up, the knight surveyed the devastation with a grim expression. A chilling realization dawned on him. Something's not right. Why did the goblins here disappear simultaneously? His gaze hardened, the thought forming that they hadn't simply vanished, but were likely made to disappear. Standing atop a rocky outcrop, he looked out over the chaos, a single question echoing in his mind. But by whom? The purple energy continued to surge across the desolate landscape, a malevolent tide washing over the quarry. From the shadows, a hooded, skeletal figure emerged, clutching a glowing purple orb as skeletal hands clawed their way from the ground. Near the besieged camp, more skeletal hands erupted from the earth, confirming the grim nature of the assault. Raven Balt, his expression grim, realizes the truth. The missing people weren't simply gone, but were actively made to disappear. A chilling thought that echoes as he stands overlooking a desolate cliff, a mysterious staff glowing with faint purple energy beside him, wondering aloud, what force could have possibly accomplished such a feat? The staff itself seems to hum with an ominous energy, its purple orb pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow, a silent testament to the dark magic at play. Suddenly, from the ground below, skeletal hands burst forth near the red tents of a camp, enveloped in crackling purple energy, their emergence accompanied by a chilling, guttural sound. More of the undead horrors begin to crawl from the earth, their bony forms writhing as they are infused with the same dark power, a sinister purple aura surrounding each one. Among them, larger, more monstrous skeletal figures with glowing purple eyes take shape, alongside smaller, horned skeletons, their numbers rapidly swelling into an army. The camp is now overrun by a vast horde of these skeletal creatures, their eyes burning with an infernal red glow, a terrifying sight against the dark, moonlit sky. Witnessing the horrifying spectacle, Raven Balt's face contorts in shock and alarm, the sheer scale of the undead invasion clearly overwhelming him. With a determined grip, his hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the blue gem embedded in its guard glinting, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. As he draws the blade, it ignites with a brilliant light, cutting through the encroaching purple gloom, a beacon of defiance against the rising tide of death. A blonde knight, clad in gleaming white and gold armor, plunges into battle against a monstrous dark beast with glowing red eyes, purple energy swirling around her as she prepares to strike. Her gaze sharp and determined, she maneuvers within the beast's gaping maw, a thought solidifying in her mind. No wonder the goblins disappeared. TSK. As the beast's fangs drip with viscous saliva, her armored foot connects with its inner jaw, forcing it wider. Reflecting the monster's menacing form, her blue eye remains resolute, even as her body twists with dynamic force. With a surge of purple energy, she delivers a devastating blow to the beast's lower jaw, the impact rippling through its massive form. Her sword, glowing faintly, pierces deep into its mouth, as she observes the skeletal figures emerging from the ground, their numbers growing. Where did they come from? She wonders. Momentarily dislodged from her attack, she falls backward, her thoughts racing about the sudden appearance of the undead army. Yet, even in midair, she twists, sword ready, purple energy still crackling around her, poised for her next move. The dark beast recoils from the impact, its glowing red eyes wide with a mixture of pain and surprise. Elsewhere, 2 dog-like creatures, their eyes burning red, snarl with primal ferocity, purple energy radiating from their forms. In a quiet room, Two men lie sleeping, until one jolts awake, his eyes wide with sudden alarm, while the other remains oblivious. And in yet another scene, a small, white, furry creature with red eyes startles, as a hooded, green-skinned orc-like figure, clutching a staff, stands nearby, observing. A man stirs from his sleep, a sudden jolt of unease pulling him from slumber. Bursting from his tent alongside two companions and several orc warriors, he cries out in alarm, witnessing a chaotic scene unfolding before them. The shock of the moment leaves him speechless, his voice catching in his throat. His face, now smudged with dirt and grime, reflects the terror of the situation. Meanwhile, the blonde knight, Grace, stands atop the massive dark beast, her glowing sword piercing its hide as purple energy crackles around her. Back at the camp, the man and his companions gaze up in horror, the monstrous form of the dark beast looming over them. Grace, her expression fierce and determined, prepares for the next strike, her eyes narrowed in concentration. Her blade flashes, a brilliant blue streak of energy, slicing into the beast's dark, clawed limb where a red core pulses ominously. The beast roars in pain, its massive jaws snapping at her, but Grace moves with impossible speed, evading its attack. She faces not only the monstrous creature, but also a growing horde of skeletal warriors emerging from the ground, their numbers seemingly endless. As the battle rages, a voice from behind the beast cries out, "Your Grace," urging her on amidst the chaos. Finally, the man, now joined by a formidable green-skinned orc warrior, stands with Grace, who calmly asks about the situation, her composure unwavering despite the recent battle. Her gaze, sharp and analytical, swept over the scene, taking in the chaos, while the man beside her, his brow furrowed in concern, looked on. He couldn't help but question, "Those skeletons, aren't these the goblins from the mines?" A moment of stunned silence passed before she responded, "So who were they killed by?" The chilling realization dawned upon them that only beings capable of using the dead as servants could have done this, meaning whoever was behind this probably killed them all. Before them, a towering skeletal creature, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, stood amidst an army of smaller, equally menacing skeletons, their numbers seemingly endless. With a determined expression, the blonde knight surmised, "It seems like he wants to stop us from being able to take the oath with the dragon and open up the mausoleum." The orc warrior and the awakened man exchanged a silent, grave look, the weight of her words settling heavily upon them. As dark, grasping tentacles emerged from the ground, further encircling their position, she declared, "And as you can see, we are already surrounded, so we have no choice but to deal with them." A monstrous two-headed beast, its eyes glowing crimson, materialized from the shadows, confirming her next statement. "They won't disappear until we find the conjurer." Taking charge, she announced her strategy. "I will find where his real body is and deal with him. Meanwhile, you guys will buy time for me." With a fierce cry, she led the charge, her allies following close behind, plunging into the swirling mass of skeletal warriors and monstrous beasts. Among them, the green-skinned orc warrior and another of his kind surged forward, their powerful forms a blur of motion as they met the enemy head-on. As the battle rages, Ravenbolt carves a path through the shadowy horde, his blade glowing with potent purple energy, each swing scattering the dark figures. From a distance, Mark Killian observes the chaos, acknowledging that the enemy has brought considerable numbers to prevent the restoration of the Pendragon House's former glory, a fact that clearly weighs on his mind. Yet, even amidst the overwhelming odds, Ravenbolt stands firm, deflecting an incoming attack with a surge of purple energy, his resolve unwavering as he vows not to let them succeed. Killian's thoughts drift to Grace, recognizing how profoundly she has changed, becoming an entirely different person, and he wonders if she can achieve what her predecessors could not. A vision of Grace and Joseph Breeden, standing tall and regal in their white and gold armor, flashes through his mind, a symbol of the Pendragon's enduring legacy. His focus then shifts to the current young master, Ravenbolt, a man he believes to be far superior, his confidence in him radiating. He considers the possibility that if it is indeed Ravenbolt, he can surely control the White Dragon and open the mausoleum, a task of immense importance. The majestic White Dragon, its eyes glowing with ancient power, symbolizes the ultimate goal, restoring the glory of the past and making it thrive once more. Back on the battlefield, Ravenbolt confronts a monstrous shadowy beast, its red eyes burning with malice, as the declaration echoes, "Our downfall is no more, the Pendragons will definitely rise again." The beast snarls, its red eyes fixed on him, while Killian, still reflecting on the family's resurgence, affirms, "That's right, we are." With a powerful leap, Ravenbolt unleashes a devastating purple slash, tearing into the monstrous form of the shadowy beast, a clear demonstration of the White Dragon cavalry's might. The beast dissolves into a cloud of dark particles, its red eyes fading as it is utterly vanquished, leaving only remnants of its shadowy form. As the ground trembles, a monstrous, black-scaled creature with glowing red eyes bursts forth from the rocky terrain, its roar echoing through the cavern, while Mark Killian watches with a grim expression. The creature fully emerges, its gaping maw revealing a long, red tongue, as three skeletal figures with spears materialize beside it, ready for battle. Without hesitation, the skeletal figures launch a volley of sharp, dark projectiles, streaking through the air with trails of purple energy. As the deadly projectiles close in, the blonde knight stands firm, her white and gold armor gleaming, ready to face the monstrous threat. Observing the attack, she realizes their true target, understanding that they are aiming for Erin's life, leaving her no time to pursue the lich. With a swift, decisive motion, she draws her sword, the hilt clicking firmly into her armored grip, preparing to meet the assault head-on. Moving with incredible speed, she deflects the monster's lunge, her blade striking its head with a flash of white energy. Grace then lands atop the creature's head, her sword raised high, poised to deliver a finishing blow amidst the continued barrage of projectiles. With a powerful downward thrust, she impales the monster, a burst of blue energy radiating from the impact as the creature is subdued. Reflecting on the events, she muses about the unknown orchestrator behind this chaos, realizing the deep connection between the Pendragon Fall and the Vault Amnesty. Her thoughts continue, concluding that those who stand in their way must desire something significant from them. Standing before the now transformed, snake-like creature, she declares her intent to help, suggesting a new, unexpected alliance. She vows to reclaim the authority of her house, even if it means defying all opposition. And so, with a powerful, almost draconic presence behind her, she challenges her adversaries, daring them to disrupt her path. Her hands press firmly against her armor, a silent affirmation of her unwavering resolve. But then, a new, sinister presence emerges, its single red eye glowing ominously from the shadows. Without hesitation, she draws her gleaming sword, preparing to face whatever horrors lie ahead. As two dark, serpentine creatures rise from the earth, she reaffirms her purpose, to regain the glory of the Vault household. With a surge of blue energy, she brings her sword down with immense force, determined to achieve her goals with her own hands. The impact radiates outward, a brilliant flash of light signifying the power behind her strike. Standing over the defeated creature, its body crashing to the ground, she surveys the immediate victory. Yet, the battle is far from over, as she observes a vast horde of enemies stretching into the distance, acknowledging the sheer number of foes they have already faced. She realizes that despite being mere goblin skeletons, their overwhelming numbers pose a significant threat, and beyond them, the true danger of the lich looms. With fierce determination etched across her face, the blonde knight unleashes a powerful strike, her blade glowing with an intense purple aura as she confronts the monstrous threat before her. A lich, a sorcerer who has sealed their own soul to become immortal, stands bound by glowing purple chains. Because they have violated the very laws of nature, and even the Empire, though tolerant towards magic and sorcery, punishes them harshly. Such beings are willing to do anything to achieve their goals, which is why the Empire usually orders the Demon Corps to deal with them, since it doesn't matter to the Empire whether they live or die. Ravenbolt stands cloaked, his back to his companions, Joseph Breeden and the Blonde Knight, as the narration continues. And the main reason for that. A silhouetted figure, shrouded in dark energy, prepares an attack, a voice questioning, As Ravenbolt and Joseph Breeden are suddenly engulfed in swirling purple magic, the force of the impact exploding around them, leaving Ravenbolt with fresh cuts and blood streaking his face, a look of stunned confusion in his eyes. A sudden, unseen force strikes, sending purple energy rippling through the grand hall, leaving Ravenbolt to question what just happened. Before he can fully process the shock, one of his companions lies dead on the floor, felled by the same mysterious attack. The impact leaves a stinging cut across his own cheek, a stark reminder of the invisible danger surrounding them. He turns to the lich, still seated on its throne, an unsettling stillness about it, wondering if this was its doing, a magic he couldn't comprehend. As his eyes lock onto the lich's glowing purple gaze, a chilling thought begins to form, a name he barely dares to whisper. Panic erupts among the remaining companions, their terrified screams confirming his dawning realization. Wraiths, they truly exist. One companion cries out in desperation, unwilling to face death, as the lich's skeletal hand twitches, a silent command for its unseen servant. The unseen force strikes again, sending the terrified companion reeling with a final, choked cry. Ravenbolt watches, helpless, as the companion collapses, purple energy erupting from the point of impact. The cold dread settles in, a recognition of the ancient evil at play, as he acknowledges the legends of wraiths are terrifyingly real. A shadowy form with glowing purple eyes manifests, revealing itself as the lich's strongest servant, capable of remaining unseen. With a surge of grim determination, he finally names the enemy, his gaze fixed on the now empty throne where the lich had been, realizing the true scale of the threat. The ethereal attacker, a spirit, cannot be seen by ordinary eyes. Descending with a menacing scythe-like weapon, much like a god of death. Watching the attack unfold, Ravenbolt's face tightens with concern, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. The spectral scythe closes in on the blonde knight, who stands vulnerable, unable to perceive the incoming strike. With a chilling declaration, the scythe connects, its dark energy piercing the knight's defenses. A gasp of pain escapes the blonde knight, as a trickle of blood appears, confirming the impact. Yet, in a flash of defiance, the knight brings a sword up, blocking the unseen attack with a burst of brilliant blue energy. The knight's grip tightens, the blade now radiating an intense blue light. A powerful wave of blue energy erupts from the sword, shattering the ethereal assault with a blinding force. Standing resolute amidst the fading light, the blonde knight holds the glowing blade, having repelled the immediate threat. The force of the counterattack reveals the wraith's true form, a monstrous skeletal face recoiling in pain, its shadowy essence momentarily visible. Violently pushed back, the wraith's shadowy form distorts and dissipates under the impact. Still reeling from the previous encounter, the blonde knight finds herself on the ground, her gaze fixed upwards at an unseen threat. A look of profound distress crosses her features as she murmurs, "What?" Her armored gauntlet begins to glow with a vibrant blue energy as she questions the sudden turn of events. What just happened? Focusing on her sword, she commands herself, "Boy, get it together." The battlefield around her descends into chaos, soldiers collapsing en masse, their bodies falling lifelessly to the ground as an unseen force sweeps through their ranks. A man with glasses kneels over a fallen comrade, his face etched with horror, crying out, "Your Grace, our soldiers are suddenly collapsing. What the hell?" The blue light from her gauntlet intensifies, a silent testament to the power she is channeling. Suddenly, she moves with incredible speed, scooping up the man with glasses, leaping away just as a wave of dark purple energy sweeps past their previous position. Clinging to her, the man cries out in terror, "What is it?" Her expression hardens, a grim determination settling on her face, as she prepares for the next move. A single word escapes her lips, a frustrated curse against the invisible enemy. Shit. Wraiths, she knows, possess an unusual presence, making them incomprehensible to those who've never faced them. They strike before one can even realize it, and they will not disappear unless the lich is dealt with. Standing amidst the swirling purple energies of the battlefield, the blonde knight knew the true threat wasn't a single entity. And if she were to abandon her position, all the soldiers would perish without a chance to fight back. Meanwhile, observing the relentless assault, Ravenbolt understood that confronting the lich alone would lead to their forces being utterly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even with the keen night vision of allies like the winged demon and Kazal, locating the elusive lich in the chaotic fray was proving impossible. His face etched with distress, the blonde knight reaffirmed his resolve. Knowing this was no mere demon core skirmish where he could simply abandon his comrades, there had to be another way. Just then, a skeletal hand, wreathed in vibrant green energy, began to manifest a glowing orb. The verdant light pulsed, spreading rapidly across the ground, enveloping the very earth beneath their feet. In moments, a massive, shimmering green dome of energy erupted, encasing the entire battlefield and its struggling inhabitants. From within the newly formed barrier, the lich's skeletal face emerged, a chilling, triumphant laugh echoing across the chaos. He materialized directly behind the blonde knight, his voice a low rumble as he declared, "Now it's my turn, Pendragon boy." The blonde knight looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, his gaze meeting the ominous figure behind him. With a casual air, the lich offered, "I'll lend you my strength if you're having trouble." As the blonde knight and his allies observe, a voice echoes across the battlefield, proclaiming the magic bestowed by the great god of the earth, urging them to look carefully. Suddenly, a brilliant green orb of energy materializes, pulsing with raw power, its light illuminating the hooded figure of the lich, who stands poised to unleash something truly devastating. The green energy erupts from the ground, swirling and expanding rapidly, forming intricate, root-like structures that reach towards the sky with an ominous glow. As the magical tendrils spread, they begin to ensnare the very landscape, their vibrant green light casting long, eerie shadows across the desolate terrain and even affecting a distant winged demon. The green energy continues its relentless growth, engulfing the entire battlefield, its swirling tendrils wrapping around skeletal figures and even threatening the blonde knight, who stands firm amidst the chaos. The magical growth intensifies, revealing the intricate, organic texture of the colossal green structure, its glowing tendrils pulsing with an otherworldly light as they continue to spread. Now fully formed, the immense green energy tree dominates the landscape, its vibrant glow illuminating the entire area and casting a powerful, almost suffocating aura. A triumphant cry of "HOO" escapes the lich's lips as he stands with his staff raised, having successfully completed the monumental spell. The colossal green energy tree pulses with raw power, its radiant light affecting everything in its vicinity, from the ground to the creatures caught within its magical embrace. Ravenbolt and the lich stand together in the foreground, observing the magnificent, glowing tree, while various allies and orcs in the background also gaze upon the powerful magical manifestation. Turning to the blonde knight, the lich remarks, If you can use magic, you should have used it sooner." The orc shaman, Kertul, interjects, explaining that nonsense, a spell this big requires a lot of preparation, and it's really tiring. He then adds, "This isn't the end of it, unfortunately. Let me tell you something, boy," his words carrying a heavy implication. A pale, veined hand, crackling with potent green energy, reflects on the immense power just unleashed, acknowledging that this particular spell cannot be used again, marking it as their first and last chance. Meanwhile, his gaze fixed with unwavering resolve, the blonde knight prepares for the daunting task ahead. As the massive, glowing green tree-like structure dominates the horizon, Kurtul's voice cuts through the air, instructing the assembled heroes that they must find the Lich while its powerful magic remains active. His blue eyes narrow with intense focus, the blonde knight feeling the weight of the mission. Setting out across the vast, purple-hued landscape, shimmering with green magical particles, he begins his solitary search. Under a crescent moon in the star-dusted sky, the magical energy continues to permeate the rugged terrain. Finally, at the base of a towering, dark structure, its peak swirling with ominous purple energy, the blonde knight confirms his discovery, having found his target. A group of figures stands on a desolate, purple-hued landscape, their gazes fixed on a towering, glowing green structure that pulses with an eerie light. The blonde knight, his expression resolute, looks up at the strange formation, a single word escaping his lips, confirming its discovery. Meanwhile, a hulking orc, his face shadowed by a hood, declares his intention to handle the remaining skeletal threats, promising to deal with them somehow. He then turns his attention to a smaller figure, entrusting them with a crucial task, counting on the boy to succeed. The blonde knight charges forward, his armor gleaming as he moves with determined speed, a blur of white and gold across the landscape. The orc, Karta, unleashes a powerful swing, his weapon glowing with green energy as it obliterates the surrounding skeletal remnants, leaving only dust in its wake. His eyes burn with a fierce red glow, ready for the next challenge. Karta stands amidst the scattered bones of his defeated foes, facing the blonde knight, who calls out his name, a clear signal of their combined purpose. The blonde knight, his voice strained with urgency, points upwards, revealing the true target. The Lich is up there. Karta, his gaze now following the knight's direction, lets out a guttural roar, urging them onward with a fierce come. With the skeletal horde dispatched, the blonde knight stands ready, his gaze fixed on Karta, the hulking orc-like creature before him. Before he can react, Karta lunges forward, a massive club arcing down towards him with brutal force. Evading the blow with impossible speed, the knight launches himself skyward, a burst of energy erupting from his feet as he ascends towards the glowing structure above. The residual force of his ascent sends Karta reeling, the orc-like creature momentarily stunned by the unexpected counter. Landing with a soft thud, the knight draws his sword, his eyes locking onto the shadowy figure of the Lich, now clearly visible in the distance. With a powerful strike, he cleaves the ground, creating a chasm between himself and the Lich, a clear challenge issued. The knight stands poised, ready for battle, while the ancient Lich, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, watches his every move. Suddenly, a torrent of blue magical energy erupts from the Lich, striking the knight with immense force and sending him flying backward. Engulfed in a maelstrom of purple and blue, the knight struggles against the raw power of the undead sorcerer. Despite the overwhelming attack, he manages to regain his footing on the cliff edge, his resolve unbroken as he faces the Lich once more. The Lich, surrounded by a dark aura, raises its staff and speaks, its voice echoing across the chasm. "Don't you want my life?" Unyielding, the knight responds, his sword glinting. "Here, it's right in front of you," a clear declaration of his intent. He stood amidst the lingering magical residue, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes, realizing that the wraiths had also ascended to this level. The Lich, flanked by a green-skinned warrior and a human soldier, surveyed the battlefield, noting that only skeletal remains were left of their enemies. However, the soldier's thoughts betrayed a grim reality. Their own forces were nearing their breaking point. His expression hardened, a steely resolve settling upon his features. He knew he needed to end this confrontation swiftly. The Lich, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, began to channel dark energy, purple tendrils swirling around its form. With a staff raised high, it unleashed a torrent of crackling purple magic, bolts of energy radiating outwards. From the ground, spectral skeletal hands erupted, reaching for the knight, their forms shimmering with dark power. The attack struck, a burst of crimson energy indicating the impact, but he held his ground. With a powerful, arcing swing, his sword, now glowing with a brilliant blue light, cleaved through the spectral hands, shattering them into fragments of purple energy. He lunged forward, his blade extended, a trail of purple energy following his swift movement, closing the distance on his foe. In an instant, he was upon the Lich, his sword poised, their faces mere inches apart in a tense standoff. He found himself facing the Lich, who conjured two massive, glowing purple sides of energy, creating a formidable magical barrier between them. Observing the intense magical threat, the knight's expression hardened with focused determination. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, his sword arcing downwards with incredible speed, attempting to bypass the glowing purple defenses. But the Lich's counterattack was swift, violently repelling him mid-assault, his body twisting in the air as a cry of surprise escaped his lips. Regaining his footing, he found himself engaging a wraith in close combat, deflecting its attack with a swift sword movement. while the Lich observed from a distance. It became clear that the Wraiths were actively protecting the Lich, making a direct assault too dangerous, and he knew he wouldn't be able to get close carelessly. Meanwhile, the Lich charged its staff, which began to glow intensely with dark purple energy, preparing a powerful spell. With a deafening roar, the Lich unleashed a devastating explosion of fire and purple magical energy, engulfing a wide area. The force of the blast violently threw the knight backward, his body tumbling amidst the swirling flames and magical residue. Realizing with alarm that the fiery attack had effectively closed his escape route, he looked on with grim determination, contemplating his next move as the Wraiths prepared to close in. He stands firm amidst the lingering, volatile energies of the Lich's last assault. His gaze unwavering as a new resolve hardens his features. With a surge of inner strength, his blade begins to hum, radiating a brilliant, ethereal blue light. The energy intensifying with each passing moment. Soon, he is completely enveloped in a swirling vortex of azure power. Wielding not one, but two blades, each crackling with potent, vibrant magic. From the shadows, the Lich observes this sudden transformation, a clear exclamation of surprise escaping its spectral form. The blonde knight, eyes closed in deep concentration, channels the immense power coursing through him. The blue aura swirling around his very being. The Lich's voice echoes, filled with a mix of curiosity and challenge, demanding to know the true nature of this formidable opponent. Acknowledging a distinct and powerful essence within him, the Lich declares its intention to wait for him, setting a clear, ominous challenge. The challenge rings out once more, urging the unknown soul to prove his worth, as the blonde knight prepares to face whatever lies ahead. As the blonde knight's power surged, a brilliant blue energy erupted from his chest, swirling with ethereal grace. Intensifying the glow in his eyes to a piercing azure, lines of light tracing across his face as his transformation deepened. He uttered a single, potent word, Soldrake, a declaration of his newfound strength. The Lich, cloaked in shadow, watched from a distance as the blonde knight became a beacon of pure, radiant power, a blinding blue light against the desolate landscape. His face, now framed by the intense blue aura, held a look of unwavering resolve, his eyes burning with the magic coursing through him. In response to this display, the Lich brought forth two towering, skeletal figures, their forms wreathed in dark purple energy, ready to engage. The blonde knight, observing the new threats, murmured, "So those are Wraiths." One of the Wraiths leaned forward, its hollow eyes glowing with malevolent purple light, its jagged teeth exposed in a silent snarl. With a focused gaze, the blonde knight manifested two glowing blue swords, remarking, "That's my first time seeing one." The Wraiths responded with a guttural roar, their forms rippling with dark energy. He planted his glowing blades firmly into the ground, the impact sending ripples of blue light across the earth. Standing resolute, the blonde knight gripped his twin swords, his expression grim and determined, prepared for the battle ahead. With a surge of power, the blonde knight's aura intensified, a brilliant blue energy swirling around him as a distinct symbol flared into existence. Unleashing a devastating attack, he swept his glowing blue swords in a wide arc, striking both Wraiths with overwhelming force. The impact sent one of the shadowy creatures reeling, its form visibly fracturing under the sheer power of the blow. From a distant cliff, silhouetted against the vibrant, purple-tinged sky, the Lich watched the massive explosion of blue energy, its skeletal gaze unreadable. Still radiating immense power, the blonde knight's gauntlet hand pulsed with an intense blue glow, ready for the next phase of the battle. He moved with blinding speed, a dynamic trail of blue energy streaking behind him as he closed the distance. In an instant, the blonde knight stood face to face with the Lich on the cliff edge, his blue aura contrasting sharply with the Lich's dark, shadowy presence. His blue eyes glowed with fierce resolve, reflecting the unwavering determination to end this confrontation. With a final, decisive strike of his glowing blue sword, the blonde knight declared, "It's over for you, Lich," as he delivered the powerful blow. With a surge of brilliant blue energy, the blonde knight unleashes a powerful sword strike, his blade glowing intensely as he moves with incredible speed. The attack connects with the dark, hooded figure, who recoils amidst a burst of purple magical particles. His sword still crackling with power, the knight identifies his foe, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Lich. The blue energy engulfs the Lich's skeletal form, shattering it into fragments as the powerful magic consumes its very essence. The sheer force of the attack radiates outwards, a blinding wave of azure light washing over the desolate landscape. As the light begins to fade, the knight stands tall, his gaze fixed upwards, a clear sign of his triumph. The Lich's form completely dissipates into faint purple particles, leaving behind only its staff and a lingering sense of dread. All that remains of the powerful undead foe is a single, glowing purple orb, its essence now contained within a fragile shell. Meanwhile, a horde of skeletons, previously animated and menacing, suddenly freezes in place, their movements abruptly halted, much to the surprise of Raven Balt and the surrounding orcs. The orc chieftain, his tusks prominent, stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" The skeletons suddenly stopped. One of the shamans, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, chuckles. Kuhi, it seems like the Lord dealt with the Lich. The battlefield lay silent, littered with the skeletal remains of the Lich's army, their forms now inert and broken. As the last vestiges of the Lich's power dissipated into the air, the orc shaman and a green-skinned warrior watched the shadowy remnants fade, understanding that their enemy had lost its leader. The Lich's form itself became one with the mist, leaving only a distant figure standing atop a craggy cliff, bathed in the ethereal glow of the fading magic. The blonde knight, having just vanquished the formidable foe, looked up towards the heavens, a sense of profound completion washing over him. It was as if the very essence of the defeated had ascended to the heavens, their power now a part of the shimmering, star-dusted sky. From his vantage point, the knight surveyed the vast, magical landscape, the air still thick with residual energy from the intense battle. Meanwhile, a group of human companions lay scattered on the ground, some unconscious, others weeping openly, their faces etched with grief. One man, his face contorted in anguish, covered his eyes, while the blonde knight stood nearby, a somber expression on his own face as he witnessed their sorrow. His gaze fell to the rocky ground, where tiny particles of light still danced, remnants of the magic that had just been unleashed. Later, the companions knelt before a series of makeshift crosses, paying their respects to those they had lost, their grief a heavy shroud in the desolate landscape. As night fell, the crescent moon cast its gentle light over the scene, a silent witness to both victory and sorrow. Under the vast, star-dusted sky, a temporary camp lay nestled against towering cliffs, its red tents glowing softly in the twilight. Within one of these tents, the blonde knight sat, meticulously cleaning his sword, its polished surface reflecting the faint light. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the recent chaos of battle. As he finished his task, the sword was sheathed, and a piece of cloth drifted to the ground, signaling a shift in the night's quietude. The cloth continued its descent, a silent harbinger of change. Suddenly, a sealed envelope plummeted through the air, leaving a trail of dark, inky particles in its wake, as if tearing through the very fabric of reality. A young man with dark hair caught it, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at the mysterious missive. Ravenbolt held the distraught man close, who could only utter a choked whisper. These are. As Ravenbolt's hand rested gently on his head, the black-haired man clutched a piece of paper, his face contorted in disbelief. My memories of that day? The now empty envelope lay discarded on the floor, a silent witness to the unfolding revelation. Overwhelmed, he began to tear the envelope apart, his voice rising in a desperate plea. That's wrong, it wasn't me. His face was a mask of terror and denial, his scream echoing through the room. It's a misunderstanding. His mind reels, trapped in a harrowing memory, where he stands bound and accused, his desperate cry echoing through the cold chamber. I was framed. Stop. The chilling sight of instruments of torment hangs heavy in the air, as his thoughts drift to a profound regret, a whispered apology to his father, and a mournful call for his mother. Beaten and broken, he lies on the cold stone floor of his cell, a single, pained word escaping his lips. Brother. Outside, under a relentless downpour, a somber crowd watches, their collective plea echoing the man's despair. Please stop it. He kneels in the pouring rain, utterly defeated, as the shadowy figures of the onlookers stand witness to his public humiliation. Chains bind his neck, tears stream down his face, blurring the harsh reality, and suddenly, the memory shifts, revealing a young child, also weeping, his small face contorted in sorrow. The child's blue eyes are wide with anguish, a silent question hanging in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. He stands beside his mother, both distraught, as his father lies weak in bed, their cries of Father, Father, don't die, please, filling the opulent room. The child and his mother cling to hope, their gazes fixed on the ailing man, as a chilling realization dawns. These memories. His mother's comforting hand rests on his shoulder, but the child's resolve hardens through his tears, a solemn vow forming. I will become a dragon rider. And, clutching his mother's hand, his voice cracks with emotion, as he pledges, and I will become a fine pendragon, so please. The scene returns to the bedside, the child and his mother still watching over the dying man, his small face a mask of profound grief, tears continuing to fall. He cries out, his hands clasped in anguish, as the vivid, painful memories of his past continue to haunt him. A sudden jolt rips through him, shattering the illusion. Sweat beads on his brow as he gasps, his eyes wide with lingering terror. He struggles to catch his breath, the phantom pains of his past still gripping him. His hands clench, finding purchase on the familiar hilt of his sword, a grounding presence in the aftermath of his nightmare. Sitting alone in the quiet of his tent, he slowly regains his composure, the sword lying beside him. Later, he approaches Kurtul, who sits casually on a makeshift throne, observing the camp. The orc shaman turns his head, a knowing look in his eyes, asking if the young man is still awake, noting the late hour. The blonde knight acknowledges him by name, and Kurtul explains that the orcs are still keeping watch after the arduous battle. He adds that they are strong enough to handle it, and besides, more sacrifices would occur if they left it solely to the humans. Kurtul lets out a tired yawn, while the blonde knight, holding his sword, reflects on the difficulty of the fight and how his weapon saved him. The orc shaman simply watches him, his expression unreadable. He clutches the hilt of his blade, reflecting on its profound significance, for this is the Pendragon's treasured sword. Its name, Widow's Grief, echoes in his mind, a weapon whose very hilt is forged in the likeness of a majestic dragon. He remembers how this very sword once granted him the strength to shield himself from the chilling sides of the Wraith, a shadowy, skeletal entity. The orc shaman, Kurtul, then muses aloud, realizing the source of that power, that it must have been Soldrake's flames, the guardian deity of the forest. The blonde knight confirms this silently, acknowledging that his sword indeed possesses Soldrake's immense power. He continues his internal dialogue, pondering the deeper connection and what Soldrake, in turn, possesses. His eyes glow with an ethereal blue light, reflecting the profound energy within him, as the faint, menacing form of the Wraith seems to linger in his memory. A majestic white dragon, Soldrake, opens its piercing blue eye, its gaze filled with ancient wisdom and an unspoken understanding. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoes from the dragon's presence, addressing him as an unknown soul. His own blue eyes narrow in contemplation as he stands before the black-haired man, who sits calmly, seemingly unaware of the profound revelation unfolding within the blonde knight's mind. A chilling realization dawns upon him. The white dragon, Soldrake, knows that he is not Aaron. As the blonde knight's mind drifts, a stark image forms, two figures standing back to back, one dark-haired and resolute, declaring, "I am Raven." But the dream shifts, focusing on the blonde knight's own face, a single word hanging in the air, but. He finds himself kneeling by his father's bedside, pleading for him not to die, his voice choked with tears as he cries out, "Father, Father, don't die, please." His youthful face is streaked with tears, making a solemn vow. "I will become a dragon rider, and I will become a fine Pendragon, so please." The dream fades, replaced by the sight of his own hands, a ring glinting on one finger, and a question echoes in his mind. Why did I dream? He sits up, clutching his sword, his face contorted in confusion and pain, the name Aaron escaping his lips as he wonders. About Aaron? Nearby, Kurtul looks on with concern as the blonde knight clutches his head, muttering, "WH, what happened?" Suddenly, the blonde knight snaps, his eyes wide with anger, demanding, "Why'd you get angry? Did I do something?" He quickly tries to compose himself, covering his face with his hands, muttering, It's nothing, my bad. I just didn't sleep enough." Kurtul, still looking concerned, asks, Is that so? Why not rest now then?" The blonde knight remains silent, his expression unreadable, before finally admitting, his hands still covering his face, "I had a nightmare." As the blonde knight stands with Kurtul, a sense of unease begins to settle over him. His gaze drifts, perhaps lost in thought, while the orc shaman remains stoic beside him. Suddenly, a vision flashes through his mind, a stark crescent moon hanging in a twilight sky, and a single word echoes in his consciousness, "I see." The celestial imagery shifts, transitioning from night to the dawn of a new day, a vast desert landscape bathed in the golden light of a rising sun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a green-skinned orc and a human companion stand together, the human expressing a growing apprehension. "I have a bad feeling." Kurtul, now accompanied by the small white fur creature, concurs with a low growl. "I agree," acknowledging that their chances of returning safely have just plummeted. A surge of raw, blue magical energy manifests, pulsing with an ominous power that seems to resonate with their growing dread. The diverse group, including the green orc warrior, the human companion, the blonde knight, the winged demon, and Kurtul, continues their journey, unaware of the full extent of the danger ahead. The human companion explains that a demon's senses are far superior to a human's, meaning if they feel something here, it must be truly significant, and the blonde knight confirms that something's definitely here. His expression grim, the blonde knight finally articulates the source of his visions and their collective dread, the mausoleum. His mind returns to the somber vision of the mausoleum, where Raven Balt kneels alone in the rain, surrounded by silent, shadowy figures. The realization of what awaits them, and its connection to his past, twists his features into a mask of anguish, his jaw clenched in profound distress. He knows Soldrake must be waiting for Aaron, yet a deeper, more unsettling truth lingers beneath the surface. As he recalls the majestic white dragon, understanding that he needs its immense strength to exact his revenge in the name of the Vault household. With unwavering resolve, he declares that he must make the dragon listen to him. His hand tightens on his sword hilt, the weight of his past and future pressing down on him under a sky that seems to mirror his own darkening thoughts. A memory flashes of a desolate battlefield where something profound happened to the white dragon, and a black-haired figure stands before its fallen form. The black-haired man's boot presses into the debris of the ruined landscape, a silent testament to the devastation. His armored hand once again rests on the hilt of his blade, and then a look of deep distress crosses his face, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and pain. The black-haired figure from the battlefield reappears, now in simple clothes, as the blonde knight realizes that somehow he was reborn as Aaron. His expression hardens with renewed determination, his hand firm on the hilt of his sword. With a sharp, metallic ring, his blade begins to slide from its scabbard, ready for whatever lies ahead. He concludes, with a surge of conviction, that the white dragon must hold the key to understanding his past. He stands ready, his sword drawn and a fierce cry escaping his lips, the golden light of dawn illuminating his armor as he prepares for the confrontation ahead. Suddenly, an urgent shout echoes through the air, a warning of approaching forces. The command rings out, demanding immediate preparation. Deep within a cavern, a single torch casts flickering light, its flames dancing against the oppressive darkness, revealing a breathtaking landscape of glowing blue and purple crystals that illuminate the path ahead with an ethereal shimmer. Through this dazzling, yet treacherous, environment, a diverse expedition party makes its way, led by the blonde knight, his armor gleaming amidst the crystalline glow, while a green-skinned orc warrior, his senses acutely tuned to the subtle shifts in the air, begins to react to an unseen presence, his ear twitching as he processes the atmospheric flow. The hooded figure of Kurtul, holding the torch, confirms the detection, stating simply, "It's here." Mark Killian, standing beside the blonde knight, expresses his awe at the orc's unique talent, remarking, "What an ability," to which the blonde knight readily agrees, "It sure is." The blonde knight understands the critical importance of such senses in their current predicament, recognizing that the orc's ability to detect atmospheric flow and locate water sources is an absolute necessity in this situation. The ground beneath their bare feet, cold and hard, seems to hum with a subtle energy, hinting at the hidden depths of the cavern. Standing together, the green-skinned orc warrior, Kurtul, and the blonde knight remain vigilant, their gazes fixed forward, anticipating what lies ahead. Turning to the hooded figure, the blonde knight inquires, "What happened, Kurtul?" To which the shaman replies, "I felt something." Deep within the crystal cavern, ethereal blue liquid-like forms drift through the starlit expanse, their glowing trails illuminating the darkness. His senses already on high alert, Kurtul's gaze sharpens, his expression a mix of awe and intense focus as he perceives the strange phenomena. Nearby, the blonde knight and Mark Killian also look on, their faces reflecting a shared sense of wonder and apprehension. As one of the luminous blue forms coalesces, a voice whispers, identifying it simply as a spirit. Two such entities, one shimmering blue and the other of vibrant purple, reveal themselves fully, their winged, crystalline forms radiating pure, otherworldly energy against the cosmic backdrop. The entire expedition party watches in stunned silence as the blue spirit hovers before them, the word, spirits, echoing the collective realization of their discovery. Another, a magnificent purple spirit, joins its counterpart, adding to the breathtaking display of elemental life within the cavern. The source of these ethereal beings becomes clear as the party gazes upon a towering, glowing waterfall, its cascading light illuminating the cavern with an otherworldly brilliance. Turning to his companions, Kurtul confirms their nature, exclaiming, "Look, there are water spirits near that place." The blonde knight and Mark Killian exchange a concerned glance, the former questioning, "Water spirits? Are they dangerous?" The cave, however, possessed barely any life force, a special place untouched by the protection of the great god of earth, yet ethereal spirits drifted through its depths. Kurtul, observing the strange phenomena, remarked that the spirits shouldn't be present in such a place, his words carrying a hint of unease. The blonde knight listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face, his gaze distant as he processed the implications. As the party approached a massive, luminous waterfall, the blonde knight wondered if the spirits were trapped, unable to escape, noticing stairs behind the cascading water that might offer an exit, with a faint wind emanating from it. His expression remained serious, a subtle concern etched across his features, as he considered the mysterious nature of their discovery. The waterfall shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its crystalline waters reflecting the cave's ambient light. Dynamic light effects danced across the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing, almost hypnotic display. Suddenly, a voice pointed out something glowing in the middle of the waterfall, describing it as resembling a plate. Both the blonde knight and Kurtul reacted with visible surprise, their eyes widening at the unexpected sight. From the depths of the luminous water, a large, amorphous blue creature began to emerge, its form shifting and glowing with an inner light. The water spirit rose majestically, its vibrant blue aura illuminating the cavern, as the expedition party watched in stunned silence. Its fluid body pulsed with energy, a clear manifestation of the cave's unique magical properties. As the ethereal entity continued to coalesce, a wave of disbelief washed over the party, Kurtul's voice cutting through the sudden tension with a bewildered, "The hell?" His blonde companion, eyes wide with shock, could only stare as the glowing form took shape before them. The water spirit, shimmering with an inner light, began to solidify, its amorphous mass slowly gaining definition. Its blue, translucent body pulsed with energy, casting an otherworldly glow across the cavern. Kurtul watched, his tusks slightly parted, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched onto his features. Finally finding his voice, he uttered, "It's here." The colossal form fully emerged from the waterfall's embrace, its identity now undeniable, the water spirit. Its massive, glowing body towered over the adventurers, who stood ready, but visibly shaken by its sudden appearance. The blonde knight, still processing the sight, could only manage a bewildered, a tea turtle? Kurtul, however, focused on its composition, exclaiming, "Made of water." The water spirit, now fully formed into a massive, turtle-like creature, stood majestically, its translucent body rippling with power. Before anyone could react further, Raven Bolt lunged forward, his sword flashing as he struck the water spirit, a brilliant blue impact exploding upon contact. The blonde knight recoils, her eyes wide with alarm as the water spirit's attack intensifies. Observing the creature, Kurtul suggests it must be guarding something precious. "A treasure?" the knight exclaims, her expression shifting to surprise. Kurtul's face remains grim, his tusks prominent as he considers the situation. As the water spirit glows with ethereal light, its form rippling, Kurtul's voice echoes, reminding them that this place offers no divine protection. He continues, convinced that something here compels the water spirits to oppose them. The blonde knight, standing beside Raven Bolt, agrees, acknowledging that the spirits are trying to crush them to protect this treasure. Her gaze hardens, a resolute determination settling upon her features. The water spirit churns, its blue form swirling with increasing intensity, preparing for another assault. Without hesitation, Raven Bolt lunges forward, his sword cleaving into the spirit's watery mass, sending brilliant blue energy splashing. The impact causes the spirit to ripple violently, water erupting from its form. Behind him, Joseph Breeden cries out in alarm, questioning his grace's sudden action. Standing before the ethereal water spirit, the blonde knight held his ground, his sword ready. Despite the tension, he commanded himself to remain calm, his gaze fixed on the shimmering entity. His armored hand gripped the hilt of his blade, a silent promise of impending action, the polished steel reflecting the cavern's dim light. The water spirit, sensing the shift in his resolve, began to churn and swirl with increased intensity. With a final, internal plea to control his emotions, the knight's eyes narrowed, his decision made. Then, with a sudden burst of power, his sword ignited with brilliant blue energy, striking directly into the heart of the water spirit. The impact sent ripples of force through the cavern, the spirit recoiling from the sheer magical force. A blinding explosion of azure light erupted, engulfing the entire area, the force of the attack echoing through the subterranean space. Nearby, a green-skinned orc warrior and a hooded orc shaman watched in stunned silence, their faces reflecting utter disbelief at the sudden, violent display. As the magical energy dissipated, a gentle rain began to fall within the cavern, and the knight stood alone, his head bowed in the sudden quiet. The cool drops splattered against his gleaming armor, a stark contrast to the fiery power he had just wielded. His face, now visible through the falling water, bore an expression of profound sadness, the weight of his actions settling upon him. As the magical downpour continued to fall around him, the blonde knight stood, his gaze fixed on the glowing, ethereal object suspended within the waterfall, a silent testament to the power he had just unleashed. The object, now clearly visible through the shimmering water, was a magnificent shield, emblazoned with the proud emblem of a white dragon, its surface radiating a soft, protective light. Its golden trim gleamed, and a small, azure gem at its apex pulsed with a gentle energy. The shield, now held firmly by a knight, seemed to hum with latent power, its dragon emblem catching the light. Joseph Breeden, his face alight with discovery, realized the significance of their find, declaring that this shield was the treasure they had sought. He continued, marveling at its properties, explaining that it not only healed the wounds of its wielder, but also extended its restorative power to the soldiers around him. The blonde knight, observing the hooded orc beside him, questioned the revelation, his tone hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Nearby, the green orc warrior clapped the hooded orc on the shoulder, praising the young lord's success in repelling the water spirits. Later, a black-haired man confronted the knight, asking if this newfound power was related to the widow's grief he had mentioned the previous night. Holding his staff, the blonde knight let out a heavy sigh, his expression clouded with a mix of confusion and regret. He confessed his bewilderment, admitting he didn't understand why he felt something, and the powerful magic simply happened. Under the vast, starry expanse, the green orc warrior and the hooded orc looked up, perhaps contemplating the strange events unfolding around them. He stands silently, his back to the crowd, as a green-skinned warrior observes his demeanor, remarking that his face doesn't look so good. Meanwhile, a high priest dismisses the recent display of power as merely the strength of the forest guardian deity, prompting Joseph Breeden to question the statement, only for the priest to emphatically declare that all of it belongs to the Pendragons. Indeed, the assertion rings out with undeniable conviction. The weight of this declaration, that Soldrake's strength is inherently the Pendragon's strength, settles heavily upon the blonde knight, his expression clouded with unease. As the implications sink in, the black-haired man begins to explain the situation, simply stating, basically. His gaze drifts away, a troubled look on his face, as if wrestling with an internal conflict. His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword, as he firmly asserts that the power in question is not his own. A chilling memory flashes through his mind, of a horned figure lying defeated on the cold ground. The blonde knight is then transported back to a painful memory, kneeling beside his dying father, pleading with him not to die, while Lady Luna weeps beside him. In that moment of profound grief, he makes a solemn vow, promising to become a proper Pendragon if only his father would hold on. The memory overwhelms him, tears streaming down his face, as he clutches his head in anguish. His face contorts with a mixture of sorrow and frustration, the weight of his past, and his mysterious power visibly crushing him. His eyes remained closed, lost in the depths of his own turmoil, as a quiet thought echoed within him. I am. Before a sudden, urgent shout pierced the silence, calling out, Raven VLT. The world around them seemed to shift, a cosmic expanse of purple and starlight unfolding, as if beckoning them towards a destiny written in the stars. Their path led to a magnificent, ancient structure, bathed in an ethereal purple glow, its grand arches and towering pillars hinting at forgotten power. Together, the blonde knight and Raven Bolt stood at the foot of a long, elevated bridge, gazing towards the imposing edifice that awaited them. As they approached, the blonde knight let out a soft, contemplative sound, his expression unreadable against the backdrop of the cosmic sky. The structure revealed itself in greater detail, prompting a realization, that is, within its hallowed grounds, a majestic white dragon with golden horns stood guard, its form radiating purple energy, as the truth dawned on them. The mausoleum. Under a vast, star-dusted sky, a magnificent mausoleum stands, its pristine white architecture gleaming with an ethereal glow. Approaching its grand entrance, a small group, including a towering green-skinned warrior, a blonde knight, and a dark-haired man in a red cloak, prepares to face whatever lies within. Suddenly, the blonde knight's sword begins to hum with an intense, crackling blue energy, its ornate hilt sparking as if reacting to an unseen force. The dark-haired man observes the glowing blade with a gasp, realizing the treasured sword, Widow's Scream, is reacting to their presence. The blade's shriek echoes through the air, confirming their suspicions that this place is indeed the fabled mausoleum. The blonde knight stands ready, his expression grim, the radiant sword held firmly in his grasp, its light illuminating his determined face. The sword pulses with an even greater intensity, a beacon of pure, concentrated energy against the deepening twilight. As if in response to the blade's cry, the very ground before them begins to crackle, releasing plumes of eerie purple energy and mist. The three companions instinctively recoil, stepping back as the strange, glowing fog billows upwards, obscuring their path. The dark-haired man voices his concern, wondering aloud about the fog seeping out, while the blonde knight and the green warrior share his apprehension. His blue eye widens in alarm, reflecting the unsettling glow of the emerging phenomenon. From the eerie purple mist, a shadowy form began to coalesce, swirling with vibrant blue energy as it took on a distinct shape. The blonde knight, Raven Bolt, recoiled in shock, his eyes wide as he recognized the impossible apparition. A knight, he exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. The blue energy intensified, solidifying into the unmistakable silhouette of a knight, its form radiating with an otherworldly glow. Mounted on a spectral steed, the ethereal warrior charged forward, its sword arcing with brilliant blue light, ready to strike. Even the monstrous orcs, who had been lurking nearby, were stunned into terrified silence, one of them stammering, How can it be? As they witnessed the impossible manifestation. Raven Bolt and his companions, Mark Killian and Joseph Breeden, stared wide-eyed, a collective gasp escaping them as the knight's form became clearer. You are. One of them whispered, a name forming on his lips. The blonde knight's face was a mask of utter astonishment, his grip tightening on his sword as he processed the impossible sight before him. The spectral knight, now fully formed, pulsed with a vibrant purple and blue aura, its presence radiating immense power. A massive burst of blue energy, crackling with purple lightning, erupted around the knight, signaling its formidable might. A voice, filled with a mixture of awe and terror, finally uttered the name, Gordon Pendragon. The spectral knight, Gordon Pendragon, stood resolute amidst the swirling magic, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, his expression unyielding. The spectral knight, Gordon Pendragon, fully materializes, his form shimmering with an otherworldly glow, leaving all who witness him in stunned silence. Both the human and orc factions stand frozen, their gazes fixed on the newly appeared entity, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air as they try to comprehend the impossible sight before them. The orc chieftain and shaman exchange bewildered glances, the shaman muttering about the predecessor in disbelief. Meanwhile, Mark Killian and Raven Bolt are equally taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion as the spectral knight stands before them. Raven Bolt's mind races, trying to categorize the entity as a translucent body or a spirit, but a deeper, more unsettling realization begins to dawn on him. A sudden, overwhelming wave of recognition washes over him. As a blinding flash of insight strikes, forcing him to question aloud, why do I know this person's name? The world around him fades, replaced by a vivid memory of his childhood, where a younger version of himself desperately cries out, Father, Father, don't die. beside the bed of his ailing parent. He sees himself as a child, distraught, alongside a grieving woman, both helpless as his father, the blonde knight, lies on his deathbed. The memory's pain twists Ravenbolt's face in the present, a profound sorrow and confusion etched into his features. As the spectral knight, Gordon Pendragon, continues to glow with ethereal power, Ravenbolt finally understands. So it's from Aaron's memories. This spectral figure is intrinsically linked to his own past. The revelation hits him with the force of a blinding light, leaving him reeling from the profound personal connection to the mysterious entity. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality, culminating in a brilliant, all-consuming white light that washes over everything. Below, the orc chieftain and Mark Killian stand transfixed, their gazes drawn upward by the sheer, overwhelming power of the manifestation. From the heart of the light, Gordon Pendragon fully materializes, his spectral form glowing as he confronts a shadowy presence, a pained gasp escaping him as the weight of his return settles. His face contorts in anguish, a streak of blood marring his cheek, the spectral knight's grip tightening on his sword as if battling an unseen torment. The profound terror of the moment echoes in Ravenbolt's wide, amber eye, a silent scream of realization and fear. A monstrous winged demon, silhouetted against a colossal purple moon, seems to watch over the unfolding chaos, a harbinger of the dark forces at play. The very landscape itself appears to buckle and shatter under the strain, jagged spires of rock piercing a sky, now painted in hues of cosmic purple. Human knights and civilians alike cower on the ground, their faces etched with terror, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the power unleashed. Mark Killian, among them, stares up in disbelief, as a glowing, ornate structure emerges from the ethereal chaos. The spectral blade of Gordon Pendragon, radiating with potent energy, stands ready, a beacon of ethereal might. Even the hardened orcs, including a hooded figure and a green warrior, recoil in abject horror, their faces twisted in primal fear at the sight of the unfolding cataclysm. A torrent of ethereal purple energy and smoke billows upwards, signaling a profound magical event. As the raw power begins to coalesce, forming a skeletal, crystalline structure that hints at the emergence of something truly formidable. Below, a small horned creature and a feathered companion cower in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the unfolding phenomenon, the feathered creature letting out a desperate cry. A piercing blue eye, with a reptilian slit pupil, snaps open, revealing the intense focus of a colossal white dragon now fully aware of the disturbance. Gordon Pendragon, his own eyes glowing faintly, regards the scene with a grim, determined expression, ready for what comes next. The white dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, its massive form radiating waves of intense purple energy as it asserts its overwhelming presence. Its colossal claw descends with crushing force, threatening to obliterate the structure below as it makes its powerful approach. Gordon Pendragon stands firm, his cape flowing behind him as he watches the unfolding spectacle, unwavering. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out, pleadingly calling the name, Soldrake. The entire landscape is now bathed in an eerie purple glow, the magical energy permeating everything, a testament to the immense power unleashed. The white dragon finally settles, its immense form casting a daunting shadow over a small gathering of figures on the structure below. And there, fully manifested on his spectral steed, Gordon Pendragon confronts the colossal white dragon, surrounded by a powerful blue aura, ready for battle. The colossal white dragon, adorned with golden regalia, fully manifested within the grand hall, its ethereal presence radiating immense power. Before the magnificent beast, Gordon Pendragon stood, his spectral form glowing with an otherworldly light, as various figures below, knights and orcs alike, gazed up in stunned silence. Among them, Mark Killian could only whisper that it was truly beautiful, his expression a mix of awe and wonder. Even the hardened orcs, usually unfazed, recognized the immense power, murmuring about the guardian deity that had appeared before them. The young knight, Ravenbolt, lay on the ground, his blue eyes wide with a mixture of shock and profound emotion. A single tear escaped his eye, reflecting the overwhelming intensity of the moment. The white dragon, with its piercing blue eyes, looked down upon the assembly, its gaze holding an ancient, knowing power. Its scales shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow, a testament to its divine nature. Suddenly, an ominous, disembodied voice echoed through the space, questioning the identity of the spectral figure. You? Who are you? The ground beneath Ravenbolt's feet seemed to tremble, as he slowly pushed himself up, a faint blue energy emanating from the spectral knight. His expression shifted from awe to a determined confusion, his gaze fixed on the spectral presence. Finally standing, sword drawn, Ravenbolt confronted Gordon Pendragon, who sat atop his glowing spectral steed, the white dragon's massive form looming behind them. A spectral figure, glowing with an intense purple and blue aura, manifests before the assembled forces, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. Among the stunned onlookers, a knight with a prominent mustache, Mark Killian, and another knight, Joseph Breeden, along with various orcs and demons, stare in disbelief, one of them exclaiming, "Duke Gordon spoke." The spectral armor of the figure glows as another voice, filled with terror, whispers, "No, it's a ghost, right? That can't be." Ravenbolt, his blonde hair framing a face etched with concern and a bead of sweat, recognizes the voice, thinking, "It's the same as that time." His thoughts drift back to a memory, a tent bearing a dragon emblem, as he walks away from it, deep in contemplation. His eyes narrow as the memory solidifies. In the Lobtine Plain, the first time I met Aaron Pendragon. Who is it? A tremor runs through him as the realization begins to dawn. Confronting the spectral Gordon Pendragon, he understands. The voice just now was the same as that voice. That means the spectral armor glows brighter as he continues his internal monologue, the one that spoke at that time, and the one that's speaking now. His expression tightens with the weight of the revelation. Is not Aaron. The spectral face of Gordon Pendragon is illuminated by the ethereal glow, as Ravenbolt concludes, nor Gordon. Instead, the majestic white dragon, with its golden crown and crimson eyes, is revealed as the true source, as he finally names it, but Soldrake. A profound realization washes over him, the voice echoing not just in his mind, but through the very fabric of his being, as he understands that this ancient dragon is speaking directly to him. Standing before the ethereal form of Gordon Pendragon, which now serves as the white dragon's avatar, he feels the immense power emanating from the colossal creature behind it, its presence dominating the starry expanse. With a mix of awe and trepidation, he mentally poses the question, wondering who this powerful entity truly is. Behind him, Joseph Breeden and the Orc chieftain look on with bewildered expressions, their faces reflecting the confusion and uncertainty of the unfolding spectacle. Attempting to assert his identity and perhaps gain some control over the situation, he declares himself Aaron Pendragon, a name he has used to navigate this world. His face contorts with a mixture of defiance and desperation, the weight of his true identity and the dragon's probing gaze pressing down on him. The white dragon's eye, a piercing blue with a vertical slit pupil, focuses intently, its ancient wisdom seemingly seeing through his facade. A low, rumbling sound emanates from the colossal beast, a deep, resonant woe that seems to shake the very air around them. As the tension mounts, Joseph Breeden, standing with the Orc chieftain, calls out to him, his voice filled with concern for his young lord. The dragon's voice, calm yet absolute, cuts through the air, firmly stating that he is not Aaron Pendragon, its gaze unwavering. Looking up, his expression hardening with resolve, he thinks to himself, convinced that the dragon cannot truly see through his deception. The dragon's eye narrows slightly, its voice resonating with an undeniable authority as it presses him once more, demanding to know his true identity. The white dragon's relentless question, "Are you?" echoes in the mind of Gordon Pendragon, causing a single tear to trace a path down his cheek. The mental assault intensifies, a jarring force threatening to shatter his composure. A fragmented memory flashes through his mind, of a figure kneeling alone in the pouring rain, surrounded by silent, shadowy observers. Another vision, of a determined archer, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, aiming into an unseen threat. Then, a brutal scene, an Orc chieftain's hand gripping the face of a scarred man, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. The visions culminate in a raw, visceral scream from Gordon, his face contorted in anguish, tears streaming from his wide, blue eyes. An agonizing cry escapes him, a sound of profound distress. Overwhelmed, Gordon collapses, falling through a swirling vortex of purple energy, his cries echoing into the void. In another fleeting vision, Gordon reaches out desperately to a fallen Ravenbolt, his voice filled with concern, calling him, "Young Lord." The mental strain becomes unbearable, as Gordon feels his very head threatening to tear apart. Clutching his head, he struggles to comprehend the onslaught, a bewildered "what the hell?" escaping his lips. As the majestic white dragon looms above, its presence overwhelming, Gordon's final, desperate question hangs in the air. Am I? As the white dragon's mental assault continues to rage, a figure from Ravenbolt's past, now overwhelmed by an unseen force, collapses to his knees, a guttural cry of agony escaping his lips as purple energy pulses around him, emanating from the colossal, scaled limb of the dragon looming overhead. A pained grunt escapes the white dragon as red energy particles swirl around its head, indicating a powerful impact. And Ravenbolt is thrown violently to the ground, his body slamming against the debris-strewn earth. Nearby, a human soldier cries out in alarm, his voice filled with desperate concern for his fallen leader. He continues to shout, pleading for Lord Pendragon to respond. The white dragon's massive blue eye glows with an intense, focused light, observing the chaos with an unreadable expression. From the ground, Ravenbolt struggles to lift his head, his mind reeling as he questions the identity of his unseen attacker. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and fierce determination, his blue eyes wide with shock and resolve. Another pained grunt escapes him, the force of the assault still bearing down. As a powerful, red-tinged force streaks across the scene, leaving behind vivid lines of destructive energy. Kneeling amidst a relentless downpour, red particles of energy swirling around him, Ravenbolt endures an unseen torment. His face streaked with rain and grime, He gazes upward, a silent scream etched into his features. The torment manifests as a vivid memory, transporting him to a burning city, where a younger version of himself shields a child from the inferno. Another fragment of his past surfaces, showing him chained alongside an older, blonde-haired man, both prisoners in a grim procession. His eye glows with an unnatural blue light, as the flood of painful memories becomes overwhelming, flowing nonstop. He recalls a moment of utter helplessness, a younger self surrounded by menacing, horned figures, their cruel smiles promising only suffering. The memory intensifies as a hulking orc-like chieftain delivers a brutal blow, the impact rippling through his past self. Meanwhile, the white dragon watches, its crimson eyes glowing with a pained empathy, as if sharing in the agony it inflicts. Raven Balt, now in his current form, looks up at the majestic creature who appears before him in a regal, armored manifestation. He understands now, the truth dawning on him through the rain and red particles, that the dragon is deliberately showing him these harrowing visions. His face, streaked with blood or tears, reflects the profound anguish of this forced recollection. The torment continues, another memory flashing of the horned chieftain's cruel grip, his younger self helpless in the face of such brutality. The white dragon's luminous blue eye, a beacon of ancient power, fixates on him. Its voice echoing with an undeniable command, demanding he confront the visions it forces upon him. Overwhelmed by the onslaught of images and emotions, he can only whisper, a desperate plea to understand the entity before him. His mind reels, struggling to grasp the fragmented identity being presented, as his own eye glows with an inner turmoil, the memories twisting his perception of self. A sharp, disorienting sound pierces the mental space, signaling a deeper plunge into the past. He finds himself observing a tender scene, his parents smiling down at a baby, a question forming in his mind about the nature of these visions. His mother's gentle face appears, her words confirming her identity, a familiar warmth emanating from the memory. Then his father's face emerges, his question about Gordon adding another layer of confusion as the past continues to unfold around him. He watches his mother cradle the infant, a dawning realization washing over him, as the scene shifts to focus on the tiny figure. The baby's innocent smile fills the frame, and the truth becomes undeniable. These are his own earliest memories. But the idyllic scene shatters as his father reaches out, his expression now one of anger, and the child's desperate denial echoes through the vision. He watches his younger self flee through a garden, pursued by his father, while his sister looks on from a window, a traumatic fragment of his past now laid bare. A tender memory unfolds, with a young boy, Aaron, being held by his mother, while his father looks on, a book in hand, as if a voice from the past echoes, "It's Aaron," followed by a child's desperate cry, "Father, Father." The scene shifts to a bedside vigil, where the mother and young Aaron kneel beside his ailing father, a desperate plea escaping the mother's lips, "Please don't die," as the child echoes her anguish, "Father." A moment of quiet reflection passes, as the father, pale and drawn, lies in bed, his thoughts unreadable. His eyes remain closed, a fragile peace settling over his features. The scene returns to the family's bedside, the mother and Aaron still by his side, a quiet acceptance in the air as a voice whispers, "That's right." The father's profile is etched with a quiet resolve, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Later, a hand meticulously applies paint to a canvas, capturing a moment of serene creation. The father sits, engrossed in his art, a peaceful scene unfolding in the quiet study. A young girl, Aaron's sister, stands with her back to the viewer, her long hair falling around her, a silent observer to the unfolding memories. The focus returns to Aaron, his eyes closed once more, as the memory deepens, a voice confirming, "It's Aaron." Suddenly, the tender memories shatter, as a sharp blade pierces Aaron, blood erupting from his mouth in a sickening splur, as he cries out in agony. The winged demon stands triumphant over his fallen form, a dark silhouette against the desolate landscape, as Aaron's lifeblood pools around him. The memory plunges deeper into chaos, as Joseph Breeden and his orc allies cry out in alarm, their voices echoing the urgency of the moment. As the colossal white dragon unleashes a devastating attack, its glowing blue energy engulfing the battlefield, forcing the young Lord Pendragon to confront the beast head-on. A voice, disembodied and chilling, demands he speak his name. The scene shifts abruptly, revealing him lying broken and bleeding on the ground, his blonde hair matted with crimson. Then, a whisper, a name, echoes through the void, Ravenvault. He stands, his back to the viewer, the memory now a fragmented kaleidoscope of faces and names, a desperate attempt to piece together his past. A hand reaches out, cloaked in red, as if grasping for a fading image. Another hand, smaller and more delicate, reaches back, a voice questioning, "What?" before trailing off in confusion. A young maid, Lindsay, her eyes wide with distress, calls out to him, her voice filled with concern. Her name, Lindsay, echoes in his mind, a sudden, sharp realization. The image shifts again, revealing his mother and younger sister, their blonde hair and gentle expressions a stark contrast to the preceding violence. His sister, clutching a plushie, looks up with wide, innocent eyes, as he recalls more names, Eren, and Mia. Finally, the memory settles on his father, embracing his mother, a poignant image of family amidst the fragmented trauma. Still lost in the depths of his own mind, a younger version of Ravenbolt, known then as Eren, weeps openly, his face streaked with tears as a comforting hand rests upon his shoulder, the rain falling relentlessly around him. His memories then shift to a moment with maid Lindsay, who appears deeply distressed as he holds her, the downpour continuing to obscure their surroundings. The perspective abruptly changes, focusing on the wide, fearful yellow eyes of a small beast-folk creature, its expression a silent scream of terror. Two such creatures huddle together, trembling, their small forms overwhelmed by an unseen threat, a chilling realization dawning upon them. The memory fragments again, showing a massive orc chieftain looking on with a pained expression as young Eren plummets through the stormy sky, a formidable winged demon close behind him, the battle raging below. The sensation of falling continues, now embodied by Ravenbolt himself, his cloaked form plummeting through the relentless rain, a physical manifestation of his descent into these traumatic recollections. A flash of the larger conflict reveals knights on horseback, their banner emblazoned with a white dragon, charging forward through the downpour, a symbol of the forces at play in his past. Amidst the chaos, young Eren stands resolute, his glowing sword held ready, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness, even as the rain continues to lash down. The fragmented images coalesce into a single, profound thought, a quiet acknowledgement of the painful journey through his own memories. Swirling green, ethereal energy then manifests, pulsing with an otherworldly glow, hinting at the magical forces that shaped these past events. Further fragmented glimpses reveal a stern, dark-haired figure and another individual consumed by distress, each face a fleeting echo of the emotional toll these memories carry. Finally, a brilliant blue and purple ethereal light radiates outward, its shimmering particles dancing in the rain, a powerful, almost spiritual presence marking the end of this particular memory sequence. He continues to fall through fragmented memories, witnessing a diverse group of figures, including knights and robed individuals, traversing a desolate, icy path, their forms faintly illuminated by an ethereal blue glow. Suddenly, a desperate voice echoes through the void, crying out to him, "Your Grace." The memory shifts to a younger Eren, lying injured and bleeding on the ground, tears streaming down his face, as another voice implores him to get a hold, Pendragon. Meanwhile, two loyal knights, Mark Killian and Joseph Breeden, stand firm, radiating fierce determination as they declare, "Let's protect our lord, even if we have to put our lives on the line." Elsewhere, a hooded orc named Karda confronts a green orc warrior, his eyes glowing faintly with concern, asking, "Wait, Karda, are you planning on going against the guardian deity?" The warrior responds with a grim, "Shit, there's no choice now." Karda, his voice filled with conviction, declares, "I fought with him one-on-one. He is my comrade. If things keep going like this, he will die." Back with Eren, his armored hand clenches, a soft ha, escaping him as he acknowledges, "That's right." Tears and sweat stream down his face, his expression a mix of pain and dawning realization, as he begins to utter a powerful truth. "I am." A majestic white dragon, its blue eyes glowing with ancient wisdom, observes the scene, its golden horns gleaming. A sword, radiating a brilliant blue energy, is plunged into the ground, marking a pivotal moment in the unfolding memory. The white dragon's gaze remains fixed as a powerful, unseen voice proclaims, "The rightful heir of the Pendragon Duchy," is revealed to be Eren, now a knight, standing defiantly with his glowing sword held high, bathed in a brilliant golden light. A desperate cry echoes through the memory, calling out, "Eren Pendragon," as the young lord collapses, his face contorted in agony. Blood trickles from his mouth, a stark testament to the unseen forces assailing him. From above, a majestic white dragon watches, its luminous blue eyes reflecting the unfolding chaos, a silent, ancient observer. Eren lies defeated on the cold ground, blood staining his face, a pained sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, the memory intensifies, manifesting around Ravenbolt in his current form, a powerful, ethereal purple aura enveloping him, glowing lines tracing his armor. The energy around him crackles and surges, his expression shifting with the overwhelming influx of the past. Back in the memory, the white dragon's massive foot begins to glow with a vibrant blue light, power gathering within its ancient form. The dragon stands as a towering sentinel, its glowing limb casting an ethereal light upon Eren, who looks up in awe and pain. As Eren clutches his sword, a name surfaces from the depths of his memory, Gordon Pendragon. A thought forms, questioning, disappeared, as faint purple energy swirls into existence. The white dragon's form begins to shimmer, enveloped in trails of purple energy, preparing for a powerful action or a swift departure. With a guttural roar, the dragon unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy, its power echoing through the fading memory. The white dragon unleashes a devastating torrent of purple energy, its power radiating outward with blinding force. Soaring above the chaos it created, the colossal beast surveys the battlefield, its form a beacon of destructive might. The sheer velocity of the attack tears through the air, a blur of purple energy descending upon its target. Caught directly in the blast, the knight is thrown backward, armor buckling under the immense force. As the impact reverberates, a nearby orc-like figure cries out in disbelief, witnessing the raw power unleashed, while the knight himself can only utter, "What?" He lies broken on the ground, his body a testament to the dragon's might, surrounded by the monstrous figures of the battlefield. Yet, with an indomitable will, he rises, facing the towering white dragon once more, a lone figure against overwhelming power. The dragon's voice echoes, declaring, "Our pledge is complete, Aaron Pendragon." And so, the memory shifts, connecting the past to the present, linking Aaron Pendragon to the current identity of Raven. The blonde knight, now known as Vault, stands resolute, blood trickling from his mouth, his grip firm on his sword despite the pain. He is someone destined to succeed the Pendragons, a heavy mantle he bears with unwavering resolve. His eyes, though filled with pain, reflect a fierce determination, a promise of future strength despite the present wounds. As the memory continues, the blonde knight, Aaron Pendragon, kneels, his form weary from battle, his allies rushing to his side, a winged demon, 2 orcs, and 2 human knights, their voices filled with urgent concern for their leader. The scene then shifts, a serene, domed structure standing majestically under a vast, star-dusted purple sky, a crescent moon hanging above, as a voice acknowledges his profound accomplishment, confirming that he truly achieved his goal. A powerful voice echoes through the chamber, calling out to the Pendragon family with an urgent, almost desperate tone. The massive white dragon, surrounded by a gathering of knights and monstrous figures, then addresses a young man directly, its words carrying immense weight as it refers to him as the Pendragon boy. Kneeling before the majestic beast, Aaron Pendragon reassures those around him that he is unharmed, though a flicker of surprise crosses his face as he senses something profound unfolding. With a solemn expression, the blonde knight confirms that the ancient pledge has been fulfilled, a faint glow surrounding him as the ritual concludes. His hand, now marked by the sacred bond, signifies his new status, as he proclaims to have been chosen by Soul Drake himself. The declaration leaves Joseph Breeden and the Green Orc warrior stunned, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief as they process the gravity of the situation. Their initial shock quickly gives way to overwhelming joy, their faces lighting up with wide smiles and excited gestures. The white dragon's head dips slightly, acknowledging the profound significance of the moment, as the news spreads that Aaron has indeed been chosen. With the pledge complete, the young lord remains kneeling before the colossal white dragon, while his companions look on, their faces still beaming with excitement. The brown-haired knight, filled with renewed hope, declares that the future of the Pendragon lineage is now secure, a sentiment echoed by the other gathered figures. Meanwhile, 2 orc figures discuss the implications of this new alliance, noting that the young lord will now be with the guardian deity, a significant achievement, as he is the only one capable of overcoming them. The majestic white dragon, Soul Drake, lets out a silent roar, its head tilted towards the shimmering, particle-filled sky. Meanwhile, the knight Joseph Breeden, still reeling from the recent events, finds himself spitting blood, a grimace of pain and disbelief etched across his face. As Aaron Pendragon stands before the guardian deity, the white dragon speaks, its voice echoing with ancient power, announcing that a new guest has arrived, a revelation that leaves the surrounding orcs and demons in stunned silence. The knight's expression shifts from pain to utter bewilderment, his eyes wide with a dawning realization of something far more significant than his own injuries. Looking up at the night sky, where a crescent moon hangs amidst a purple haze, he notices countless dark silhouettes soaring through the air, initially mistaking them for mere birds. But the truth quickly dawns on him, a chilling certainty that makes his blood run cold, as he realizes these are no ordinary creatures. The collective gasp of the orcs, demons, and the knight himself confirms the terrifying revelation, as they all stare up in utter disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. High above, 2 massive dragons, one emerald green and the other a fiery orange, cut through the ethereal purple sky, their powerful wings propelling them with immense speed. They are not alone, as 3 more colossal figures, a green, a blue, and a dark purple dragon, join the aerial assault, their presence confirming the chilling truth. Dragons are here, and they are many. As the smaller, dark-winged creatures swarm the moonlit sky, Aaron Pendragon stands firm, his gaze fixed upwards at the immense white dragon, Soul Drake, and the newly arrived aerial threat. He stands firm beside the white dragon, whose massive clawed foot rests heavily on the ground, as the air around them crackles with an unseen force. Joseph Breeden, his face pale with disbelief, can only utter, "I can't believe it, there are." His gaze sweeps across the horizon, where more dragons, their scales shimmering in shades of green, blue, and brown, descend from the darkening sky. The air fills with the beating of colossal wings, as red and purple-scaled beasts join the growing aerial armada, their eyes glowing with an ominous light. Soon, the entire area is encircled, a formidable array of dragons of every color, their immense forms dwarfing the assembled forces below, creating a tense, silent standoff. Even Kazal, The small beast folk can only cower in fear, letting out small, terrified whimpers as a massive green dragon looms behind him. Joseph Breeden, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stares up at the sky, his expression a mixture of dread and bewilderment. A voice echoes through the silence, questioning if this sudden appearance signifies the Queen's new contractor. Joseph Breeden's eyes widen further, as a purple dragon's head, its glowing eyes fixed on the scene, confirms the gravity of the situation. Another voice, firm and resolute, responds, "That's right, Amelhart." The white dragon, Soldrake, turns her gaze towards the new arrival, her voice resonating with authority as she declares, "I have not called you. Why are you here? My pledge with the Pendragons has nothing to do with you guys." Facing a green dragon, Soldrake's resolve is clear, as she firmly states, "Not this time." Her piercing blue eye narrows as a voice echoes, questioning her very presence, asking if she truly doesn't understand why they have arrived. The green-scaled dragon, Aragirian, then speaks, uttering a single name, Aragirian. The white dragon, adorned with golden accents, stares down at her challenger, her voice resonating with undeniable authority as she asks if they truly believe they have the right to question her. Aragirian and the dark-scaled Amelhart stand side by side, their gazes fixed on the white dragon, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air between the ancient beings. However, Amelhart's voice cuts through the silence, addressing the white dragon as queen, before revealing a startling discovery. He sensed something beyond her aura on the human accompanying her. The dark dragon elaborates, stating that the auras of both the demon god and the dragon god reside within the human, a revelation that causes Ravenbolt to flinch, sweat beading on his brow. Suddenly, the white dragon moves with incredible speed, her form blurring as she shifts position, purple energy crackling around her. With a guttural rumble that shakes the very air, she unleashes a powerful roar, her form radiating with intense purple energy. The massive Amelhart stands firm against her, a dark silhouette against the glowing white dragon, while far below, the human knights are thrown into disarray by the sheer force of the dragon's presence. Ravenbolt cries out in shock, his face etched with alarm, as Joseph Breeden, standing behind him, also recoils from the overwhelming display of draconic power. As the confrontation intensifies, Amelhart, Aragirian, and a newly revealed golden dragon all surge forward, their powerful forms cutting through the air with incredible speed. He stands defiant amidst the gathering dragons, his voice echoing with authority as he addresses the unwelcome guests. His piercing blue eyes fix on the intruders, commanding them to leave his territory, an order delivered with the full weight of his title as the Dragon King. Meanwhile, the human figure, Ravenbolt, watches the unfolding drama, a subtle tension etched across his face as he processes the Dragon King's declaration. His blue eye, wide with a mix of surprise and understanding, reflects the immense power emanating from the white dragon. The white dragon's declaration hangs heavy in the air, prompting a silent, internal question from one of the dark dragons. Dragon King? Amelhart, Aragirian, and the golden dragon stand together, their expressions a mixture of defiance and cautious respect as they face the ancient ruler. With a powerful beat of his immense wings, the white dragon emphasizes his command, the air rippling with the force of his movement. The standoff intensifies as the white dragon maintains his imposing presence, while Amelhart, a dark form against the purple sky, prepares for whatever comes next. Amelhart's jaw clenches, his purple eyes glowing with a fierce determination. His gaze remains fixed on the Dragon King, a silent challenge in his powerful stance. Ravenbolt, still observing the scene, considers the implications of this confrontation, believing that if he ever returns to their land, everything will finally become clear. As the tension mounts, Amelhart's wing twitches, a subtle movement hinting at the impending action. The massive white form of Soldrake, the Dragon King, stood amidst the scattered figures on the ground, his presence dominating the desolate landscape. From the skies above, another colossal dragon, Aragirian, descended, its dark scales shimmering with an ominous, purplish hue. Under the pale crescent moon, a third dragon, Amelhart, with its light blue scales, soared gracefully in the distance, its silhouette framed by a sky filled with tiny, bat-like creatures. Below, the orc chieftain and a hooded figure watched the unfolding spectacle, the chieftain muttering in disbelief, wondering what exactly was happening. Nearby, the orc chieftain and Kazal observed, the latter noting that it somehow seemed as if the dragons were conversing, even though a dragon's voice could only be heard by those they directly addressed. Ravenbolt, standing beside Kazal, recalled hearing Soldrake's voice through Gordon before the pledge was made, but now, he couldn't hear anything at all. He wondered if he had been the only one to hear their conversation, noting that Soldrake's voice truly did cease after the pledge. Pushing that thought aside, he considered the implications of the 6 dragons present, musing on the existence of a dragon god and a demon god, acknowledging there was still so much he didn't understand. His expression was one of deep contemplation, a mix of weariness and concern etched across his face, as the weight of these mysteries pressed upon him. Meanwhile, Soldrake, the white dragon king, gazed up at the moon, a silent question hanging in the air. Perhaps she knew everything. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, a testament to the immense power of Soul Drake, the Dragon King, whose very presence reshaped the earth. As Ravenbolt stood, a spectral figure of Gordon Pendragon manifested behind him, prompting him to ponder the deeper mystery of his own existence and why he had returned to life as Aaron. His bare feet rested on the cold, dusty floor, while a close-up revealed his amber eyes, filled with a profound sense of introspection as he grappled with his past and present. A single blue eye, sharp and observant, narrowed slightly as the blonde knight addressed the towering white dragon, wondering aloud if this truly was Soul Drake. Standing before the majestic beast, he seemed almost diminutive, his red cape a stark contrast against the dragon's luminous white scales. Looking up at the dragon's immense form, the knight, with a slight smirk, made a rather unusual request, asking if it wouldn't mind lowering its head, as his neck was beginning to ache. The white dragon, Soul Drake, with its piercing blue eyes and golden horns, regarded him with an ancient wisdom, its expression unreadable. Then, a voice echoed, not from its mouth, but from within the knight's mind, suggesting that if his current method was insufficient, there was indeed a better way. As Soul Drake began to glow with an ethereal light, the blonde knight and Joseph Breeden stood nearby, while the hooded orc watched from a distance, all captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The light intensified, enveloping Soul Drake in a brilliant, pulsating aura, its form becoming almost translucent amidst the shimmering energy. A collective gasp of disbelief rippled through the air as the observers struggled to comprehend what was happening. Joseph Breeden, his face etched with shock, could only stammer out a question, realizing Soul Drake had vanished completely. The brilliant light flared one last time, leaving behind only residual shimmering particles in the air. Shielding his eyes from the fading brilliance, the blonde knight let out a soft groan, his expression a mix of weariness and profound thought as he looked down. Under the vast, crescent moonlit sky, the hooded orc, Joseph Breeden, and the blonde knight stood together, their figures silhouetted against the cosmic expanse, contemplating the sudden and mysterious departure of the ancient dragon. As the blinding light began to fade, he called out, his voice laced with urgency. "H.A. Soul Drake, where are you looking at?" His gaze remained fixed on the spot where she had been, a desperate attempt to hold onto her presence. Meanwhile, Soul Drake's form continued to dissolve into shimmering particles, her elegant blue dress and the ethereal glow around her slowly fading away. The blue light intensified around her feet, as if she were stepping into another dimension. Her entire being was now enveloped in a brilliant, sparkling aura, her magnificent wings spread wide as she ascended into the starry expanse. For a final moment, she stood bathed in starlight, her presence radiating immense power and grace. Then, with a final flash, she was gone, leaving only the lingering image of her departure in his mind. Her serene expression, a faint smile playing on her lips, was the last thing he saw before she vanished completely. He stood there, bewildered, as if trying to convince himself, "I am right here," while Joseph Breeden and the hooded orc watched on, equally stunned. The question hung in the air, a testament to his confusion. "S. Soul Drake?" A serene, almost ethereal face emerges, adorned with a delicate headpiece featuring 3 glowing blue gems, their light reflecting in her calm, blue eyes. Her elegant form is clad in a flowing blue and gold gown, its intricate patterns hinting at ancient power and noble lineage. The full splendor of her transformation is revealed, her long silver hair cascading around her as glowing particles drift through the air, emphasizing her divine presence. Her voice, calm and measured, addresses the situation, reminding her companion that he had something important to say. With a slight tilt of her head, her pointed ear visible, she suggests they continue their conversation, her gaze unwavering. A voice, filled with disbelief and a hint of awe, utters a name, questioning the identity of the transformed deity. The rhythmic thud of horse hooves echoes, signaling the start of a journey. Leading a procession of riders, Ravenbolt sits astride a dark steed, while Soul Drake, still in her human form, walks gracefully beside him, their path illuminated by the soft glow of magic. As the journey through the enchanted forest continued, Mark Killian found himself approached by 2 orcs, one hooded and the other green-skinned, who called out to him. He turned to them, a question mark hanging in the air as the hooded orc asked, "Can I ask you something?" "What are they talking about?" Killian, looking perplexed, responded, "Why are you asking me that? If you want to know, ask them yourself." The orcs exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension, for they, the Ancona orcs, could not easily approach the forest guardian deity, even if they tried. This was a profound barrier. A sigh escaped Killian as he explained, "You wouldn't be able to hear what they're saying." Indeed, the orcs could not hear Soul Drake's voice, her ethereal presence beyond their comprehension. And for some reason, they couldn't hear the lords either, leaving them completely out of the conversation. The hooded orc mused, "But for a dragon to transform into a human, I've never heard of it happening before," his surprise evident. As the procession continued deeper into the forest, Ravenbolt rode ahead on his horse, while Soul Drake walked gracefully beside him, her white wings gently folded. The green-skinned orc then added, "And for her to be such a beauty." To which the hooded orc replied, "Is that so? We orcs couldn't really tell." "Yeah, Their limited perception of beauty was clear. Yet, despite their inability to perceive her beauty, the hooded orc knew that if one were seen by those piercing blue eyes, their body would just freeze with fear. The journey continued, the rhythmic sounds of hooves and footsteps echoing softly through the enchanted woods as the group pressed onward. Through the mystical forest, a blonde-haired man rode a majestic black horse, while a white-haired woman with large, feathered wings walked beside him. As he reflected on recent events, wondering why others had seemed so displeased with their oath, and what exactly they had been fighting over, the winged woman, her expression serene, offered a cryptic response, suggesting that only time would reveal the full truth. They continued their journey through the luminous woods, the air thick with unspoken questions. Ravenbolt, his frustration mounting, pressed her further, reminding her that she had seen his past as Raven, and therefore must understand the inexplicable deaths of both her and Aaron, as well as the meaning behind Baltai's words. He believed she surely knew something about these profound mysteries, his current blonde-haired self contrasting sharply with a fleeting image of his past, black-haired form. The winged woman, however, revealed a startling truth, explaining that she had returned as Aaron. Still, she offered no further explanation, insisting that time itself would unveil the reason. Ravenbolt's patience wore thin, his eyes narrowing with intense frustration. He confronted her, exasperated by her evasiveness, shouting that her constant refrain was the only thing she had been saying, and demanded she tell him everything he needed to know immediately. The winged woman, unperturbed by his outburst, simply remarked that he certainly talked a lot, implying his incessant questioning was tiresome. His face contorted with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Ravenbolt could only stew in his frustration as their journey continued. He continues to ponder the enigma that is Soldrake, wondering what could possibly be wrong with her, and reflecting that he had thought making an oath with her would finally bring him understanding. A sudden rustling sound breaks the silence, drawing his attention as he looks down, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Without warning, a colossal white dragon materializes, its crimson eyes glowing intensely amidst a swirling aura of blue energy. Its massive form looms behind Ravenbolt, who glances back, the sheer scale of the beast emphasized by the dynamic blue energy streaking around it. From a distance, Joseph Breeden and Carta witness the dragon's appearance, their faces contorted in disbelief as Carta exclaims that it's truly enormous. With a resolute expression, Ravenbolt draws his sword, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, streaks of vibrant red energy slash through the air, moving with impossible speed and leaving blurred trails in their wake. It is Soldrake, in her human form, who moves with such incredible velocity, her figure enveloped in a dark, swirling aura as she executes her attack. More red energy slashes follow, a testament to her blinding speed and destructive power. Joseph Breeden, Mark Killian, and Carta can only stare in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief at the impossible speed of the attacks. Soldrake continues her rapid movement, leaving a shimmering blue energy trail as the observers gasp at her incredible swiftness. Soldrake stands triumphant on a jagged rock, her form radiating a soft blue light, as the massive, serpent-like creature she has just defeated lies broken and bleeding below her. With a casual grace, she holds a dripping piece of raw meat in her hand, the sound of blood hitting the ground echoing in the silence. Her gaze fixed on the bloody morsel, she seems to contemplate it for a moment. Then, without a hint of hesitation, she brings the raw meat to her lips. A chorus of gasps and choked sounds erupts from her companions as she begins to devour it, one of them exclaiming that such behavior is exactly what one would expect from a dragon. Joseph Breeden, Carta, and Mark Killian watch in stunned silence, one of them observing that even in her human-like form, she truly doesn't act like a human. Another voice adds, acknowledging her striking beauty, yet reiterating that her actions betray any semblance of human nature. Unperturbed by their reactions, Soldrake stands tall on the rocky outcrop, her magnificent white wings unfurled and shimmering with ethereal light as she gazes up at the night sky. Nearby, Ravenbolt watches her with a thoughtful expression, a faint magical shimmer surrounding him as he processes the scene. Later, under the pale glow of a crescent moon, a snowy forest camp is established, with several red tents dotting the pristine white landscape. Within this serene, wintry setting, Soldrake stands, her winged form a striking silhouette against the falling snow and glowing particles. Her full figure is revealed, her large white wings spread wide, a powerful and enigmatic presence amidst the quiet snowfall. As the night deepened around their camp, Soldrake gazed upwards, her expression a mixture of wonder and contemplation, her luminous eyes reflecting the starlit sky. Meanwhile, Ravenbolt stood nearby, his sword still in hand, having just dispatched their latest quarry. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade plunged into the creature's flesh, severing a portion for their sustenance. The fresh, crimson meat, still warm from the kill, promised a hearty meal in the cold wilderness. Later, by the crackling fire, Ravenbolt carefully cooked the meat, while Soldrake, her magnificent wings unfurled, watched him with an unreadable expression. The flames licked at the meat, slowly charring its surface and releasing a savory aroma into the night air. Once it was ready, he offered a piece to her, presenting the cooked portion with a simple, "Here." But Soul Drake recoiled slightly, her delicate features contorted in an expression of clear distaste at the sight of the charred offering. Understanding her aversion, Ravenbolt took a piece of the raw meat himself, biting into it with a determined expression, explaining, "You have to eat it like this." Soul Drake watched him, her blue eyes wide, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps resignation, crossing her face as she considered his example. Finally, with a visible gulp, she took a bite of the raw meat, her expression still one of slight discomfort, but she ate nonetheless. Observing her, Ravenbolt couldn't help but acknowledge her unique nature, thinking, "You really are one interesting Pendragon." Still pondering her unique nature, she reveals, "I am a Pendragon, however," as he looks at her, adding, "I am also Raven." Her gaze remains steady, absorbing his words. Under the vast expanse of the night sky, a lone bird soars, its wings cutting through the starlit air. The two sit by the crackling fire, the quiet night enveloping them. He then dismisses his past, saying, "I'll stop talking about my past self." A slight smile playing on his lips, since you wouldn't understand anyway. Holding up a piece of cooked meat on a stick, he offers, "This is something I made frequently back then. It's not that bad, right?" She stares at the offering, a subtle expression of surprise on her face. Then, changing the subject, he asks, "By the way, there's something I want to ask you." He calls out, "Soul." She turns, a question in her eyes. With a gentle smile, she replies, "From now on." As the conversation continued, a soft, golden glow emanated from her, and a gentle voice offered, "You can call me Soul." Her bright blue eyes held a serene, almost ethereal quality, reflecting the flickering light of the campfire. A moment of silence passed, then she laughed. The sound of her mirth echoed softly through the night, making him realize that even dragons could find humor in the world. A small, knowing smile played on his lips, a soft foo-foo escaping him as he watched her. He then addressed her by her newly revealed name, a thoughtful soul, hanging in the air. His expression turned more serious as he pressed on, inquiring about the dragon god and the demon god. With her magnificent blue wings unfurled behind her, she offered a cryptic reply, stating that time would also reveal that truth. Suddenly, from the depths of the moonlit forest, a sharp cry of "Hey!" cut through the night, signaling an unexpected arrival. A wave of excitement ripples through the castle grounds as the long-awaited news finally arrives. The Lord is back. Cheers erupt from the assembled knights and guards, who confirm the incredible rumor. He's returned, and he's brought the dragon with him. From a high balcony overlooking the grand entrance, a small group of noble figures, including a distinguished man, two elegant women, and a young child, eagerly watches the unfolding scene. The blonde woman, her eyes shining with pride, exclaims, "You finally did it, brother," as the man beside her, his face beaming, adds, "You are my pride, son." A maid, standing nearby, closes her eyes in relief, muttering, "But thankfully, he's fine." The collective anticipation reaches a fever pitch, as a final, resounding cry echoes through the air, "He's here." And indeed he is, as the crowd below erupts in cheers, hailing the arrival of Lord Aaron, the Duke, astride his magnificent steed. The full procession follows him, a majestic sight of knights and soldiers, with the colossal white dragon soaring gracefully behind, a testament to the Duke's incredible journey. Back on the balcony, the blonde woman, the child, and the maid watch the grand entrance, their expressions a mix of awe and continued relief. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, a small, horned creature asks, "Who is?" before introducing himself as Kazal, marveling at the sheer number of people gathered, while a towering winged demon observes silently beside him. Elsewhere, two imposing orcs, one hooded and the other with a prominent mohawk, also witnessed the spectacle, the hooded one chuckling, "Ha! How lively!" As the Duke made his triumphant return to the castle, riding proudly on horseback, a majestic winged figure soared gracefully above him, bathed in the golden light of the sun. Below, among the gathered onlookers, a man's voice echoed with disbelief, questioning the presence of a goblin, a harpy, and an orc, wondering why such demons were there, and also, his companion, a blonde woman, looked on in shock as he continued, demanding to know the identity of the winged woman. Her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, she could only stammer a single word in response. The collective gasp of the crowd swelled, a single word echoing their shared astonishment. Unaware of the confusion his companion caused, Ravenbolt rode on, a confident smile gracing his lips as he approached the castle gates. Above him, the winged soul drake descended slightly, her gaze sweeping over the awestruck populace, as a voice proclaimed the victory of the Pendragons. With a triumphant roar, Ravenbolt raised his sword high, declaring that the dragon would once again be with them this day. The blonde woman, now joined by a child, a maid, and another man, watched with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of wonder and relief. As if to punctuate the declaration, Soul Drake's eyes began to glow with an ethereal blue light, and shimmering particles of magic began to coalesce around her. With a powerful surge, she unleashed a torrent of brilliant blue energy, cascading down from the sky in a dazzling display of power. Ravenbolt rode directly through the descending magical aura, his armor gleaming as the light enveloped him, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He stood amidst a blinding surge of blue magical energy, the very air crackling with power as the grand arrival continued to unfold. Below, the onlookers could only gaze up in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief at the spectacle before them. From within the swirling azure light, a massive, scaly limb began to materialize, its sharp claws hinting at the true form taking shape. The full, majestic form of a white dragon-like creature emerged, its body still wreathed in the fading magical aura. As the last vestiges of the dragon's form dissolved into shimmering particles, Soldrake stood tall beside Ravenbolt, now in a graceful humanoid shape with powerful wings unfurled. A voice from the crowd, filled with recognition and awe, cried out, acknowledging the powerful being's true identity. With a powerful beat of her newly revealed wings, Soldrake soared gracefully above the castle, a beacon of light against the sky. The sight ignited a joyous roar from the assembled people, their cheers echoing the sentiment that a grand celebration was now in order. Indeed, the night sky above the castle soon erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, painting the ramparts with vibrant colors. Inside, the castle halls buzzed with activity, as nobles and commoners alike gathered for a lavish feast, celebrating the duke's return. Amidst the joyous revelry, a lone figure played a beautiful melody on the piano, adding a touch of elegance to the festive atmosphere. The grand hall buzzed with an air of celebration, as guests in their finest attire enjoyed the lavish banquet, their laughter and conversation filling the space. Among them, a maid exclaimed about the sheer scale of the festival, noting it was her first time witnessing such an event, while another woman added that it commemorated the pact between the White Dragon and her brother. Indeed, the event drew a significant crowd, with lords from neighboring counties and influential merchants arriving to attend the festivities, all eager to partake in the momentous occasion. The maid, overwhelmed by the grandeur, could only utter a soft, impressed, "Wow." Her expression then shifted to concern as she wondered aloud, "By the way, where's the lord?" Meanwhile, high above the bustling festivities, the castle's elegant architecture stood silhouetted against the starry night, suggesting a more private setting for the missing lord. Indeed, on a secluded balcony, Ravenbolt gazed out at the night, a voice asking him, "Don't you want to go to the banquet, Sol?" Soldrake, in her humanoid form, let out a soft sigh, her gaze fixed on the distant stars. A thought crossed her mind, a hint of exasperation in her tone, wondering if she hadn't already talked enough with him, whether he was Aaron or Raven. Raven, turning to face her, admitted he hadn't understood anything she'd said, then questioned why she, as the Pendragon heir, wasn't busy at the banquet. He responded that such social obligations were a troublesome task, before remarking on her surprising knowledge of human society. Soldrake explained that she had been with the Pendragon household for a very long time, but had never before heard of a dragon attending a feast. Soldrake questions why he would choose to act in such a way, even though he possesses a human form. He responds with a simple, confused, "Huh." She then muses, realizing he truly is different from the previous Pendragons. With a graceful sweep of her wings, Soldrake takes to the night sky, leaving the balcony behind. He reaches out, calling out to her, but she's already gone, leaving him to gaze at the crescent moon hanging in the vast expanse above. Turning from the empty sky, Ravenbolt begins to walk away from the balcony. Inside the opulent hall, he appears lost in thought, perhaps still pondering Soldrake's words. His contemplation is abruptly interrupted as a group of excited women rush towards him, exclaiming, "So this is where you were, Duke Aaron." They clamor around him, eager to hear all about the pact he made with the dragon. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, Ravenbolt's face contorts in an expression of sheer distress. Meanwhile, in a different part of the estate, a man casually compliments a maid on her physique, asking, "You have a nice body. Won't you be my mistress?" The maid, surprisingly amused, lets out a laugh, finding the proposition how amazing. The maid watches from a distance as a throng of noble women continues to surround the young lord, their faces alight with adoration. Their excited chatter fills the air, one exclaiming how cool it is that someone defeated an orc in hand-to-hand combat, a feat they'd never heard of before. Amidst the clamor, the young lord manages a strained, awkward laugh, while a woman in a red gown introduces herself as Crescentia from the Papal Suka household, proudly declaring her inheritance of the purest bloodline. Not to be outdone, another woman, Mabel, steps forward, identifying herself as a member of the Goldman household and affiliated with the Joveninson Chamber of Commerce, boasting of her family's prominence. Crescentia, incensed by the merchant's audacity, snaps at her, reminding her that she is merely a merchant, not a noble. Mabel, unfazed, retorts with a smirk, asking if Crescentia is unaware that the Goldman household single-handedly supports the empire's economy, then flaunts her mithril jewelry, questioning if Crescentia's household could even afford such items. Crescentia, her face contorted in anger, shouts at Mabel not to boast, calling her a parvenu, a term for those new to the rich class. But Mabel simply laughs, dismissing Crescentia's out-of-date pride as a relic of the past. Meanwhile, the young lord, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating social drama, looks utterly distressed, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. Unable to bear the attention any longer, he turns his back on the squabbling noblewomen, walking away as the maid continues to observe the scene. His hair now tied back, he mutters to himself about how every single one of them wants to join hands with him, but he simply can't be bothered with their schemes. His annoyance palpable, he dismisses them as weak humans, his patience clearly at its end. A boisterous orc, his gray-green skin gleaming, bellows at his human drinking companion, who lies slumped over the table, already defeated. As a memory or alternate reality unfolds, showing a young blonde Pendragon, eyes wide with wonder, watching a small green rabbit-like creature glow with magic, while a dark-skinned mentor explains that this is called magic. Back in the present, the orc, still full of vigor, challenges the adult Pendragon to another round, but a nearby human quickly interjects, reminding him that the Lord is busy. Pendragon, his blonde hair falling gently around his face, manages a weary smile, his blue eyes reflecting a deep exhaustion beneath the polite facade. The dark-skinned man from the flashback, now an adult, expresses concern, asking if he is all right, and warning that they cannot afford for him to lose at drinking as well. Meanwhile, a maid named Lindsay, her dark hair neatly styled, looks on with a worried expression as the boisterous drinking contest is about to begin. The entire group, including the orc, the blonde Pendragon, the child, the dark-skinned man, the white-furred creature, and the small gray-horned creature, is gathered around a lavish table, immersed in the festivities. Outside, the grand castle stands majestically under a starry sky, its towers reaching towards the distant mountains. Later, in a quiet hall, Pendragon clutches his head, groaning about a headache, as Lindsay approaches him with a concerned inquiry about his well-being. He looks downcast, his blonde hair obscuring his eyes, apologizing to Lindsay for troubling her. Lindsay, however, reassures him with a gentle smile, insisting that it is perfectly fine. Her smile widens, a genuine warmth in her expression, as she remarks on how long it has been since she last saw him having fun, especially since his father's passing. A voice echoes, expressing contentment. A younger raven bald, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looks down, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if questioning the sincerity of the sentiment. Later, standing beside a younger Lindsay, he inquires about his mother's whereabouts, noting the late hour, a sense of unease beginning to settle over him as he initially dismisses the situation as mere custom. The grand doors swing open, revealing a procession of elegantly dressed women, led by a regal blonde figure. Raven Bolt watches, his expression unreadable, as the line of women stands before him. Each woman is distinct, adorned in vibrant gowns, their gazes varying from demure to subtly expectant. A wave of confusion washes over Raven Bolt and Lindsay, their faces etched with bewilderment as they try to comprehend the unfolding scene. The regal blonde woman, his mother, addresses him, asking if the selection is to his liking, prompting a shocked exclamation from her son. She then explains the gravity of the situation, reminding him of his pact with the dragon and the imperative duty to produce an heir. With a serene, almost unsettling smile, his mother declares it his duty as a Pendragon and commands him to choose. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air, as she explicitly asks which of the women he will have a child with. Both Raven Bolt and Lindsay are left utterly stunned, their faces frozen in expressions of profound shock and distress. Still reeling from his mother's shocking decree, a single, disbelieving question escapes him, echoing through the grand halls of the castle, now bathed in the serene glow of a starlit night. A look of utter disbelief washes over Raven Bolt's face, his eyes wide with shock, as Lindsay stands behind him, her expression mirroring his concern. He can only stammer, H-2, as a line of elegantly dressed noblewomen stands before him, each a potential candidate. His gaze falls upon them, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. The voice of an unseen speaker echoes, choose one of them, presenting two women in particular, their faces composed yet expectant. It is confirmed, that's right, that's your duty as a Pendragon. One of the noblewomen offers a gentle smile, her red eyes sparkling with a hint of ambition. This, he is told, is an old tradition for him, Aaron, for after the oath with the dragon is made, neighboring nobles would send women here to make an heir with the Pendragons. Originally, it was Luna from the Searods who would have come, a woman of serene beauty. But, since the engagement was broken off, the situation has changed drastically. A blonde woman, her eyes welling with tears, laments, "Oh why, Sister Luna?" Her sorrow palpable. A woman's voice echoes with indignation, questioning how the engagement could have been called off in such a pitiful manner, while Raven Bolt and his maid, Lindsay, listen intently. However, a blonde noblewoman steps forward, her arms outstretched, assuring him to remain calm, for today would bring new prospects. She gestures to a gathering of other noblewomen, declaring that those present hail from families no less esteemed than the Searod family. Among them, a red-haired woman proudly asserts her lineage, proclaiming her origins from the Papal Sukho household, inheritors of the first emperor's blood. With a confident smirk, she boasts that her family's lineage is even nobler than that of the royal family itself. Another noblewoman, with dark hair, then interjects, emphasizing her household's control over the imperial army's general, capable of moving troops at any moment, and asserting that violence is the world's strongest power. A blonde noblewoman, however, dismisses their claims, calling it foolish to believe the future belongs to those who grasp the economy, for money, she insists, is everything. As the various noblewomen present their cases, one of them sharply tells the merchants present that they should not be there, while Ravenbolt and Lindsay observe the escalating tension. The weight of the situation clearly settles upon Ravenbolt, his expression heavy with distress. Later, the blonde noblewoman addresses him directly, calling him Aaron and asking if he truly has to choose from among them. He hesitates, then confirms that indeed, his choice must come from the people in this very room. The blonde noblewoman looks away, her expression somber, acknowledging that this is simply the way of the Pendragons. He acknowledges the situation, his expression unreadable. Then, with a sudden declaration that echoes through the hall, he announces, "I choose Lindsay." His arm encircles her waist, pulling her closer, as he clarifies his intent, "to be my concubine." The two noblewomen standing nearby exchange looks of utter disbelief, their faces frozen in shock. A collective gasp ripples through the assembled noblewomen, their expressions twisting from expectation to outrage and fury. Lindsay herself stands wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape, completely stunned by the unexpected pronouncement. A single, bewildered "huh" escapes her, the silence of the room amplifying her confusion. The entire court is a tableau of stunned silence, with the maid and Ravenbolt at the center of all attention, surrounded by the aghast noblewomen. Lindsay's hand flies to her mouth, a choked "huh," barely audible as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. He holds her gently, explaining his reasoning. "You've always been taking care of me, and when she went on the expedition and got covered in soot." Lindsay's face flushes crimson, her mind racing as he continues. "I was charmed by that braveness and committed a mistake in Barinto." Her hand remains pressed against her lips, her blush deepening as he concludes. "I have to take responsibility for that." Ravenbolt, having made his shocking declaration, apologizes for his previous silence, while the noblewomen around him, including Luna Sirods, exchange confused glances. One of them, Luna Sirods, quickly recovers her composure, asserting that his choice is acceptable because he is a man, but her underlying confusion is evident as she questions the implication of his words. Her initial confidence wavers as Ravenbolt begins to explain the deeper meaning behind the Pendragon custom, a tradition meant to guarantee the continuation and stability of the household by forging alliances with other noble families. He acknowledges this understanding, his gaze firm as he stands beside Lindsay, who remains a silent, bewildered presence. However, his expression hardens, a subtle shift indicating a deeper, more personal reason for his choice. The other noblewomen, including Mabel, Crescenia, Papalsaku, and the imperial general's daughter, look on in disbelief, one of them remarking that they only came to the celebration because they heard he had made an oath with the dragon. Ravenbolt reflects on their opportunistic nature, noting how they flocked to him the moment the oath was made, yet were nowhere to be found during his family's hard times. He challenges their sincerity, questioning if they truly wished to join hands with his house, before contrasting them with the one who stood by him for 3 years without any ulterior motives. That person, he reveals, was Lindsay, the maid standing quietly beside him. Lindsay's face flushes with shock and embarrassment as the noblewomen's whispers of disbelief echo, "But she's just a maid." Their protests, however, mean nothing to him. With a dismissive glance, Ravenbolt declares that those who rely solely on their household's prestige are simply fools, his words cutting through the stunned silence of the room. Ravenbolt continued, his voice firm as he addressed the assembled noblewomen, explaining that he already had companions. He listed them, starting with Killian and his loyal soldiers, the very ones who had supported his family through their darkest times, then the unparalleled Ancona orcs, followed by the Goblin Khazal, and the Harpy Tata. These were the individuals who had accompanied him to the mausoleum without even flinching. He trusted them implicitly, considering them his true comrades. Then, turning his attention to his mother, he questioned, "Haven't the Pendragons become weak due to relying on alliances?" The noblewomen gasped, their faces a mixture of shock and indignation, as he then turned to Lindsay, asking if she would become his concubine. Lindsay, overwhelmed by the sudden proposal, could only manage a stunned gasp. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of burgeoning emotion. The entire hall fell silent, the weight of Ravenbolt's audacious declaration hanging heavy in the air. Overwhelmed by the sudden, public proposal, Lindsay could only stammer out a hesitant, blushing acceptance. As she struggled to process the gravity of the moment, the young lord, with a triumphant grin, declared to all present that from this day forward, the servant Lindsay had become the Pendragon's bride. His hand firmly clasped hers, a visual testament to her new, unexpected status, as she now stood beside him, no longer in her maid's uniform, but in a pristine white gown. The entire spectacle unfolded before the assembled nobility, a truly magnificent and audacious display. Later, in a more private setting, the young lord sat with a confident air, while his mother stood nearby, her expression a mixture of disapproval and shrewd calculation. She regarded him with a piercing gaze, her thoughts betraying her, having only ever considered him an unrefined soldier. A subtle, knowing smile played on her lips as she wondered if perhaps these audacious actions were his true intentions all along. The young lord, eyes closed in contemplation, offered only a thoughtful sound, acknowledging her unspoken challenge. His attention then shifted as he addressed a new arrival, questioning why they were present despite the mausoleum having been opened. The white dragon, now in human form, responded with a calm demeanor, explaining his desire to see his descendant's face one last time before departing. Seated beside the young lord, the ancient being observed him closely, remarking on how much he had changed since their first encounter. His mother, standing before him, cautions that navigating without alliances would be a difficult path, yet he confidently asserts that he has a plan. She looks at him, a question forming on her lips. He explains that the Pendragons have regained the dragon's strength, attracting many who now wish to invest in their future. He continues, declaring his own name, Raven. He expresses his desire to gather the people who are destined to become future heroes. His mother's eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping her. He envisions them as his loyal subordinates, even when their potential remains unknown to others. With them, he believes they can forge an even more powerful army, capable of dominating both domestically and internationally. His mother, still processing his words, begins to speak, her brow furrowed with concern. Her voice rising as she grabs his arm, accusing him of aiming for the throne itself. He pulls his arm away sharply, his gaze cold as he dismisses her, calling her a ghost. She then asks if she can hug him, her expression shifting to a wide, unsettling smile, as a sharp stop echoes. Still smiling, she hears him declare, "I am just messing with you. I don't have any regrets now." The tension in the room, however, remained palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the weight behind his words. He then continued, recalling a pivotal moment. "While I was making the pact with Sol, 6 dragons came." His mother's eyes widened in shock. "The other dragons came?" He confirmed her disbelief. "Yeah, and the black one said something about the dragon god and the demon god." From what he understood of their conversation, it seemed there was a reason behind his rebirth as Aaron. His current self stood, a faint shadow of his past form looming behind him, a silent testament to the profound changes he had undergone. He remembered Baltai, a figure from his past, also stating that everything was connected. His mother, processing the new information, admitted, "This is my first time hearing of dragon and demon gods. Did Sol Drake say something about them?" He shook his head. "That's the only thing she said. Time will tell you." His mother's gaze softened, a knowing look on her face as she observed him. "You really are getting along well with her." He looked at her, confused. "What? You called her Sol just now?" His mother's observation about his relationship with Sol clearly strikes a chord, as he looks away, admitting that she and Sol are the only ones he can truly confide in. He continues, his voice trailing off, that he can talk about these profound matters with them. A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his mother's thoughtful expression, as she processes his words, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Suddenly, he lets out a small, surprised sound, his eyes widening as if something unexpected has just occurred to him. His mother, looking out a window bathed in sparkling light, calls out, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. A distinguished older man with white hair and a pearl necklace, also by the window, turns with a gentle smile, announcing his departure. The room shimmers with ethereal light, as tiny, glowing particles drift through the air, marking the passage of time or a magical presence. An older woman, her expression gentle, stands before a young man with blonde hair, as if preparing for a departure. He looks down, his gaze distant, the sparkling light from the window reflecting in his blue eyes. With a soft smile, the woman speaks, announcing her imminent departure. The young man's composure shatters, a choked sound escaping him as he calls out to her in desperation. Turning her back slightly, she offers words of encouragement, assuring him of her unwavering belief in his future success. Tears stream down her face, her voice thick with emotion as she addresses him tenderly. His own eyes well up, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as he hears his family name spoken. His blue eyes, now glistening with unshed tears, reflect the depth of his sorrow. The realization hits him fully, and he cries out, acknowledging their familial bond. Overcome with emotion, he pulls her into a tight embrace, both of them weeping as they cling to each other. His face, streaked with tears, reflects the profound sadness of their parting. With a renewed sense of purpose, he silently vowed, "Please continue from now on," his hands glowing faintly with a determined energy. And then, with unwavering conviction, added, "I will definitely do it." His thoughts drifted to the name that now carried such weight, Raven Vault. Standing before a grand window, he gazed out at the world, a figure of quiet contemplation, his long coat flowing gently around him. His blonde hair, now tied back, reflected the light as he looked down, lost in the gravity of his decisions. His promise echoed, a silent vow made to the memory of his grandmother, whose portrait now hung, a dignified presence in the grand hall. The ornate frame of the painting hinted at the reverence held for her, a testament to her enduring legacy. Time passed, marked by the emblem of the Duke Pendragon, signifying a new segment of his journey, now entering its 32nd phase. Years later, a grand ceremony unfolded. As he stood at the altar, his blonde hair neatly styled, beside his bride, a beautiful woman with dark brown hair, dressed in white. The historical records would later confirm that in imperial calendar year 314, Aaron Pendragon and Lindsay Conrad officially tied their knots, witnessed by a gathered crowd. Yet, despite the joyous occasion, he found himself alone in a lavish room, sitting dejectedly, his posture slumped and his gaze distant. From outside, an unseen observer peered through a window, their voice laced with judgment. "So, you've chosen that girl," they remarked, a hint of disapproval in their tone. As the conversation continues, Raven reflects on his recent marriage, acknowledging the woman he chose as my contractor. A celestial figure, with flowing white hair and ethereal wings, addresses him, her voice echoing with a familiar name, Soul. She stands framed in the doorway, her presence luminous against the dark interior, her long blue and gold gown shimmering with an inner light. Raven, his expression grim, acknowledges her statement, knowing she speaks of the true purpose behind his recent celebration. "You knew about it. The reason behind that feast." The winged figure confirms his words. "That's right." She then presses him, questioning his choice of bride. "However, why did you choose this servant girl?" He explains his pragmatic reasoning, stating, "There are too many obligations if I were to get an arranged marriage. It would be hard for me to move around." Sitting on the edge of his bed, he continues, his gaze distant. "And about the heir, the person I do it with doesn't matter. It's better for me to just get it over with," his words betraying a deep weariness. The winged figure looks at him with a hint of sadness, her thoughts clear. "You aren't interested in her." Raven's expression softens as he recalls the past, revealing a deeper connection. "She took care of the dying Aaron for 3 years." He concludes with quiet conviction, "I trust her." The winged figure, still standing, shifts the topic, her tone hinting at a past event. "Were you, by the way? You suddenly just flew away," implying a previous abandonment. As she turns away, her name is finally revealed, Ray. Meanwhile, a new revelation emerges, hinting at a significant landmark. On the cliff behind the castle, there is a dragon stone statue. Reflecting on her past, Ray recalls the ancient, winged statue, a silent witness to her long history, and the place where she had resided ever since forging her oath with the Pendragons. Raven Balt, listening intently, questions her, wondering if her feelings were tied to simply being there. She dismisses the notion, her voice a quiet lament, believing it would be the same anywhere, for after all, no one could truly hear her voice, though the Pendragon Lord could. She continues her reflection, admitting she had never truly spoken with the Pendragons until now. Her thoughts drift further, encompassing others, neither to Gordon nor to his ancestor, Klein. A flicker of concern crosses Raven Balt's face, his expression betraying a deeper understanding of her words. Ray continues, explaining that the Pendragons never truly wished for her to take her current form, and out of respect for their wills, she had always stayed at Ray. A memory of an older woman, perhaps a past Pendragon, flashes in her mind, as she concludes that they truly did not get along well. Raven Balt's expression remains thoughtful as he hears her speak of her past, and Ray, observing his quiet demeanor, internally notes that he certainly talks a lot. She then voices her surprise, finding it quite rare for a Pendragon to actually wish to speak with her. As the conversation draws to a close, Raven Balt asks if she won't attend the feast, but Ray, looking away, quietly states that no one would hear her voice anyway. She had been like this for centuries, a silent observer of the Pendragon lineage. But now, a new dynamic was emerging, a subtle shift in her ancient resolve. Her voice, clear and resonant, declared, "No matter if you are Aaron or Raven, you are my contractor." The young Pendragon, still adjusting to his new reality, admitted, "I can't get used to the way you call me Soul." He then offered a concession, stating he would accept anything she desired, except that particular name. Ray paused, her expression unreadable, considering his words. Finally, a new name emerged from her lips, Ray. He looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and accepted, "I will." Ray confirmed her decision, "I will call you Ray." The name seemed to resonate deeply within him, his eyes widening slightly, as if unlocking a forgotten memory. In a distant memory, a different man, with a gentle smile, also addressed a younger version of him, Ray. The echo of that name, both new and old, left Raven with a complex, contemplative expression, his gaze lost in thought. As the memory unfolds, a younger version of him is seen from behind, his back to the viewer as a voice echoes, "Brother." Ray, regal on her throne, then asks the kneeling figure, "Ray, you don't like it?" He looks up, his expression shifting from downcast to a soft smile, responding, "No, I really like it." A genuine smile now gracing his features. Back in the present, Ree's gaze is distant, her expression thoughtful as she observes the memory. A soft, knowing smile plays on her lips, a silent acknowledgement of the past. Her thoughts drift, "You sure are different, Ray." She muses, a gentle smile on her face, from all the other Pendragons till now. The flashback continues, showing the younger Ray's earnest smile, his blue eyes reflecting a newfound acceptance. Ree's present-day smile deepens, her gaze still fixed on the unfolding memory. Looking up, as if to the heavens, she concludes, "It seems like." As the memory of the past fades, a celestial voice echoes, promising that a long-awaited vow will finally be fulfilled. Across the vast expanse of the sky, a majestic bird with powerful wings soars. It carries a scroll bearing the name, Pendragon, a crucial message destined for all corners of the Empire. The news spreads swiftly, confirming that the Pendragons have once again forged a pact with the ancient dragon. The bird continues its flight, dropping copies of the decree, each one fluttering down to the lands below. Soon, the momentous announcement becomes common knowledge throughout the empire. A hand reaches out to grasp one of the falling documents, reading the name Pendragons, and a voice remarks, "That's good." Two men on horseback discuss the implications, one noting that if things proceed favorably, they might acquire land and noble rank. The bald man turns to his companion, asking, "What do you think, boy?" Meanwhile, a mysterious figure, cloaked and masked, observes the unfolding events, their purple eyes glinting with an unknown intent. A single white feather adorns their dark cloak, a subtle detail amidst the shadows. The news of the pact reaches even the bustling port cities, where ships await to carry the tidings across the seas. A mysterious man sits in a sunlit study, reading a document that details not only the dragon's allegiance to Aaron Pendragon, but also reveals that demons and the Ancona orcs now follow him, prompting the man to muse aloud about his growing interest in Aaron Pendragon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice filled with disbelief echoes, questioning how Aaron could have possibly made a pact with the dragon. The news spreads like wildfire, reaching grand, imposing structures, and leaving many to ponder the implications of this unprecedented development. In a lavish throne room, an elderly noble, seated on his throne, throws his hands up in exasperation, lamenting that they are now no different from clowns. His frustration boils over, as he exclaims that he can't even rest now. A gray-haired noblewoman, seated before him alongside an armored man, looks up with concern, addressing the elderly noble as father. Her thoughts drift to the name that has caused such an uproar, Aaron. Her purple eyes reflect a mix of apprehension and contemplation as the weight of the news settles upon her. The scene abruptly shifts, a sudden burst of energy filling the void, signifying a powerful magical surge. A hand, adorned with a ring, is shown conjuring a vibrant purple flame, glowing particles swirling around it with intense magical energy. The focus then narrows to a crumpled document, bearing the name Pendragon, a name now synonymous with both power and controversy. A determined man gazes forward, his thoughts fixed on the future, declaring his intent to forge a new world. Meanwhile, a hooded figure, holding a document bearing the name Pendragon, echoes the same sentiment, their words hinting at a shared, yet perhaps darker, ambition. As if to seal their resolve, the hooded individual gestures, causing the document to glow with an ominous purple energy. This display of power is met with a dismissive thought from an unseen observer, who simply labels it a nuisance, as the purple magical energy continues to swirl and intensify. Elsewhere, the determined man from before clenches his jaw, a trickle of blood suggesting a struggle or a painful realization. A voice cuts through the tension, offering to handle the situation with a calm resolve. This offer comes from the Demon Corp commander, who sits opposite a man in a formal suit, the purple magic still crackling between them, a silent testament to their shared, potent agenda. The Demon Corp commander smiles, revealing a sinister satisfaction as he addresses his counterpart. "I was waiting for you, the Empire's mad dog." The Demon Corp commander, he states, confirming his identity and hinting at a long-anticipated confrontation. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a formidable warrior in horned armor is revealed, his name, Tuvin Baltai, echoing with a sense of urgency. He stands alongside a powerful wolf-like creature, his gaze sharp and focused, hinting at an impending challenge. As the new day begins, 3 women, 2 maids, and a noblewoman, bow deeply in a gesture of respect and farewell. The noblewoman addressing the departing figure with a formal, "Lord Aaron." He acknowledges the maid, Lindsay, with a polite, "Thank you, Lindsay," before another noblewoman inquires about his destination, asking, "Where are you going today?" Adjusting his hair, he reveals his plans, explaining, "I'm going to the Barinto Gateway to recruit some soldiers, you see." Meanwhile, under a bright, clear sky, the imposing stone walls of a grand castle stand tall, where a stern-faced trainer with a thick mustache berates his recruits, demanding, "Where did your energy go? It's only been an hour, yet you guys are already in such a state." 2 of the recruits strain visibly, their faces contorted in effort as they pull heavy, unseen objects. The trainer continuing his harsh assessment, warning them, "You won't be able to do your duty as a Pendragon Knight if you continue like this." One of the struggling recruits finally collapses under the strain, letting out a pained cry as his companions continue to pull with desperate effort. As the new recruits stood before him, a knight with a prominent mustache approached, acknowledging the Lord's presence. He reported on their progress, stating that while the new recruits aspired to knighthood, he feared their determination might not match their ambition. This recruitment drive had brought in an unprecedented number of individuals, making it crucial to carefully assess their true quality. The Lord listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered the implications of such a large, yet potentially unproven, group. He then addressed the recruits, his words a direct challenge to their aspirations of joining his esteemed cavalry, a unit known for its unwavering loyalty and skill. Mark Killian, now visibly flustered by the Lord's direct involvement, felt the weight of expectation settle upon him. With renewed vigor, He barked orders at the recruits, reminding them of the high standards and the Lord's expectations. He pushed them relentlessly, demanding they internalize every lesson, promising that if they endured, they would earn their place in the Pendragon's cavalry. The recruits, battered and exhausted, could only wonder at the intensity of their trainer, some questioning his relentless shouting. Despite his past defeat at the Lord's hands, Killian's current prowess was undeniable, leaving the recruits bewildered by his exceptional skill. The Lord observed the scene, a subtle smile playing on his lips, knowing that the recruits' initial enthusiasm for the cavalry would soon be tempered by the harsh realities of training. Meanwhile, a deeper, more ancient connection was hinted at, suggesting that all events, even the auras of the demon and dragon gods, were intricately linked in a grand, overarching scheme. His mind still replayed the ominous words of the 6 dragons, their ancient warnings echoing in his thoughts. He knew not what cunning tricks his enemies would employ, but the future demanded strength. Therefore, he resolved to strengthen his cavalry, honing them into an unstoppable force. Even in a quiet moment of study, the hooded Baltai understood the urgency, preparing his own for the looming battles ahead. Meanwhile, Ravenbald observed the majestic griffins soaring above the castle walls, their powerful forms a testament to the world's hidden might. Their golden-tipped wings caught the sunlight, a dazzling display of aerial grace. One of the magnificent beasts descended, its gaze fixed on the angelic figure below. Ray watched its approach, noting that Soul had left her lair and was now actively working alongside her. Standing beside the creature, she mused that these griffins were likely her loyal underlings, a powerful extension of her will. Ravenbald, leaning against a tree, reflected on Ree's newfound freedom, thinking that nowadays, she seemed to be having a lot more fun. Ray herself looked up at the sky, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if contemplating the very thought. Her expression remained serene, lost in her own thoughts under the bright sky. A guard on the castle wall calls out, alerting someone to an approaching presence, while another guard below questions the commotion. Along the winding road leading to the stronghold, a procession of figures on horseback and foot makes its way, identified by the guard as knights. Indeed, the message spreads quickly, the knights have arrived. Standing before the imposing castle gate, 3 distinct figures, clad in varying degrees of armor, await entry. Their presence is undeniable, a mix of stoic resolve and raw power emanating from the trio. From within the castle walls, a guard observes them, identifying them as unaffiliated knights. Another guard, standing beside him, echoes the sentiment with a hint of surprise. The first guard, however, seems to find the situation rather intriguing, explaining that these individuals likely heard of the Pendragon's revival and seek to join their ranks, a prospect his companion finds quite appealing. Stepping forward to address the newcomers, Mark Killian, the Pendragon household's White Dragon cavalry captain, introduces himself and inquires about their origins. In response, the hooded knight steps forward, identifying himself as Reed Pollock, an unaffiliated knight hailing from Evandel. The captain listens intently, as the knight explains his journey, having wandered the world in search of a worthy master to serve. Reed Pollock continues, adding that he also seeks a place where worthy opponents can be found, whether in practice or in real combat. Killian observes the masked knight, Raven, with a thoughtful hum, before turning his attention to the other, asking about his identity. But the masked knight simply refuses, his eyes sharp and unyielding. He declares that he will not reveal his name. Killian's brow furrows in annoyance, but one of the masked knight's companions quickly interjects, laughing off the refusal and explaining that the man has always been like this. The bald knight continues, revealing that even they do not know his name, having only recently met him and decided to travel together due to their shared destination. Killian nods slowly, processing the information, then asks if their ultimate goal is to serve the Pendragons. Reed Pollock confirms this with a confident declaration, stating they heard the Pendragons currently lack a head knight. The bald knight, flexing his impressive physique, adds that they intend to become the very sword that will strengthen the cavalry, expecting fame and riches in return for their service. Reed Pollock continues the boast, promising to rescue the Pendragons from the crisis of a weak cavalry, and boldly claiming there will be no need to train new soldiers anymore. Killian's face darkens, a visible aura of irritation flaring around him and his subordinates, their expressions shifting from curiosity to outright anger at the knight's audacious claims. As the tension mounts, the blonde knight, another of Reed Pollock's companions, turns his back to Killian's group, casually declaring, "That's it." He continues, addressing Killian's group with a dismissive tone, reminding them that they are unaffiliated knights who rely on nothing but themselves. The unaffiliated knights continued their bold assertions, their philosophy clear. If one possessed the strength, their attitude could not be deemed wrong. However, the man named Mark Killian, standing with his subordinates and the hooded Ravenbald, knew that such a claim was only valid if one truly possessed that strength. A smirk played on the lips of Reed Pollock, the leader of the unaffiliated group, as he observed the growing tension. The two factions stood opposed on the training grounds, with Killian's name being called out, a clear challenge in the air. His expression shifted from irritation to a sharp resolve, as the implications of the challenge settled in. With a curt, "understood," he accepted, only to be met with a mocking laugh and the taunt, "So, You understand. Without further words, the duel began, Killian clashing blades with the bald knight, their movements a blur of steel and focused intent. From the sidelines, two of Killian's subordinates watched with concern, one asking if their captain would be all right, noting the sheer size and apparent strength of his opponent. The bald knight pressed his attack, his face contorted in a snarl of aggression, red and orange energy flaring around him. But Killian met his ferocity with unwavering resolve, a cool blue aura of determination surrounding him. A final, decisive impact echoed across the field, marking the climax of their swift exchange. When the dust settled, Killian stood victorious, the bald knight's sword lying discarded on the ground beside him. As the dust settled from the previous confrontation, the bald knight's sword lay defeated on the ground, a stark symbol of his loss. Nearby, the defeated knight could only manage a pained groan, his face etched with the agony of his failure. Observing the scene, Reed Pollock turned to Raven Bolt, demanding to know his intentions, only for the young lord to retort with a challenge of his own. His jaw clenched, Reed Pollock could only curse under his breath, the unexpected defiance fueling his anger. Without hesitation, Raven Bolt launched himself forward, his sword a blinding flash as he unleashed a powerful, arcing strike. His movements fluid and precise, he continued his relentless assault, each swing imbued with formidable power. The impact sent a shockwave through Reed Pollock, his eyes widening in disbelief as the force of the blow rattled him to his core. Their blades met with a deafening clang, but Raven Bolt's superior strength drove Reed Pollock back, sparks flying from the collision. With unwavering resolve, Raven Bolt pressed his advantage, his gauntlet hand guiding his sword with lethal intent. Finally, the flurry of blows ceased, leaving the two knights standing in a tense standoff, their swords still drawn. But the outcome was clear, as Reed Pollock's sword clattered to the ground, signaling his defeat. The surrounding unaffiliated knights watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at the swift and decisive victory. Two guards look on with wide eyes, reflecting on the recent display of power, one of them murmuring about how strong he must be. Meanwhile, the blonde knight, Raven Bolt, addresses a group of mercenaries, asking about their strengths, before declaring that they are short-handed and ordering them to be taken. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked figure stands cloaked in dark blue, two swords sheathed at his back, his presence radiating an enigmatic aura. Raven Bolt approaches the masked individual, a confident smile playing on his lips as he extends an invitation, asking if he would like to have a try. The masked figure's response is curt and dismissive, not interested. This blunt refusal shocks a mustached noble and his guards, who exclaim in disbelief at the masked man's rudeness towards their lord. Raven Bolt, unfazed by the rejection, simply offers a knowing smile, inquiring, "Is that so?" He then presses further, asking the masked figure for his name, only to be met with another dismissive retort. The masked man's eyes narrow slightly as he firmly states, "I have no interest in telling you that." The mustached noble, witnessing this blatant disrespect, erupts in fury, his eyes glowing with intense orange light as veins bulge on his face. His anger boils over as he shouts, "Be bastard." He confronts the masked figure directly, his voice trembling with indignation, demanding to know how he dares treat their lord with such contempt. The mustached noble's face is a mask of fury, his eyes still glowing, as he vehemently questions the meaning of this blatant disrespect. The mustached noble, still seething from the perceived disrespect, finds himself caught in a blur of motion. As the masked figure delivers a devastating kick that connects with impossible speed and force, sending him reeling backward. He cries out in pain, crashing hard onto the dusty ground, his cloak dislodged by the impact. The mustached noble lies defeated, surrounded by his own fallen guards, a testament to the masked figure's overwhelming power, all while Raven Bolt observes the scene with keen interest. A look of utter disbelief and shock contorts the noble's face, unable to comprehend the speed and force that just laid him low. His guards, equally stunned, murmur amongst themselves, questioning the impossible feat they just witnessed. He sent the captain flying? Meanwhile, Raven Bolt's thoughts confirm his suspicions, a quiet affirmation that this man's power is exactly as he'd anticipated. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, acknowledging the masked figure's undeniable strength. The masked figure, having effortlessly dispatched his opponent, adjusts his sword, his gaze fixed on Raven Bolt as a new desire takes hold. "I want him." His thoughts echo with a clear intention, a strategic move to bolster his own forces. "In my cavalry." A determined expression settles on his face, his eyes reflecting the ambition to claim such a powerful individual for his own. A blonde-haired man observes the scene, a thought forming in his mind about the individual before him, as he concludes that this man is truly strong. Meanwhile, a dark-haired warrior stands, his gaze distant, as a voice echoes his desire to recruit him, declaring, "I want him." The dark-haired warrior, Killian, stands over a defeated opponent, the voice continuing to insist that he belongs in his cavalry. Killian's sharp features are highlighted, an earring with a blue bead and feather dangling from his ear, his expression unreadable. He stands before a mustached noble, who stares at him with a mixture of disbelief and anger, uttering an inarticulate sound of frustration. The mustache noble's anger boils over, his face contorted as he shouts, Bastard! Stop it! Despite the outburst, Killian remains calm, as the mustached noble addresses him directly, calling out his name. Responding to the challenge, Killian's hand moves swiftly to his back, drawing a gleaming sword from its sheath. Watching the unfolding scene, Ravenbolt smiles, a sword resting casually on his shoulder, his blue eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the aftermath of a swift victory, Killian stands tall over his defeated opponent, a bald knight now sprawled on the training ground, as a crowd of onlookers forms a tense circle around them. From the edge of the gathering, Ravenbolt observes the unfolding drama, a challenging voice cutting through the air, asking if Killian truly wishes to fight him. Killian, looking up at the mustached noble who issued the challenge, simply echoes the question back, his gaze unwavering. The mustached noble, undeterred, presses further, inquiring if Killian is uncomfortable being the little prince's sparring partner. Ravenbolt's expression remains neutral, his amber eyes reflecting the tension, as he continues to observe the escalating confrontation. Without a word, Killian's hand moves to his sword, the polished blade glinting sharply in the sunlight as he begins to draw it from its sheath. With a fluid motion, he fully unsheathes his weapon, its sharp edge now poised for battle. Ravenbolt watches Killian's decisive action, a subtle shift in his posture indicating heightened interest. The mustached noble, seeing the drawn blade, remarks on the gravity of a duel, especially one where the blade is pointed towards the opponent's head. He then clarifies the custom, explaining that this is how the Knights of Valvas signal a duel. Killian's eye widens in sudden recognition, a gasp escaping him as he realizes he's facing a Valvas cavalier. Meanwhile, two concerned onlookers turn to Ravenbolt, one urgently asking him who these challengers are. Long ago, in the south, various countries were locked in perpetual conflict, creating a land of ceaseless fighting and carnage. From this crucible of battle emerged a formidable force, the cavalry of that place, known far and wide as the Valvas Cavalier. These were warriors who possessed the strength of 1,000 knights, utterly fearless in the face of death, serving as sharp swords for their master. But in this region, they were only ever heard of in rumors, a distant legend that few believed to be real. Killian, however, now found himself face to face with one, realizing it was his first time seeing such a figure in person. The mustached noble, still reeling from the challenge, questioned how the Lord could possibly know such a thing. Ravenbolt, with a subtle smirk, had already understood the situation with just a single glance. He noted the man's distinct appearance and his southern accent, which spoke volumes about his origins. He also observed the long and short swords the man was carrying, recalling a past encounter where he fought against one of them when he went to the south with the Demon Corp. It was clear to him that this man was exactly like a Valvas knight. Further details emerged about their combat readiness, noting that a Valvas knight's horse would carry a mace and a shield in its saddle. Beyond that, they even had a crossbow, indicating they were used to fighting in all kinds of terrain. In all kinds of circumstances, the legendary warriors known as the Valvas Cavalier never bow their heads towards anyone but their masters. This fierce independence means that even the emperor himself cannot command their allegiance. They rely solely on their own strength and techniques, too proud to serve anyone but themselves, a fact Ravenbolt knows well. Turning to face the challenger, he remarks, "It seems you've come to the Pendragons to find a master you can swing your blade for." The Valvas Cavalier stands firm, his sword planted in the ground, listening intently. Ravenbolt watches him, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the challenger prepares to speak. The Valvas Cavalier dismisses the notion, stating, "I am not interested in that. I was only led here by the stars." His words cause the observing bald knight and mustache noble to exchange a confused glance, wondering, stars. Ravenbolt, however, seems to understand, explaining that the Valvas Cavalier's people are people of the sea, and celestial navigation and potable water are indispensable for them. The Valvas Cavalier confirms this with a slight smile. That's right. The people of Valvas are people of the sea. Celestial navigation and potable water are indispensable for them. Ravenbolt acknowledges the accuracy of his statement, realizing the challenger's astrology was indeed correct. With an intense gaze and a confident smile, the Valvas Cavalier reiterates, "You were led here." The Valvas Cavalier's voice rings out, his challenge directed squarely at Aaron Pendragon. His gaze unwavering as he continues to speak, a fierce determination etched across his features. He asserts that the Pendragon knows the truth of his words, his blue eyes piercing, met by the amber gaze of his opponent. For a knight of Valvas, he explains, things like status, money, and bloodlines hold no true value. He gestures with his sword, the blade glinting, emphasizing his disdain for such worldly concerns. To him, they are simply useless things. He takes a firm stance, his twin blades ready, and offers a stark challenge. If Ravenbolt truly desires him, he must bet his life on it, for if he loses, he will surely die. Ravenbolt, standing tall as the Valvas Cavalier kneels before him, simply acknowledges the terms with a calm, knowing "I know." As both men rise and take their fighting stances, the Valvas Cavalier explains the unique way Valvas knights engage in combat. With a flurry of motion, their swords clash, filling the air with the sharp sounds of steel, as the duel begins in earnest before a gathered crowd. Among the spectators, the bald knight observes that Ravenbolt's posture is natural, but the mustached noble questions why he is using a sword that appears to be that of a common soldier. With a swift, almost imperceptible shift, Ravenbolt initiates his movement, his boot kicking up a faint cloud of dust as he closes the distance. Before his opponent can fully react, the Valva's Cavalier unleashes a sweeping, powerful sword strike, a crimson arc of energy trailing his blade. The sheer speed of the attack leaves onlookers stunned, the mustached noble gasping, "So fast." Yet, to Ravenbolt, the world seems to slow, the incoming blade appearing almost sluggish as his amber eyes narrow with intense focus. With a blur of motion, he brings his own sword up, meeting the Valva's Cavalier's strike with a resounding clash that sends purple sparks flying. The two blades lock together, a testament to the raw power and precision of both combatants. Despite the block, the Valva's Cavalier presses his advantage, his expression grim as he forces Ravenbolt back, a frustrated TSK, escaping him. With a sudden twist, Ravenbolt parries the blade away, blue energy flaring around his weapon as he deflects the relentless assault. He moves with impossible grace, his body a whirlwind of motion as he evades and counters, his sword a dark streak against the light. The Valva's Cavalier, however, unleashes another devastating strike, his blade glowing with an intense orange aura as it cuts through the air, leaving a fiery trail. The force of the blow is immense, and for a fleeting moment, a thin line of crimson appears just beneath Ravenbolt's eye, a testament to the Valva's Cavalier's power. Undeterred, the Valva's Cavalier continues his relentless assault, his glowing blade clashing once more against Ravenbolt's, the duel far from over. He moved with a blur of motion, his legs sweeping low as his blade followed, a crimson arc of speed across the ground. The attack connected with a sharp spurt, forcing his opponent to recoil from the sudden impact. A sharp cry of pain escaped the Valva's Cavalier, his face contorted in a grimace as the blow landed. Before he could recover, another strike came, a blue aura of energy surrounding the blade as it aimed for his neck, only to be met by a desperate block from his own sword. The Valva's Cavalier twisted away, orange trails of energy marking his rapid evasion, barely escaping the relentless assault. As the dust settled, both combatants stood poised, swords still drawn, while a small group of onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the sheer speed of the exchange. The spectators, including the bald knight and the mustached noble, exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fully comprehend what had just transpired. One of them stammered, "What the hell just happened? It all happened too quickly." While another asked, "What just happened, Captain?" The captain could only respond with a bewildered Valva's Cavalier, still recovering, admitted to his opponent, "It almost got me." He then mused, "Normally, this attack works against dual wielders." He continued, explaining the technique. "You used the short sword in your left hand to break my balance," recalling the precise moment of the counter. And then, as the memory played out, he realized, "You countered me while dodging," a move that spoke volumes of his opponent's skill. Touching the fresh cut near his eye, Valva's Cavalier reflected on the near-fatal blow, thinking, "If I wasn't able to dodge in that second, my head would have been sent flying." Still reeling from the previous exchange, Valva's Cavalier acknowledges his opponent's prowess, stating, "You are strong." Ravenbolt stands before him, his dark attire a stark contrast to the bright arena, his gaze unwavering. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he retorts, "Are you really a spoiled noble brat?" The two warriors stand poised, a silent tension hanging between them, before Valva's Cavalier responds, "I am the same as you." His expression shifts to one of deep contemplation as he continues, "Beings, demons." Ravenbolt's profile remains stoic, his eyes holding a complex mix of understanding and something more primal, as if reflecting on the very nature of survival. He seems to consider Valva's Cavalier's words, his own thoughts echoing, not indiscriminately, of course, but in order to survive, before Valva's Cavalier, taken aback, questions, "You?" To which he simply replies, "I." Valva's Cavalier's face contorts with a mix of shock and dawning realization, the implications of his opponent's words sinking in. With a piercing gaze, Ravenbolt clarifies, "Coming from you." A chilling smile spreads across his face, revealing a set of unnaturally sharp, almost predatory teeth, a stark contrast to his human appearance. His hands, scarred and calloused, grip the hilts of his two short swords, ready for whatever comes next. A collective gasp escapes the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief and shock, as the bald knight and Mark Killian stare wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, Valva's Cavalier, now wielding two swords, takes a more aggressive stance, his blades glowing faintly with a blue aura as he prepares to engage. He challenges his opponent, his voice laced with a hint of mockery, asking if they are finally taking their duel seriously, a question that hangs heavy in the air. In response, Ravenbolt, his eyes burning with an intense amber glow, mirrors the two-sword stance, a predatory grin spreading across his face as the air around him crackles with a crimson energy. The two combatants stand poised, their feet firmly planted on the dusty ground, the stage set for the Berserker Cavalier's true power to be unleashed. A massive, green-skinned creature lets out a cavernous yawn, its sharp teeth glinting in the light. Its rest clearly disturbed, it grumbles about the incessant noise, unable to find peace for its nap. Nearby, a smaller, equally monstrous figure, carrying a small child, observes the commotion, noting that it seems like some sort of quarrel is unfolding. The mustached noble, Mark Killian, and another human companion stand with the creatures, looking on with concern as the noble questions what exactly is happening. The smaller creature, still holding the child, can only offer a confused grunt in response. Meanwhile, the blonde knight, Valva's Cavalier, is locked in a fierce sword duel with a dark-haired fighter, their blades clashing with blinding speed. The dark-haired fighter, caught off guard by the intensity, can only exclaim his shock as the fight escalates. Valva's Cavalier's sword flashes, deflecting his opponent's blade with a powerful strike, sending the dark-haired fighter reeling back. But the dark-haired fighter is quick, twisting his body to counterattack, his own sword deflecting Valva's Cavalier's next move with equal force. With a fierce grin, the dark-haired fighter presses his advantage, his eyes burning with intense focus as he continues the relentless assault. As the intense sword duel continued, Valva's Cavalier lunged forward, his blades crossed in a defensive posture, eyes wide with fierce determination. Meanwhile, the mustached noble and his companions watched from a distance, one of them exclaiming, "Who the hell is that swordsman?" As the noble echoed, "That's what I want to ask." Back in the fray, Raven Bolt's blade connected with Valva's Cavalier's defense, the impact sending a jolt through the air as Valva's struggled to hold his ground. With a swift motion, Valva's Cavalier parried the attack, his blade deflecting Raven Bolt's strike with practiced ease. Raven Bolt, however, was already anticipating his next move, winding up for a powerful downward strike, his body coiled with kinetic energy. Instead of the expected overhead blow, he executed a swift leg sweep, sending Valva's Cavalier stumbling backward, caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver. The observers gasped, realizing the deception, with one exclaiming, "A feint," and another cheering, "Nice," at the clever tactic. Raven Bolt's sword then crashed against Valva's Cavalier's blade, a brilliant burst of purple energy erupting from the point of impact. Following up with a powerful kick, Raven Bolt sent Valva's Cavalier flying through the air, his body arcing against the clear blue sky. The mustached noble, eyes wide with shock, cried out, "That's bad, his second sword is," as he noticed the dark-haired fighter's hidden weapon. With a predatory grin, Raven Bolt lunged forward, his second blade glinting ominously, declaring, "This is the end for you, your grace." The second sword connected with Valva's Cavalier's face, a brutal strike that promised a decisive end to the duel. Valva's Cavalier, still airborne from the previous exchange, descends with his sword, aiming a powerful overhead strike. But Raven Bolt, anticipating the move, meets the attack with a swift parry, their blades clashing midair. As Valva's Cavalier lands, Raven Bolt executes a cunning leg sweep, sending his opponent off balance and disrupting his stance. The impact sends Valva's Cavalier stumbling, his feet losing purchase on the dusty ground. Recovering quickly, Valva's Cavalier lunges forward with his sword, attempting to regain the offensive. Raven Bolt effortlessly blocks the lunge with his main sword, while his other hand swiftly draws a second, concealed blade from his side. A sudden realization dawns on Valva's Cavalier's face, as he comprehends the true nature of the feint. Before he can react, Raven Bolt unleashes a blinding flurry of strikes, attacking with both swords simultaneously. From the sidelines, the mustached noble and his companions watch in stunned silence, one of them exclaiming, "Another feint." Raven Bolt's left-hand blade connects with brutal force, striking Valva's Cavalier directly across the face. As the noble's voice echoes, the real attack is coming from the left. The impact sends Valva's Cavalier's sword flying from his grasp, his face contorted in agony as he reels from the decisive blow. An orc observer, witnessing the sudden defeat, cries out in shock and disbelief, "No." As the duel intensified, Valva's Cavalier suddenly cried out, "It's coming from the right," his eyes wide with the realization of an unseen attack, swords blurring around him. Before he could fully react, Raven Bolt's leg swept in a blinding flash, a swift, calculated maneuver aimed to unbalance his opponent. In the same fluid motion, Raven's hand shot out, grabbing Valva's sword arm and disarming him with practiced ease. Now holding Valva's close, a second, hidden sword materialized in Raven's other hand, poised for a decisive strike. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, Valva's could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging his opponent's skill with a breathless, "You're good." Raven, a slight smirk playing on his lips, returned the sentiment, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "You too." Still locked in their grapple, Raven maintained his dominant position, the second sword a constant threat. Then, with a sudden burst of power, Raven delivered a brutal kick, aiming for a vulnerable spot. The impact sent a shockwave of agony through Valva's, his eyes widening in disbelief and excruciating pain. A guttural cry escaped his lips, "My crotch." The force of the kick was undeniable, leaving Valva's reeling from the unexpected and painful blow. As Valva's stumbled back, his sword, now useless, spun through the clear blue sky, a symbol of his complete defeat. He moved with a blur of motion, his hand seizing Valva's Cavalier's arm mid-swing, twisting it away from its intended target as his legs swept out in a low arc. Valva's, caught completely off guard, found himself airborne, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden shift in momentum. A foot sweep? He thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, before acknowledging the sheer skill with a mental, nice. The blonde warrior crashed to the ground, his body twisting awkwardly as the force of the sweep completed its devastating work. Before he could even begin to recover, Raven Bolt moved in, a second blade appearing in his offhand, both swords now pointed menacingly at his opponent. Valvaz's own sword, disarmed in the swift exchange, clattered uselessly to the ground, a testament to the speed of his opponent. A sharp, decisive kick landed squarely in Valvaz's midsection, sending a jolt of pain through him and driving the air from his lungs. He crumpled to his knees, clutching his stomach, a pain tiste, escaping his lips as Ravenbolt looked down, his expression unreadable. The force of the kick sent him sprawling backward, his body tumbling as his remaining swords flew from his grasp, scattering across the dusty ground. Standing over his defeated opponent, Ravenbolt held his blade ready, his amber eyes fixed on the fallen warrior. With a final, humiliating gesture, he pressed the tip of his sword to Valvaz's throat, the blonde warrior's face contorted in a mix of pain and utter defeat. The duel concluded, Ravenbolt stood victorious, his opponent defeated at his feet. As an orc, a mustached noble, and other spectators watched the decisive end to the battle. As the dust settled from the intense confrontation, a bald knight and his mustached companion exchanged glances, both acknowledging the sheer ferocity of the fight they had just witnessed. Nearby, a smaller orc, Karda, voiced her awe, wondering aloud which of the combatants was the true monster, while a larger orc beside her scoffed, questioning if anyone could truly hope to defeat that human. A human spectator, his face etched with exhaustion and relief, silently thanked his stars that he hadn't been foolish enough to challenge such a formidable opponent. The mustached noble, however, remained unimpressed, his stern gaze fixed on the victor as he declared his intention to impart a lesson. Meanwhile, in a vivid flashback to the duel's climax, Valvaz Cavalier, his face contorted in a sneer of overconfidence, mocked his opponent, questioning the supposed weakness of dual wielding. But Ravenbolt, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, met the challenge with a predatory smirk, sweat beading on his brow. His hand clenched tightly, a testament to the raw power he was about to unleash. Before Valvaz could even react, a blur of motion struck him, sending his swords flying with a sharp impact. Raven descended from above, his blades crossing in a devastating strike, shattering Valvaz's defense and sending debris flying. The intensity of the moment was reflected in Raven's wide, purple eyes, his face smudged with dirt and freckles, yet utterly focused. Back with the observers, Karda exclaimed in realization, understanding that Raven had cleverly retrieved something crucial when he had fallen earlier. Ravenbolt, his expression a mix of grim determination and slight annoyance, let out a soft "sk," as if the fight had been more troublesome than expected. Ravenbolt lands with a powerful impact, his foot striking the ground with a sharp sound, kicking up a cloud of dust. He then launches himself into the air, engaging Valvaz Cavalier in a dizzying aerial dance of blades, their forms blurring against the bright sky as they exchange blows. With both hands gripping his twin swords, Raven prepares for a decisive strike, his expression sharp and focused. The force of his attack is undeniable, as Valvaz's hand recoils, his sword slipping from his grasp and tumbling away. Moving with impossible speed, Raven becomes a streak of blue light, closing the distance instantly. Valvaz, caught off guard, can only register a flash of movement before a sharp impact, his face contorting in surprise as Raven presses his advantage. From the sidelines, an observer gasps, unable to believe that Valvaz dropped his weapon, questioning the impeccable timing of Raven's assault. The mustached noble, watching alongside Karda, realizes the gravity of the situation, concluding that Valvaz's exhaustion led to the dropped weapon, and that the tide has turned for the worse. Meanwhile, Raven's amber eyes glow with fierce intensity, a red aura flaring around him as he senses a new threat, his internal monologue confirming an attack is coming from the right. With unwavering resolve, he prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. His face twists into a feral snarl, his eyes burning with an almost predatory hunger, reflecting the raw power he is about to unleash. Then, with blinding speed, his twin blades connect, while Valvaz's remaining sword is sent flying, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ravenbolt lands with a powerful impact, dust and energy swirling around him as he prepares for the next move. With blinding speed, he disarms Valvaz Cavalier of his second blade, the silver glinting as it's torn from his grasp. A surge of power emanates from his foot, creating a dynamic burst of energy as he shifts his weight, maintaining his relentless assault. From the sidelines, the mustached noble and his companions watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and growing concern. Even Karda and the other orc, who had been so confident, now wear expressions of profound worry. Breathing heavily, Raven's eyes burn with fierce determination, a thin blade held poised near his face, reflecting the intensity of the moment. Valvaz, drenched in sweat and utterly defeated, can only acknowledge the overwhelming strength of his opponent's knights. He pulls a hidden sword from his sleeve, a silent testament to his preparedness, musing that without it, victory might have been impossible. The blade, a loyal companion, had saved him countless times before, a silent guardian through every trial. Valvas, his face a mask of exhaustion and resignation, whispers a final, almost tender thought about his lost weapon, perhaps out of love for the blade itself. Raven's gaze remains unwavering, sweat dripping from his brow as he stares down his defeated opponent, the duel's outcome now undeniable. With a final, echoing clang, Valvas's last sword falls to the dusty ground, signifying his complete and utter defeat. Standing victorious over his defeated opponent, the air around him still crackled with the residual energy of their intense duel. From his kneeling position, Valva's cavalier looked up, acknowledging his opponent's prowess, declaring him a true warrior, Aaron Pendragon. He then spoke of his own identity, a Valva's cavalier, now humbled. The victor, in turn, revealed a name previously unknown to many, stating his name was Elkin. His gaze sharp and resolute, he completed the revelation, Elkin Isla. Valva's cavalier, looking up with renewed purpose, pledged his unwavering loyalty, vowing to become Elkin Isla's sword from that moment forward. His voice firm, he articulated his new purpose, to defeat and crush their enemies, a solemn pledge he would uphold. As the duel concluded and the surprising revelations unfolded, the surrounding spectators, including the mustached noble, the bald knight, and the various orcs and humans, reacted with a mixture of shock and awe, the name Elkin Isla echoing through the stunned crowd. Standing tall against the backdrop of a grand castle, a figure with flowing blonde hair declares his identity, stating, "I am Elkin Isla, a knight of Valvas." Meanwhile, another warrior, defeated and humbled, kneels before him, offering his sword and pledging, "From now on, I will become your sword, and I pledge to defeat and crush our enemies." The blonde knight stands victorious, his opponent lying defeated on the dusty ground, the air still charged with the echoes of their fierce confrontation. A crowd of onlookers watches the scene unfold, their faces a mix of awe and confusion as the defeated warrior remains prostrate. A close-up reveals the blonde knight's intense gaze, as the name Elkin Isla is whispered, a hint of recognition dawning on some. From behind, two spectators observe the blonde knight, one of them murmuring the name Isla in contemplation. Another spectator questions, "Isla, is that the name of a famous knight?" To which his companion replies, "I don't know, it's my first time hearing the name." Among another group of onlookers, a man with a prominent mustache agrees, stating, "Me too," while a bald, muscular knight adds, "Same here," indicating their shared unfamiliarity. Unaware of the growing whispers, the blonde knight begins to walk away, his figure receding into the distance. Suddenly, a look of shock spreads across the blonde knight's face, as the full name Elkin Isla is uttered with a gasp of recognition. The revelation echoes through the crowd, as the truth of his identity is finally unveiled. He was known as the Stormbringer, the strongest knight of Valvas. In a previous life, a few years from this very moment, the man kneeling would become known as the Sea Dragon King of the Far South, a powerful figure whose presence radiated with a vibrant purple aura. He was an integral part of the Oranges Duchy, fighting countless battles to prove his worth, his name spreading like wildfire across the entire empire. Yet, even though he was destined for such greatness, right now, in this present moment, he was merely a nobody. Still, the blonde knight knew that this man would become one of the true heroes of the future. Back in the present, the sound of a boot striking the ground echoed, as the blonde knight stepped forward, the vast, clear sky stretching endlessly above them. He stood before the dark-haired man, who remained kneeling in a gesture of unwavering loyalty, their gazes locked in a silent understanding. Nearby, the spectators, including Mark Killian and the bald knight, watched with wide eyes, a collective gasp of surprise escaping them as the gravity of the situation settled in. The blonde knight extended a hand, his voice calm and authoritative as he commanded, "Raise your head, Isla." A faint smile touched his lips as he continued, acknowledging the dark-haired man's pledge, "You are my sword, and I am your lord. We are not that distant. The only difference between us is our roles." His expression softened, his gaze direct and earnest as he revealed his true desire, "I want you." He finished, his voice resonating with conviction, "To be my companion." His words implied a bond akin to the diverse group of allies he had already gathered, a motley crew including Mark Killian, the bald knight, two orcs, a masked figure, and a small blonde girl, all standing together in the forest. A profound realization washes over Raven Balt, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and understanding. He closes his eyes, allowing the weight of the moment to settle upon him, a quiet acceptance dawning on his features. Meanwhile, a voice echoes through the air, acknowledging his unique nature, remarking on how interesting Pendragon truly is. Among Elkin Isla's companions, the bald knight, Mark Killian, and Reed Pollock exchange glances, one of them musing that Aaron Pendragon might even be capable of ruling the world. A hand reaches out, declaring unwavering loyalty, while another, belonging to Valva's cavalier, retorts that merely following does not guarantee companionship. A question hangs in the air, wondering if the intense moment has finally concluded. Valva's cavalier, his expression thoughtful, then softly calls out, inquiring about Ray. High above a grand castle, three majestic griffin-like creatures descend from the sky, carrying a robed figure, as Raven Balt watches their approach from below. In a gesture of profound respect and loyalty, Raven Bolt kneels before Valva's Cavalier, formally accepting his place among Elkin Isla's companions. Mark Killian and Reed Pollock react with visible shock, uttering exclamations of disbelief at the unfolding scene. With his decision made and his loyalty pledged, Raven Bolt looks up, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips. As the moment of commitment solidified, Valva's Cavalier uttered a single, reverent name, Soul. Standing majestically, flanked by a magnificent griffin, was Soul Drake herself, her presence radiating an otherworldly aura. Even the griffin, with its piercing blue eyes, seemed to reflect the profound power emanating from her, its gaze sharp and unwavering. Before her, Raven Bolt knelt in solemn deference, while his companions, including Valva's Cavalier, Mark Killian, Reed Pollock, and the Bald Knight, stood in respectful awe, witnessing the profound moment. Soul Drake's face, framed by her luminous white hair and glowing blue eyes, held an expression of serene power, almost divine in its intensity. The sheer pressure emanating from her was overwhelming, causing the Bald Knight and his companions to visibly recoil, a collective ugh, escaping their lips. One of them questioned the source of such immense pressure, wondering aloud who this woman could possibly be, before another, recognizing the unique aura, identified her as the White Dragon, Soul Drake. The revelation struck them with disbelief, one exclaiming, "That woman is a dragon," while another demanded, "What do you mean?" Mark Killian, still processing the shock, admitted he also wanted to know, before conceding the point with a thoughtful expression. The unnamed man, overwhelmed by the otherworldly beauty and divinity, could only manage to utter that she was indeed beautiful. Yet, he quickly added that despite her beauty, she was a being exuding such fear that one's body would freeze just by being near her. Soul Drake remained poised and powerful, her ethereal form and accompanying griffin a testament to her formidable presence. Kneeling before the majestic white dragon, Soul Drake, Raven Bolt remained still, her ethereal presence radiating an overwhelming aura that seemed to press down on all present. Standing beside her, Valva's Cavalier formally introduced her, declaring her to be his contractor, the White Dragon of the Pendragons, Soul Drake. A low hum of tension filled the air, as the weight of the revelation settled upon Raven Bolt, his expression tightening with a mix of recognition and unease. Even as his mind reeled, his body remained rooted, a testament to his discipline amidst the overwhelming presence. The three stood in stark contrast, the divine dragon, the composed knight, and the introducing cavalier, each a focal point in the unfolding drama. The words echoed in his mind, a chilling confirmation of the immense power standing before him, White Dragon. He continued to process the implications, the title, the one who rules over the griffins, solidifying the terrifying truth of who she truly was. Soul Drake, serene and powerful, observed the reactions around her, her gaze distant, yet knowing. From a distance, the companions watched, one remarking on Raven Bolt's unusual composure in the face of such a formidable being. The Bald Knight, Mark Killian, and Reed Pollock exchanged worried glances, the Bald Knight grimly predicting that Raven Bolt's composure wouldn't last much longer. However, Valva's Cavalier, turning to Raven Bolt, simply stated that their assumptions were incorrect, hinting at a deeper understanding. Raven Bolt's mind drifted to a past encounter, recalling the immense pressure he felt when he first met Soul in his previous life, a memory that explained his current, seemingly calm demeanor. He struggles against the immense pressure, a spectral dragon looming over him, a force that cannot be overcome by mere strength alone. To truly overcome the pressure of a dragon, he realizes, requires something more profound. A voice echoes in his mind, acknowledging, "You are different." Another thought emerges, a memory of someone else, a figure named Elkin Isla. Valva's Cavalier, observing him, remarks, "You sure are interesting until the end." He looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips, his curiosity piqued. From this moment forward, he resolves to expand beyond the territory's borders, seeking out those who were famous in his previous life. For example, there was the one who possessed riches that could rival those of the entire empire, the young entrepreneur of the Freedom City, Iden Dorian. Then there was Jean Obelin, an extraordinary sorceress who also built a variety of magic tools, her power radiating from a mystical orb. Finally, a 20-year-old who, with only a few hundred soldiers, grasped all of the North Knights, the genius general, Ivan Jeter. His past life's memories are his most valuable asset, allowing him to slowly recruit those who once led the world, back then. Suddenly, a small device emits a soft beep, and Valva's Cavalier acknowledges it, recognizing the signal as a message from the eldest. A hand holds a cluster of glowing green crystals, radiating a soft, ethereal light. Valva's Cavalier questions the nature of the object, to which the masked figure replies, explaining that it is a magical mineral used for communication. Carta, holding the glowing crystals, confirms that with this, they can easily communicate with the eldest using magic, his green-skinned companion listening intently. The spectator man, observing the exchange, remarks on the convenience of such magic, as Carta holds the glowing crystals, ready to transmit. Carta closes his eyes, the green crystals glowing brightly against his chest, surrounded by swirling magical energy. Through the magical connection, Carta receives a message about some humans, his expression grim as the communication continues. He relays the urgent news. Humans have stepped foot into the Ancona forest with weapons, appearing to be a few dozen soldiers. Ravenbolt envisions the powerful individuals he intends to recruit. Elkin Isla, Iden Dorian, Jean Obelin, and Ivan Jeter, standing alongside him, and Valva's Cavalier, surrounded by the same glowing crystals. The group looks down at the approaching soldiers, Valva's Cavalier exclaiming in surprise, as the orcs and other companions prepare for confrontation. Carta, still focused on the magical communication, adds that the one leading them appears to be wearing an ogre helmet. A sudden, shocking revelation rips through the air, leaving Valva's Cavalier reeling in disbelief. The words echo in his mind, an ogre helmet, a concept so outlandish, so terrifying, that he questions if any human could truly achieve such a feat, let alone subjugate an ogre to craft armor from it. As the group processes this unsettling news, the gravity of the situation settles, confirming that such an individual would indeed be a formidable and fearsome adversary. Ravenbolt listens intently, his amber eyes narrowing as the description of the ogre helmet triggers a deep, unsettling memory or realization within him. A chilling certainty washes over him, as he clenches his fist, recognizing that only one person in this entire world could possibly fit the description of a man who wears an ogre helmet. His mind flashes to a desolate, rain-swept battlefield, where a towering figure, clad in heavy armor and crowned with a fearsome, horned ogre helmet, stands as an embodiment of raw power. The memory intensifies, showing the warrior's brutal strength as he effortlessly lifts a struggling man by the throat, his grip unyielding. A chilling, toothy grin stretches across the helmet's visor, revealing the cruel satisfaction of the warrior as a sharp blade glints in his armored hand, promising swift and merciless judgment. The vision shifts, a blur of motion as Ravenbolt's own silhouette streaks across the scene, a testament to his past confrontations with such overwhelming power. Back in the present, the sheer terror of that memory overwhelms Valvas, his face contorted in a primal scream, tears streaming down his face as he relives the horror. A desperate, guttural cry escapes his lips, calling out a name with profound anguish. The sound of unease ripples through the air, as Valvas clutches the glowing communication mineral, his companions, Ravenbolt and the orc, looking on with grave concern, fully aware of the terrifying implications of his outburst. His body tensed, Valva's Cavalier pulsed with an overwhelming blue energy, the raw power radiating from him, causing the very air to shimmer. The sheer force of his outburst swept his blonde hair back, a visible manifestation of his escalating fury. His face contorted in a snarl of rage, his eyes now glowing an intense electric blue. Valvas demanded answers. Before him, Mark Killian, looking visibly shaken, clutched a handful of glowing green crystals, while two orc guards stood by, their expressions mirroring his concern. "Where is he?" Valvas roared, his voice echoing with power, as Killian stammered. The message was sent at. Meanwhile, across a rugged mountain range bathed in the warm glow of dawn, a new journey was about to begin. Through a dense forest, the command rang out. "Let's go to the ORC village." The path was already marked by the fallen, a large orc lying lifeless on the ground, a knife discarded nearby. Standing over several defeated figures, the masked figure declared, "I've finally dealt with the pursuers." Beside a loyal wolf companion, he mused, "Orcs sure are tough opponents." A confident grin spread across his face, a trickle of blood from his cheek, the only sign of struggle, his victory absolute. Gripping his axe, the masked figure concluded with a smirk, "They aren't as tough." Having just faced a formidable foe, the masked figure assesses his recent victory, remarking on the quality of the ogre's helmet. A document details the resurgence of the Pendragons, who have now recovered the strength of the White Dragon, a formidable power that once again fuels their ambitions. As a result, they are actively recruiting new soldiers, gradually strengthening their troops, and now assert their will across the land, even bolstering their military might. A warlord, with a thick mustache and beard, scoffs, finding their resurgence to be nothing short of an eyesore. He sits regally upon a massive, gray wolf-like creature, its glowing yellow eyes fixed forward, as his armored guards stand ready behind him, purple energy swirling around his mount. Nearby, Ravenbolt kneels, his dark hair falling over his shoulders, observing the document on the ground between them, a silent witness to the unfolding narrative. His expression remains stern, a subtle tension in his jaw, as the warlord's words hang heavy in the air. The warlord then raises a small, ornate mirror, its surface swirling with vibrant purple energy. The magical energies within the mirror intensify, creating a mesmerizing, swirling vortex of light. Within the shimmering depths, a hooded figure begins to materialize, their masked face emerging from the ethereal glow. Both the warlord and Ravenbolt gaze intently at the reflection of the masked figure, who is described as the prideful shield, spear, and bow of the Empire, leaving Ravenbolt with a look of surprise. As a sinister smile spreads across a hooded face, framed by swirling purple energy, a voice echoes with a promise. "As long as you have this," it declares. and two powerful, elf-like figures with glowing purple eyes appear within the mystical haze. You will be. The purple energy intensifying around a reaching hand, the strongest cavalry in the world. Far from such grand pronouncements, a different kind of power emanates from a colossal, ancient tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, its trunk housing small, welcoming doors. In a sun-dappled clearing nearby, human soldiers and orc warriors stand in formation, a tense but peaceful gathering unfolding between the two factions. The quiet is soon broken by the joyful antics of several small, green-skinned children, their mischievous hee echoing through the air. One of them, a tiny voice calling out "Daddy," clings to the large, hooded orc, who winks playfully, telling the little brats to stop. You little brats. The children continue their playful assault, one tugging at his hair, making the orc exclaim, "You're pulling my hair out." The adults, both human and orc, observe the scene from a distance, their expressions a mix of amusement and quiet understanding. The small figures dart and weave between the legs of the towering warriors, their energy a stark contrast to the stoic adults. Mark Killian, holding one of the playful orc children, remarks to the orc father, "It's surprising that the fierce orcs had children like these." He then adds, "Even tigers and lion cubs look more like cats, right?" Mark Killian watches a young orc child playfully chase after a figure, a small smile playing on his lips as he acknowledges the truth of the moment, yet a lingering, but suggests an underlying thought. The child's joyful hee-hee quickly turns into a startled, as a towering blonde knight suddenly appears, his presence radiating an intense, almost overwhelming energy. The knight, Ravenbolt, stands over the small orc, his form outlined by a vibrant blue aura that pulses with barely contained power, casting an imposing shadow over the startled child. His eyes, usually a calm blue, now glow with an ethereal light, reflecting the sheer force of the energy swirling around him. The blue aura shifts, darkening to a menacing purple-black as the child lets out a terrified "Ek," recoiling from the knight's overwhelming presence while Mark Killian watches, a silent witness to the sudden shift in atmosphere. Approaching Mark Killian, an adult orc explains that the knight has been like this for a while, ever since he heard news from the elder, causing him to emit such a threatening aura. Mark Killian ponders if it's his imagination, or if the knights back at that time had indeed possessed a similar, formidable presence. The blue energy intensifies, swirling with raw, untamed power, a visual manifestation of the knight's inner turmoil. Ravenbolt stands amidst the swirling blue light, his form radiating an aura so potent it feels like a dragon's, a primal force emanating from his very being. The adult orc, however, steps forward, calmly addressing him. "Hey, Pendragon," and with a direct tone, tells him to stop making the kids cry. The directness of the orc's words seems to snap Ravenbolt out of his trance, eliciting a surprised "Hik," as his intense aura begins to recede. With the threatening energy gone, the young orc child, no longer afraid, runs towards the now calm knight, while Mark Killian observes the peaceful resolution, the tension in the air finally dissipating. He stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant, as if still processing the recent events. A small, dark-skinned child approaches him cautiously, its tiny hands reaching out tentatively. He extends a hand, offering comfort to the hesitant child, who then scrambles forward with a relieved cry. The tension from his earlier outburst dissipates, leaving only a quiet moment of unexpected tenderness. As the adult orc observes the scene, he muses that perhaps the young lord simply appreciates charming things, a thought echoed by the child's innocent curiosity. Meanwhile, a new voice echoes, stating, "You've arrived early." The words are directed at the new Pendragon Lord, spoken by a hooded figure with glowing green eyes, clutching a staff. The elder stands cloaked in shadow, his presence commanding attention. Mark Killian, the adult orc, and the elder are gathered, with the orc exclaiming, "Elder," before proudly declaring, "That person is my father, huh?" The elder's face, partially obscured by his hood, reveals glowing green eyes and a stern expression. Elsewhere, a regal female figure with large, white, draconic wings and braided white hair stands in an ornate chamber, her blue and gold gown flowing around her. Back with the elder and his son, the elder raises his staff and declares, "Everyone." The elder's commanding presence filled the entrance to the orc dwelling, his words hanging heavy in the air as the orc family behind Ravenbolt recoiled in surprise. With a solemn gesture, the elder commanded all present to pay respects to the forest guardian deity, as a mysterious winged woman stood beside Ravenbolt, observing the kneeling orcs. As the tension settled, the winged woman remained by his side, her gaze distant. Breaking the silence, she explained that her presence seemed to halt the conversation, and she would withdraw to rest, to which he simply agreed. Turning his attention back to Ravenbolt, the elder, his glowing green eyes piercing, acknowledged his anger but warned that succumbing to it would lead to losing himself in the process. His words resonated deeply, causing Ravenbolt to look away, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then glanced up at the ancient tree, a silent acknowledgement of the deity the elder had mentioned. Turning back to the cloaked figure, he prepared to introduce himself properly. With a clear voice, he stated his name. "I am called Aaron Pendragon, Elder." The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his ancient face as he questioned, "Gordon's son, right?" Extending a welcoming hand, the elder then invited them to come inside. Soon after, Raven Balt, the elder, the muscular orc, and the winged woman were seated together at a rustic wooden table, sharing a quiet moment. The elder, his glowing green eyes fixed on the table, reveals that a few dozen armed soldiers have trespassed into the forest. And what's more, they are managing to evade his surveillance magic. He explains that he only managed to detect them the moment they entered the forest. Raven Balt, listening intently, questions if they are evading his magic because they have a magician with them. The elder shakes his head, confirming they only have soldiers and a huge wolf, but he is sure they have the help of a magician. A look of concern crosses Raven Balt's face, muttering that the situation sounds dangerous. The elder continues, his voice grim, revealing that they had sent some warriors to deal with the intruders, but none of them came back. Both Raven Balt and the orc react with shock, their eyes wide at the elder's revelation. Raven Balt's mind races, connecting the dots, a huge wolf with battle prowess capable of defeating an orc, and the mention of an ogre helmet. His expression hardens as he realizes it must be Baltai, leading the demon core into the forest. The elder, however, delivers another unexpected twist, revealing that Baltai and his forces went to meet with the centaur tribe. Both Raven Balt and the orc are utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Baltai would be allied with the centaurs, whom they disdainfully refer to as horse bastards. The history between the Pendragons, the orcs, and the centaurs is a deeply complicated one. As long ago, the centaurs made their home in the Ancona forest. However, when the Pendragons arrived, they allowed the orcs to settle in these lands. This decision likely fueled the centaurs' existing hatred for humans, leading to escalating tensions. The centaurs frequently attacked the orcs, who served as a defense line for the Pendragons, creating a terrible relationship between the two races, especially since both were warlike tribes. Reflecting on this past, Mark Killian recalls the problem. As an outsider, he couldn't simply meddle in their affairs. Valva's Cavalier, too, remembers his own inaction, having left them alone since nothing directly happened to him. But now, back in the present, Mark Killian slams his fist on the table, his voice echoing with disbelief, exclaiming, "Lord." His face contorted in a mixture of anger and surprise. He repeats the shocking revelation. The centaurs. Valva's Cavalier's eyes widen in a similar expression of alarm, the implications of the centaur alliance clearly sinking in. The image of a centaur warrior, axe raised and striking with brutal force, serves as a stark reminder of their inherent aggression and the danger they pose. A spear, wielded by an unseen assailant, slices through the air with lethal force, its impact marked by a violent red flash. Meanwhile, Mark Killian and Valva's Cavalier stand in stunned disbelief. Killian exclaims, wondering what the hell is happening and why now, while Cavalier adds that the centaurs haven't caused a conflict for so long. The question echoes in the air, as Cavalier's hand tightens around the shaft of his own spear, a bright light reflecting off its tip. His expression shifts to one of profound shock, the spear held firmly in his armored hand, as if bracing for an unseen blow. A blue aura begins to emanate from him, his eyes wide with a sudden, startling realization. The source of their shock becomes clear. A shield bearing a regal crest, a golden-crowned lion on a red field, appears, surrounded by streaks of blue energy. Killian gasps at the sight of the crest, while Cavalier demands to know why the centaurs possess such a symbol. A grim understanding settles on Cavalier's face, as he utters a single, heavy word, they. The image of two fierce, horned figures, one bearing the very same lion crest on a shield, confirms his fears. They have teamed up. Cavalier's eye glows with intense blue energy, his gaze sharp and focused as the full implications sink in. The blue energy swirls around him, as the final piece of the puzzle falls into place. With Baltai now fully resolved, Cavalier and Killian stand side by side, both radiating a powerful blue aura, ready to confront the formidable new alliance. As a potent blue aura flared around Valva's Cavalier, Mark Killian could only stare in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. Valva's, his expression hardening with fierce resolve, declared his intent to annihilate them, having held back for far too long. His eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light, he vowed to wipe every last one of them from existence. With that declaration, a torrent of crimson energy erupted, slashing through the air with devastating force. As he moved, magnificent white wings unfurled from his back, and the red slashes tore through the distant ranks of his enemies. The ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered, as more crimson slashes continued their destructive path. Now fully transformed, Valvas stood bathed in a radiant glow, his powerful wings spread wide, a formidable figure ready for battle. A grim realization washes over Valva's Cavalier as he processes the unsettling news. The centaurs, long-standing adversaries of the orcs, have now unexpectedly forged an alliance. The sheer force of their combined numbers, a chaotic surge of centaurs and orcs, tears through the battlefield, their movements a blur of destructive power. One massive centaur, wielding a formidable axe, charges forward, its strike poised to cleave through anything in its path. And the chilling revelation continues, confirming this unholy alliance is not just between old foes, but also with Bolti himself. The name ignites a furious power within Valva's Cavalier, his body beginning to surge with an intense, crackling blue aura, energy radiating from his very core. Now fully enveloped in the brilliant blue light, he stands ready, his sword gleaming with the amplified energy. Observing the sudden, overwhelming surge of power, Mark Killian's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the familiar intensity. He's exuding an aura just like he did back then. With a roar of pure fury, Valva's Cavalier's face contorts in rage, his command echoing with deadly intent. Annihilate them. His voice, now laced with absolute resolve, leaves no room for mercy, demanding, spare no one. Wipe them out of this world. Valva's Cavalier descended from the sky, a brilliant blue aura radiating from him as he plunged towards the mounted figures below. Meanwhile, a bald knight held a sword to the throat of another man, who could only gasp, "El Lord." Raven Balt, witnessing the descent, recognized the power, his eyes widening as he uttered, "Pendragon." Below, a horde of centaur archers unleashed a deadly volley, their arrows streaking through the air towards the descending figure. The projectiles flew with incredible speed, a blur of lethal intent. Valva's face hardened with resolve, his blue eyes glowing with fierce determination, the aura around him intensifying. With a swift, powerful motion, he brought his sword up, a wave of blue energy erupting to deflect the incoming barrage. He moved like a blur, his blade a shimmering arc of blue light, parrying every projectile with impossible speed. Mark Killian and the bald knight watched in stunned disbelief, one exclaiming, "W-twa," while the other added, "He parried their arrows." Before the centaurs could react, Valva's was upon them, his sword clashing against a centaur warrior's weapon, sending sparks of blue energy flying. Raven Balt could only stare, a silent exclamation marking his utter astonishment. The centaur warrior barely registered the attack before Valva's was gone, leaving a powerful impact crater where he had been, as a voice whispered, "He's fast." He moved with blinding speed, a flash of blue energy trailing his blade as he carved through the centaur ranks. From a distance, his allies watched in awe, one exclaiming, "Wow," while another added, "He did it," as the sheer power of the attack registered. Valva's Cavalier continued his relentless assault, his sword clashing against a centaur warrior's weapon, the impact sending dust and debris flying. Each strike carried immense force, creating a visible shockwave that rippled through the air. He landed another devastating blow, his blade connecting with the centaur's body, a crimson flash marking the impact. Despite the overwhelming display of power, Valva's Cavalier's eyes widened in surprise, realizing they aren't frightened at all. A centaur warrior, eyes glowing with furious red light, lunged forward, its own blade aimed directly at him. The centaur's voice boomed with rage, declaring, "You bastards invaded our forest," as its eyes burned with an infernal glow. Its fangs bared in a snarl, the warrior continued, "And now, finally, we will utterly destroy you." The centaur's face contorted with fierce determination, its glowing eyes reflecting a long-held desire. Just for this moment. Valva's Cavalier recoiled slightly, a look of genuine surprise crossing his features as he uttered, "What?" The rallying cry echoed through the forest, as multiple centaur warriors, their eyes burning red, charged forward with a unified roar. "Protect our forest." A centaur warrior, eyes burning with a fierce red glow, lets out a primal roar, pledging to protect their forest. As the battle rages, an orc warrior lands a solid punch on one of the enraged centaurs, who recoils from the impact. Observing the unnatural ferocity, the orc wonders aloud, what could possibly be wrong with them? It's a chilling sight, as every single one of the centaurs is acting with the same unbridled rage, their eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The orc warrior, Karta, continues to fight, questioning if the centaurs were always this strong, as their power seems to have surged beyond their natural limits. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, as he exclaims, "That's magic. They are being hypnotized." He understands that their fear and anger are being taken advantage of, manipulated by an unseen force. The centaur's glowing red eyes confirm his suspicion. They are under mind-controlling magic. Karta realizes they are being forced to surpass their body's limits, transformed into mindless killing machines. One of the magically enhanced centaurs strikes Karta, causing him to cry out, the force of the blow momentarily overwhelming him. Just as Karta struggles, Valva's Cavalier charges into the fray, his sword arcing down as he declares, "Take this." His attack proves decisive, sending the centaur warrior crashing to the ground, defeated by the sudden intervention. A devastating blow lands with explosive force, sending crimson energy rippling through the air, the impact tearing through the ground and sending fragments flying. Raven Balt cries out, a spray of blood erupting from his side, the force of the attack leaving him gasping in agony. He collapses to the ground, his red cloak spread around him, as the bald knight and Mark Killian rush towards his fallen form, their expressions grim. The injured man struggles to speak, his voice strained as he realizes the extent of the damage, the blow having pierced both his armor and his ribs, proving its immense power. Even as Raven Balt lies wounded, the bald knight continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion and crimson energy. His glowing red eyes fixed on his targets, he strikes out, forcing Carta to recoil from the impact, while Valva's Cavalier moves to intercept the attack. Valva's Cavalier meets the bald knight's aggression head-on, his sword clashing against the other's weapon, a desperate defense against the relentless onslaught. Suddenly, Valva's Cavalier's glowing blade carves a deep wound into the back of a centaur warrior, its massive form reeling from the unexpected strike. The centaur cries out in pain as the blonde warrior continues his assault, his sword radiating a brilliant blue light, driving the beast back. But another centaur warrior, bow drawn and ready, takes aim from a distance, preparing to unleash a projectile. Valva's Cavalier's eyes widen in surprise as an arrow streaks towards him, a sudden, unexpected threat. Valva's Cavalier grimaces, a sharp TSK, escaping his lips as the chaos of battle surrounds him. His expression twisting into one of indignation, he shouts, "Impudent soul!" Meanwhile, a desperate cry for help echoes through the ancient forest, a stark reminder of the brutal conflict unfolding. Valvas, his gaze fixed on the enemy, commands his allies to deal with those horse bastards. From a serene distance, an elf-like figure with long silver hair and pointed ears observes the escalating battle, musing that both the orcs and the centaurs are like my children, and concluding, "I can't meddle in this fight." Back on the battlefield, Valvas looks around, a bewildered what? Escaping him as he takes in the unfolding events. The ground is littered with fallen figures, both human and centaur, a testament to the brutal exchange of blows. Valvas clenches his jaw, a frustrated shit, echoing his growing anger at the relentless onslaught. Elsewhere, a formidable warlord in a horned helmet grips a fallen soldier, his face contorted in a snarl of aggression. The warlord's fury is palpable as he growls, "Those bastards." Valvas, his own resolve hardening, lets out a fierce cry as his eyes ignite with a brilliant blue glow, a powerful aura of energy flaring around him. A surge of blue energy radiates from him, his eyes burning with fierce resolve, as a sudden, terrified shriek pierces the chaotic din of battle. Across the ravaged ground, a centaur warrior, eyes glowing crimson, bears down on a small, terrified orc child, its spear poised to strike. The child's face contorts in pure fear, its small hand reaching out in a desperate, futile plea. But before the spear can connect, a streak of silver flashes through the air, a blade moving with impossible speed. The impact sends Valva's Cavalier reeling, his body twisting as he falls, having intercepted the blow meant for the child. He lands hard, but quickly recovers, pulling the small orc close, his expression a mix of concern and relief. The child clings to him, its small form trembling against his armored leg. Still shaken, the orc child looks up, its voice barely a whisper as it offers a heartfelt, "Thank you." Valvas stands, his gaze sweeping over the grim scene, the ground littered with the fallen. The battle rages on, but the tide is turning, his forces clearly losing ground. And the cost is devastating, the orc village itself now a ruin. His gaze hardens, a silent question forming in his mind. What would Aaron Pendragon do now? A heavy impact reverberates through the ground. As a warhorse, bearing a distinctive shield emblazoned with a white dragon, stands firm amidst the chaos. From the swirling dust, enraged centaur warriors emerge, their eyes burning crimson as one snarls, "Hey! You half-horse, half-human bastards." Valva's Cavalier, mounted on his warhorse, surveys the battlefield, a scene littered with the fallen bodies of centaurs. Undeterred, more centaur warriors charge forward, their forms blurring with speed. But Valva's Cavalier merely scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain as he addresses them. "I heard that the centaurs were prideful warriors, but to rely on the weapons of humans who you bear a strong hatred for, and to target children indiscriminately. I guess you guys are." He continues his verbal assault, his words cutting deep. "Nothing more than a tribe composed of half-horse sons of bitches. To deal with an inferior tribe such as yourself, I am more than enough." Looking down at a defeated centaur, he mocks its failure. "You went this far, yet you couldn't even get the neck of your enemy's boss." Before brutally stomping on its face, declaring, "Your dead warriors are crying sparingly in hell." This act ignites a furious rage in the remaining centaur warriors, their eyes burning with renewed intensity. And in a sudden, overwhelming counterattack, Valva's Cavalier is knocked from his horse and sent sprawling to the ground. His warhorse gallops away, carrying him from the losing battle. In the aftermath of a brutal skirmish, several figures lay fallen across the blood-stained ground, while a group of imposing orc-like warriors stood amidst the chaos, surveying the scene. One of them, a hulking orc, growled in disbelief, wondering if that brat had truly orchestrated all this to force the centaurs out of their village. Another, a hooded figure beside him, voiced a grim assessment, concluding it was impossible for anyone to deal with so many foes at once. Meanwhile, a young man with sharp features and an ornate earring stood apart, his light purple eyes reflecting a deep contemplation of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a majestic winged female, adorned in a flowing blue and gold gown, descended into a sun-dappled forest clearing, her silver hair shimmering as golden particles danced around her. With an elegant gesture, she extended her hand, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from her fingertips as she began to channel her power. As her magic intensified, a powerful juich echoed through the air, and a small, glowing winged creature began to materialize beneath her outstretched hand. Back in the battle-scarred forest, the two orc warriors looked up sharply, their attention drawn by the sudden, powerful surge of energy. The young man, sensing the shift in magical currents, swiftly drew his dual swords, a determined expression settling on his face as he prepared for whatever was to come. With a magnificent unfurling, massive golden-white wings spread wide, revealing the full glory of the summoned creature. Towering beside the young man, a majestic griffin stood fully formed, its piercing blue eyes fixed forward, a powerful new presence in the forest. The young man stared up at the creature, a gasp escaping him as he recognized its mythical form, uttering, "A griffin?" He gazes upward, his attention fixed on the winged female perched gracefully on a gnarled tree branch, her form shimmering with soft light. A silent question hangs in the air, a thought echoing in his mind. "Was it you?" As if in response, the winged female lets out a sharp cry, a powerful sound that resonates through the air, her form glowing intensely. Moments later, the majestic griffin stands beside him, its imposing presence a stark contrast to his own surprised expression. The creature lets out a deep, resonant call, a powerful GEI, that echoes across the landscape. His eyes, now glowing with an intense purple-blue light, reflect the sheer power and surprise of the moment.